Carved into the Eiffel Mountains is 25 kilometers and 170 corners of sheer driving joy. First opened in the mid-1920s, the Nordschleife was conceived as a showcase of German engineering. In the 100 years that have passed, it has become a mecca for countless around the world. Manufacturers use the green hell as a proving ground. Petrolheads arrive to experience a mythical track available to the public, and hundreds show up to try and win a twice around the clock blast here in the Eiffel Mountains. On iRacing, sim racers can attack the flowing track with reckless abandon and no fear of a costly repair bill. Today, 4 classes and 55 cars will look for their own piece of history in the first VCO Grand Slam of 2022. We welcome you to the iRacing 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, powered by VCO. Hello everyone, Arjuna Kankipati here to host this very brief pre-show alongside Lewis McLeod. Do remember, through the entirety of today's 24 hours, follow live timing and scoring powered by our partners at Timing 71. Follow RaceSpot.wtf/endurance. And Lewis, best racetrack in the world, isn't it?
Second best. Love it though, absolutely love it. It's such a unique place to come and drive around. There is nothing like it on the planet. It's such an echo of the past. We come around this circuit and think this is what they used to do back in the 60s and 70s. I know obviously we still do it now, but it's mind-boggling in the modern era to throw it around such a dangerous and threatening racetrack. You've got to be well within yourself to take it around here, and boy, it's good fun when you hook it up.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself. I think that's the motto of today's race. Let's have a quick look at your race facts. 55 cars will take to the grid when you spread them across the almost 25 kilometers. Not as busy as this race would be in the real world, but we're still looking for some traffic chaos to play itself out. 6 different drivers have won 3 times across of the classes. Only Mr. Beneke, Mr. iRacing, he's no longer 10K Beneke, has done so in GT3. It's the 3rd year that qualifying is attached to the race, and that's crucial, Lewis, because usually you get the week-long smorgasbord of a rush of qualifying, trying to better your lap day after day, session after session. You get 25 minutes, only a couple of chances to nail it this time around, and qualifying here, much more important than people realize.
It keeps you out of the danger. I mean, if you qualify on the front sort of couple of rows for the first bit of the race, I mean, it's a hard track to pass on. People don't really think about it that much because you think, oh, I've got so many opportunities, there's so many corners to dive it down the inside. But the truth is, around most of the circuit, you don't really pass. You wait to get onto the Dattingerhohe. You might throw it down the inside into Arenberg, but for the most part, you're waiting. So if you start towards the front, great, because if you're starting in the mid-pack, you've already lost 10-15 seconds on that first lap. It's not good enough. You've got to get that qualifying right, and boy, it is hard around here. When you only have the 1 lap, you don't have the week or so to prepare yourself for the 1-2 lap. You've got to nail it. You've got to know the Nordschleife at the back of your hand. You're a pretty dab hand around it.
I like myself a bit of the Nordschleife. I totally didn't leave myself on mute there for a second. BMW has won back-to-back, but with 2 different car models, the Z4 and the M4. Will they look to carry that forward? But we do have 4 new cars since the last running of this race across of all 4 of our classes, so expect some interesting things there. Stop and go limit 100 incidents, but let's be real, if you get 100 incidents here at the Nordschleife, you're in trouble. You are not making it to the end. That would lead, though, to a drive-through penalty. Here's a look at your past winners. 2015 was the first official 24-hour race on iRacing. Started with the Daytona 24, the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife joined the party the year after that. 4 classes has been a staple, other than one brief year where the Kia waved goodbye to us, but we've got GT4, we get TCR. It's a bit of a shame. The only class that we're really missing is an MX-5, Lewis, but you add more classes, there's less cars in your class to be racing against.
Yeah, we've got 55 cars. It's obviously a typical limitation of just sim racing in general. You know, it's hard to get people to race across the entire planet with each other. It is amazing, a proper achievement to even have 55 around such a big circuit. But you kind of take your wins with your losses, and right now having 4 classes, that's plenty of traffic across the 55 cars. It's kind of why we love racing around here. The multi-class racing is part of the nature of racing this event. You know, 24 hours long. It'd be boring if it was just by yourself, even around here.
Yeah, fair. Even I'm going to acknowledge that. I'll be completely honest. Here's a look at your cars, your classes for today. Like I said, still 4, the same 4 that we've had in the last couple of years. New in the GT3, a Porsche 911 GT3R. Is there a manufacturer, is there a car more associated with the Nürburgring, Landstracken series and the 24-hour race than that Porsche? New Porsche Cup car comes to the fray as well, a mini GT3. How quick is it going to be? We're expecting it to be pretty rapid in a straight line, and those GT3 Porsche Cup car interactions going to look to be interesting. GT4 and TCR, new additions as well, Lewis.
Yeah, Aston Martin Vantage jumping into the mix, as well as the Hyundai Veloster as well. I mean, for me, I've always kind of said, if I'm going to race around here, I'm either racing the GT3s or I'm racing those touring cars. You know, I've got a bit of a bit for touring cars. Love it. It's something unique to, again, throw around here, so why not? All of the classes, though, I think this is the important bit, they all provide very, very different challenges. You know, the touring cars, you can bounce over the curbs, fair enough, but you've got to watch out for the rear end stepping out around the back half of the track, because that'll pull you straight off the circuit. The GT3s, you've got to watch out for some of those curbs, know which ones you can attack, know which ones you can't attack. And then those in between, the lower downforce, you've got to watch out for the power kicking in. I mean, those GT4s, as much as they're supposed to be like an entry-level category, they are tricky to drive.
Yeah, but, I mean, I'm with you. If you're going to really drive, go GT3, maybe go TCR. I do miss the MX-5s, I'll be honest.
For sure.
I do enjoy a good bit of MX-5 action. Very fortunate, though, to have gotten a look at this track on board your BS Competition 89 machine with Ryan Barneveld. Will ride around for a full lap here at the 24-hour layout of the Nordschleife. You start, of course, with the GP section. And the balance of setting up for the GP and the Nordschleife are always a very tricky conundrum. Down the hill into turn one, try not to get onto the anti-lock brakes, and this is that switchback hairpin that gets a bit frustrating at times, but then you run yourself down through the GP section, and this is where you really have to set up your lap, because if you get it wrong at the start, you've got to survive those 25 kilometers before you get another crack at it.
I kind of think the Grand Prix section, every time that I've raced the Nordschleife, like the actual endurance, this is the bit that you almost overthink, because you think, well, yeah, but if I can drive that massive circuit, surely this bit's like not that difficult. And you kind of almost forget that it's actually a pretty difficult circuit, where if you actually consider a standard race around here and seeing drivers separated by 3, 4 tenths, 5 tenths, you can lose a good second and a half around here by itself, up and over the curbs into the Schumacher S. Still kind of calm. You're building yourself up, you're G'ing yourself up, because you know what's on the horizon. Throwing it in through the left, throwing it in through the right, and then you get your first real taste. The eye right there, the Nordschleife is just on the horizon.
Through the final couple of bits on this regular GP section, you go through the fast chicane at the top of the hill. We talked about the incident limit. You do need to watch out here. You can quickly accumulate those 1Xs if you cut a little bit too much, but Barneveld nice and tightly through there. And here, through the newly renamed Sabine Schmidt curb, you start the roller coaster that is the Nordschleife. Look how aggressively over the crest of the hill he comes, but then down in towards the Hadson back. This is where momentum. You'll see the right foot as well. New in iRacing, that's animated, so just watch the throttle control over the lap. Much more downforce in this GT3 car as of a couple of weeks ago. Look how aggressive he was through the Hadson back. Completely flat out, but rolling his momentum here. Crucial as you run yourself in towards Quiddelbacher and the Flugplatz to get a good run out of this final downhill section, because it builds your momentum all the way into Schoudenkraus.
Yeah, out of Hochheiken now, and then down the hill, like you say, over the crest at Quiddelbach-Hohe, which you can kind of walk quite a bit around this sort of section. Obviously there, as we rise up and over Flugplatz, take a deep breath, and we're all good. And pin it. Watch that throttle. Like you're saying, it is pinned through here. There's so much downforce in these GT3s, all the way on that run towards Feidenkreuz, which is such a difficult corner, as you've got to balance the brake. Just after it, you come over a crest, braking, tapping it, just getting into Armbag.
Let's actually see. I'm curious. He's still foot to the floor, I tell you, man. Some have criticized the level of downforce that these cars have, but we'll talk more about that later. Into Arenberg, you come down the hill, and now you see him use a bit of that curb on the left-hand side. Surprisingly, in towards the Foxhole, this is one of the fastest points on the track as you run down into the compression, into Arnaud Forest. You just build up so much speed into 6th gear, but watch the line that you take through here. On the left, setting yourself up for this complex of Arnaud Forest. A little dab on the throttle to roll the momentum through here. And this is where it starts to get to be fun. But you do notice, Lewis, long straight, even though we're running max downforce, top speed is important at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you've got to be able to balance it through the corners, over the curbs. It's honestly such a difficult track to pick a car around. I mean, look at it through there as we start braking again, turning, drop down the hill towards Callanhard, where it's just so difficult. The undulation around here, it is so hard to set a car up. You need perfection left, right and centre. Now we come up towards miss, hit, miss. Honestly, one of my favourite corners on the track. I love it.
Yeah, and, well, miss, hit, miss, it's somewhat obvious. Missed the first apex, hit the second, and down into Nordschleife in here, the slowest point on the Nordschleife. So easy to lock the left front as it goes up in the air. It won't cause too much damage, but you'll feel it and you'll see it on the steering wheel dash as you roll yourself now down in towards Exmuller. Coming up towards one of the most crucial corners on the entire track. Not here, even though this right-hander that you come uphill slightly off camber as you get to the very top of the crest, and sometimes you'll get a little bit sideways as you roll yourself in towards the louder left. But coming into Bergwerk, you make a mistake here, you feel it all the way up the hill into Bravery, the Moot Curve. Just watch the line that Barneveld takes. Look how early he picks up the throttle as well, and we saw him going flat through Flugplatz. I would expect flat through the Moot Curve, through Bravery as well.
Yeah, this is flat all the way up towards surely up even towards the steel striker. Until you get to that braking zone, it's pinned for quite a long time, and you can kind of feel it that it's uphill here, but you don't really know like too much until you're behind the wheel of a car. It is such a steep climb, constantly going up, 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 rising up over the bumps, back over to the right hand side. Let's listen in. Yeah, easy pinned, easy pinned.
Now, usually in the real world and in past and iRacing, it's a slab dab on the brake, down a gear, but he's in fifth. You can see not even getting up into sixth. That's the degree of the uphill nature out of Bergwerk all the way into this right-hand hairpin. You've got another hairpin coming up. However, this is the carousel. It's one where you throw the car in, you hope it sticks, and you use the banking to get on the power nice and early. Look at Barneveld already almost full throttle, and as he pops himself out, oh, now this is where, if you ask me, things get so frantic, they get so fun.
Yeah, this is it, where everyone's done all their laps previous. This is the part that catches you out in practice. You kind of think, yeah, I've done the first bit of the lap ages, so many times. This part, though, as we head over the highest part of the track, then back through the right-hander, Hoa Act, and then we start going back down, Hedvigshohe, down towards Wipperman. This is the part where you really need knowledge pays dividends. You need to know which curbs you can attack. Right there at Wipperman, you can bang it. There's a couple of corners later on which look sort of similar when you're attacking them at this speed, and you need to know which ones you can, which ones you can't. Eschbach and down the hill, you can't really touch these ones. Not through that right-hander. It's so difficult to know up towards YouTube corner and Brunchen.
Yeah, it's proper corner. We don't call it Brunchen, we call it the YouTube corner. He looked a little squirrely, but that's not the worst thing in the world through the Nordschleife. You're never going to get that 100% perfect lap. Here, though, is a crucial point, and it's a place where you may see damage brought to these cars today, in towards Flansgarden 1, where you jump the car in the air and then throw it into the first of these double right-handers that leads you down into the Stefan Beloff S's. Such a high commitment point of the track, and if you find some lap traffic as you come over that second bit of a crest that really puts the car's nose up into the air, you come across a TCR hill, you better be ready to get on the anchors.
Yeah, I once saw a Ford GT40 crash at Flansgard, and it was not a pretty experience. It's always heartbreaking when you do it. Though running up towards the Klein's Carousel, the smaller version, obviously not too big of a deal here. Nice and pinned up towards, honestly, a really, really difficult corner, Galgenkopf, because there's about 3 different apexes in there, about 4 different lines, but you need to be all the way over to the left as it's cresting over and coming back down. If you go slightly too wide, you'll know this, Arjuna. If you touch that grass, goodbye. It's nice knowing you, son.
Certainly never done it in an Indy car, that's for sure. This is a long run as well, and watch the gearing here. Without any draft, he's going to be very late to get into 6th and might not even do so, because just as you get to this point here, you start to climb the hill and the revs maybe just drop off a touch. You'll see they're actually falling now below about 6,120 RPM. So in the draft, it will help you tow up the hill. Maybe some cars will go for the longer gear stack, but I wouldn't think so, because balancing acceleration with top speed important in this car especially. Down the hill though into Tiergarten. Oh, what fun this one is. Look how late you get on the brakes. We've seen chaos here before. Don't think we're not going to see any chaos today, but through the final corner, nice and tidy, back onto the GP section for a lap here of the Nordschleife. Thank you to Ryan Barneveld for being our taxi driver through the ring, but what a fearsome facility it truly is.
I mean, I've got to say, Tiergarten, coming down into there, I mean, anyone who's done a proper qualifying session around here, and you know when you're on a good lap, and you're on the Duttinger, you're coming up towards it, and your heart is pounding. It's all you can hear is bang, 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 bang. As you know, you've got to balance the brakes coming into a pretty high commitment part of the lap, and it's so easy to overcook it and crash.
Quick look at your provisional qualifying results. Like we mentioned earlier, qualifying attached to the race. No week-long grind. Just a couple of opportunities to go flat out around the ring. And is it any surprise? Your king of qualifying, Josh Rogers himself, a pole by almost half a second from the BS competition team that did win a couple of years ago, but your defending champions in the GT3 are Team Redline. Patrick Holtzman only good enough for fourth, about 1.5 off the pace. Redline Cup and Diogo Pinto sits pole in your 992 generation Cup class, where Valtteri Alander then finds himself 1.5 in second position, 1.5 off the pace. The Marla Racing team, well, we've always got confusion. Is it a Williams? Is it a BS competition entry? It's a BS competition entry. They're not in a BMW though. They're in a Aston Martin GT4 car. They're leading the way in your SP10s, if you will, your GT4 class, while in the TCR it is Pure Sims Esports and the 116. They've got a mighty fine driver lineup. Steve Ledger has done the pole position time there, but they've got George Simmons from the Apex Racing team joining them. Ross McFarlane, part of the three-man duo as well. Still got plenty of strong teams yet to come and set some lap times, including the likes of the Mercedes AMG Urano Esports team. Sam Coitert at the wheel here. He'll be doing double duties with the Porsche Esports Super Cup later on today. From what I see as well, Lewis, one car, that's the Mercedes AMG team Williams Esports, not going to be able to put in a qualifying lap. They've fallen afoul of the qualifying scrutiny.
Which is, you know, we love saying it. We say it a lot. That is suboptimal. Like you say, track position around here, you're going to lose a lot of time before like even the meat of the race has begun, and that is critical. You can't be losing that level of time right from the off. But if there's a circuit which you can come back on, it's one that comes down to driver skill. This is the one.
Prediction time, Lewis. You'll be on a little bit later in our broadcast, so the people can stick around to listen to you. I think it's in hours 9 and 10, and then 17 through 20. So you'll get to see how close you get with your predictions, but let's start with GT3.
GT3, I mean, you know me, I can't ignore the pace, the skill. By the way, the GT3 category is incredibly close. Like, with some of the great drivers up there, there is so many good teams. But I gotta go Coanda. I gotta go Coanda on it. Sorry.
I wonder who's going to be completing their lineup. Of course, Josh Rogers and Mitchell de Jong don't have double duty with the World Championship,
exactly,
but it's a busy day for Coanda. Let's go then with the Porsche Cup. In fact, let me go first when it comes to the GT3. I think it might be the walking horse Williams Esports team. I think Sami Matti-Trogan's got a chance. However, I think it's a BMW. I think it's going to be one of the BS competition cars. Whether it's the 89 or the BMW bank car, I'm not sure, but I think they'll come out on top for the second time in their short team history. 992.
Kova. I'm going against Redline here. I'm going Kova.
Kova, okay, well, Redline has plenty of drivers crossing over. Diogo Pinto will be on double duty, so let's see how it goes for them. That's always a tough class to figure out. I'm gonna go Redline. I think just the fact that they've got so much experience in that car will stand them in good stead. GT4's SP10s.
I'm going Core on this one. I think, you know, Core have got a lot of experience in that car. I think that will pay dividends today.
It is always hard to bet against Core in GT4 class, but it's not TCR. Ooh. It's close in qualifying as well, so I don't think there's a wrong answer here. Good run from the Sim 3D Sport Predator number 9 to be in second with James Armstrong, someone I've seen have experience around the wheel here. Urano's got an entry there too. I think Marla. I think
RSO though. As well.
RSO's down in qualifying speed though. It's not always representative, I know, but I think oh, there we go. Changing my mind. Core Sim Racing. They got pole position.
Straight up.
I was sitting on the fence and I got off it as soon as possible. What about the TCR class? It's totally chaotic racing, and it's a class where drag and drafting is going to be important. Urano's just gone pole in the SP10s. Maybe I should change my mind there.
Nah, I'm going back-to-back, though, Team Hoisingfeld. I think they're going to do it again in TCRs.
All right, well,
There we go.
I'm going to go pure sims, just so George Simmons doesn't get mad at me. We're going to step aside, or at least Lewis McLeod is going to step aside. You'll see him later, but it's time to hand over to Radio Show Limited for our broadcast here today. Starting off the race will be Peter Mackay. I'll be joining him for the first 4 hours. Lewis, great to have your company, but Peter, take it away.
Thank you, Arjuna. A thoroughly enjoyable preview show there, chaps. Very much enjoyed that. Just little under 6 minutes to go in qualifying, so last chance saloon for any quick qualifying laps. Sam Koiter coming over the line. Not a great start to qualifying for the Urano Mercedes team up to now, but goes 7th quickest. 7:55.722 there in the Mercedes, but still Josh Rogers on top of the shop by half a second at the moment from Rainer Talvar. BS Competition, a very strong team for them. Bruno Spengler and Heiko Schube in that team as well. Let's see what Steen Ledger can do in the Pure Sims number 116, running the race number of team boss Ash Sutton. Well, when he's not running the number 1 plate, is the defending champion, running the new Hyundai Veloster, or new to the iRacing platform. Let's see what Steen Ledger can do. 858.9 to beat, and he does. 857.938 and goes to pole, Arjuna.
Yeah, good lap time there, and well, really using all his time, but don't count his chickens just yet. Here comes Patrick Kubinji in that Team Hoisingveld 404 car through Tiergarten as well for the final time in qualifying.
And doesn't that Team Hoisingveld 404 machine look nice in those silver, blue and red colours on that Hyundai Veloster? Patrick Kubinji in the defending champion car, Team Hoisingveld. It's a 857.790 and goes to pole.
And by a 1/10.5 as well, no small margin. Patrick Kubinji, well, really taking the fight to Pure Sims.
Absolutely, a 1/10.5 separating after 25 kilometres of a lap. Quite incredible there in TCR. I think we're in for a real cracker. Sometimes doesn't necessarily get the attention it deserves, does the TCR category, but at the moment, as we mentioned, Patrick Kubinji for Team Hoisingveld leading by just a 1/10.5, but not far behind at all. Just about 6/10 further back is Majors Garage SFSR, Konstantin Stolzenberg doing the qualifying duties there. There's a couple of GT3 runners still to complete their laps. Yelly Walters for the number 8 BMW crew for a 5-star motorsport number 55. Currently sitting 13th. Can they improve? Sitting 12th, my apologies. Let's see what they can do as they come up through Tiergarten. As Lewis mentioned in our pre-show, it is a proper heart thumper, the Tiergarten, trying to get the car slowed down. Watch out for those curbs. Let's see what Yelly Walters can do. His best up to now is a 7:59.918. Is this going to be an improvement to the line? Yes, a small one. 7:59.278. So snips 7/10 of a second off that qualifying time.
Big margins in qualifying. Usually these special events on iRacing, the skill level at the top is so small and the difference between the drivers, but it's such a long track that, you know, mistakes add up, and we're looking at about 8.5 seconds splitting the 13 GT3 times that we have on the board. That's not a small margin. Don't expect it to be as big in race trim, but yeah, I mean, I love that qualifying's attached to the race now. Peter, you know, the thing it changes is it doesn't give maybe the smaller teams that have less iRating the chance to come and race as part of this top split, but it means that there's more pressure and more on the line when you roll out for the qualifying session.
Well, I think one thing that's super important, particularly this is something that VCO, the company powering this event, what they're very much keen on is linking the real world or the outdoor world of motorsport and the virtual world as closely together as possible. And if you were going for that final qualifying shootout for the Nürburgring 24, or indeed for any Nürburgring Langstrecken Series race, it's it's a pretty short opportunity to get there and put in a qualifying time. So I think it's a super idea. I think it really does, mimic the real life very well, and the cream rises to the top, doesn't it, Arjuna? I mean, Josh Rogers, arguably the greatest driver in sim racing at this moment in time, a 7:52.639, half a second to the good from Rainer Talvar. That's a heck of a lap under pressure.
Yeah, I mean, by far the quickest time that I've seen in a while. I mean, we're almost a good 18 seconds faster than the real life. That's how much downforce we have. It's how much commitment you require around the lap here as well. He also does break the BMW stranglehold at the top of the field. A top 5, 3 BMWs, 2 Porsches.
Yeah, I have to say the BMWs look strong during the week. A very stable machine is the BMW. The Porsche a little bit more fickle, but the Coanda SimSport outfit very closely linked to the Porsche factory and spend a lot of time with that car. And they had, back in the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series a couple of months ago, they had huge pace, 1 lap pace under that car. But delivering it on race day, that was what eluded them. Can they do it in a 24-hour race? We'll see. It was Team Redline that won it last year. Do you think Coanda can top them this year, Arjuna?
I think you would be a bold man to bet against them, but I've already laid my stall out. I think BS Competition would be the ones to watch. Now, remember, they won this race in 2020. Last year, you know, not the easiest race for them. Plenty of contenders got mixed up in traffic. I have no doubt that we'll see something similar today.
Well, I'm certainly very excited. We're about to go racing for 24 hours here at the world's greatest circuit, the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Live timing available, RaceSpot.WTF/endurance. Always good to have the timings going up when watching here at the Nürburgring. It's such a big circuit with 4 different classes going on at once. It's Peter Mackay here alongside Arjuna Kankipati making his debut with the Radio Show Limited team. So this is how they start then for the 2022 iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour powered by VCO. It's Josh Rogers on pole position with Rainer Talvar for BS Competition on the front row. Then it's Team BMW Bank and BMW Team Redline, last year's winners. They'll start from 4th. Row 3 will be Valentin Manderdak for RHE Esports and their Porsche, and Sami Matti Trogan, a driver with a lot of experience in the real world, he will reel off from 6th. Sam Koiter and Vlad Kamichev will start on row 4, with Fabio Besuch and Julian Egloff rounding out the top 10. Then it's Mauricio Cuero for Pure Sims Esports and 5-Star Motorsports in 12th. And rounding out this very elite 13-car grid for GT3 is Team RSO. In the Porsche Cup class, it's Diego Pinto. The success rolls on for Diego with Team Redline on pole, with Team Kova there in 2nd. Row 2 is the Apex Racing Academy and Logitech Altus Esports. Then it's Pure Sims Esports and Team 75 Bernhard in 6th place. Asher Racing will start from 7th, followed by Carbon SimSport, RSR by Buttkicker, and NSH Racing Team round out the top 10. Then it's Zenith Esports and GermanSimRacing.de with the 13th car, Pascal Costa for Impulse Racing. Then in our GT4s, well, it's BMW 1-2 at the moment in qualifying. Urano Esports on pole with Carl Janssen there in 2nd. Then it's the first of the Aston Martins, Felix Kornbach for Malav Racing Team. Then it's Sim 3D Sport Predator in 4th. Then just running through, Tristan Iglesias for T3 Motorsport, followed by Team Fordzilla, Team RSO, Simza Esports, T3 Motorsports, and Apex Tech Racing. And last few, SRC Movano, Reich Energy, and Delta Sport round out the 15-car GT4 grid. Finally, it's the TCRs, and it's last year's champions Team Heusingveld on pole alongside Pure Sims Esports. Then Majors Garage and Impulse Racing start on the 2nd row, with ProDrive Esport in 6th. And last few, Majors Garage in 7th, followed by Wizards, Photocharge SimSport, Sim3D Sport, Sunshine Autos, and Marshmallow Racing rounding out the top 12 in TCR. And last car, Last Minute Racing, starting 13th. Well, we're already on the formation lap. The drivers are prepared behind the iRacing pace car. It will be Josh Rogers who leads us into 24 hours of racing for VRS Coanda SimSport Porsche. The double Porsche Super Cup champion has so much credentials, so much experience in the virtual world. Wouldn't he like to add a 24 hours of Nürburgring victory here in 2022 to his already bulging CV? But he'll have to see off, along with his VRS Coanda teammates, the 2 ominous looking BMWs there from the BS Competition outfit. An iRacing pace car will pull out the way, and we will have the green flag shown for 24 hours of racing in the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour powered by VCO. Joshua Rogers holds the field for as long as he can and then opens up the Porsche. Green, green, green. We're racing here at the Nürburgring. Down towards turn 1 they go. And it's a great start from Rogers, leaves the door open as well. Is the BMW bank car going to have a look? No, not quite. Rogers hangs on to it for now as they go through this really fickle right-left chicane. Careful not to get turned around there, but Joshua Rogers, clean away, Arjuna.
Nice clean start at the front, but some very exciting action further back as well. Here come the 992s. Now remember, the green flag flies for all the classes before they individually reach the start line. So they're racing out of Tiergarten and plenty of action through turn 1.
And already the Porsche Cup cars, these 992 machines, brand new for this year for the Nürburgring 24-hour powered by VCO. And it's Team Redline who lead away into that class. We saw Team Redline having a disastrous start to last year's event with Gianni Vecchio being taken out on the very first corner of the race. It's the GT4s and TCRs already quickly into turn 1. Not as big gaps as we're used to, perhaps in the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series. The field would be a little bit more spaced out, but different format today, with Urano BMW leading away nicely, leading a BMW 1-2 in the GT4 category as the Hyundai Veloster-dominated TCR class head through the GP section as well. And say it quietly, Arjuna, a completely clean start. Very nice.
Yeah, I hope you're knocking on your RaceSpotTV issued block of wood right now, because as they round themselves up through the Sabine Schmidt curve, this is when things might get a little bit more feisty.
Yes, I'm knocking on my Chinese writing bureau, which is where my laptop is as well, as we head on to the Nordschleife for the first time. This is one of the many helter-skelters along this track as Josh Rogers shows the way through Hatzenbach down towards Hoogeiken with 12 of the very best sim racers in the world following close behind him in a neat train. GT3 category. You think about how many cars enter, how many teams enter this event, Arjuna, and these top 13 in the GT3, they hold a very exclusive ticket indeed.
Oh no, they do, and it's such a demanding racetrack. Just that being invited to the dance, as it were, is such a big reward for these teams and drivers. But now it's all about delivering, right? The time for practice is over. The time for going fast is now, and they're staying single file, not unexpected. The question I have in some of the slower classes is what happens in terms of the fuel games? What are these cars thinking up and down the field?
Yeah, well, and that's a very good point. Looking at the fuel numbers during the week, I just don't know what's going to happen with that. We saw last year the winners of the Porsche Cup category, R8G, saving 2 full pit stops over 24 hours. Quite incredible, but they were, should we say, liberal use of the clutch and a little bit of coasting going on from that crew. But it worked. It worked really, really well. As we have your GT4 runners on the left-hand side of the screen and TCR on the right. TCR being led by the white and blue Hyundai Veloster of Pure Sims, a pole sitter, and then it's the Urano BMW leading in GT4. I'm going to have to stop myself saying SP10. That's a Nürburgring tick, Arjuna. We're going to both in that place, I think.
Yeah, no, it's just the thing that always baffles me with the class naming in the Nürburgring Landstrecken series is SP9 is your GT3s. Now, they're meant to be the fastest. So why is SP10 the GT4s? That's the only thing that sometimes, really gets my chain going.
And then you throw SPX into that mix as well. Yes, it certainly is slightly confusing, but not such a problem here in the iRacing 24 Hours in the Nürburgring, powered by VCO. We have GT3, Porsche Cup, GT4 and TCR. So we ride with Julian Sonnen. You can hear the 4-litre flat 6 motor in the back of this 911 GTR singing as they head through Verseifen down towards Breitscheid, and then up the hill towards Exmüller, almost as quick as you can say it. This is where the change of undulation, the car setup, so important to keep the car composed, keep it controlled. And I guess, Arjuna, it's not just about a 1-lap pace here, it's about a car that's not going to bite you when the tyres wear away.
Yeah, in the GT3s especially, I think we're looking at single stints up and down through the field. No two questions about it. The update during the week has also increased the amount of wear on the tires. We saw some drama with some different tire strategy in your BMW Sim GT Cup race a couple of weeks ago, but even then, double stinting tires almost got some drivers into some big trouble. No question of that here today, but I do think, Peter, we've had our first bit of trouble, and it's looks like it's a bit of TCR chaos down through Schwaudenkrantz, maybe into Armenberg.
Okay, let's take a look at it and see. Yes, there's a little bit of rear of the field TCR skittles with one of the Audis there trying to pick a number on it. I think it is car 00, Miguel de Silva, Sunshine Auto as well. Very much dark clouds over the fortunes of that car, and I think they took the Sim 3D Ghostbusters car with them as well, the Hyundai Veloster. So half a lap into the race and already on the back foot.
Yeah, no, I think you're 100% right as well. The 89 car getting squeezed through the carousel by its sister car, that Team BMW bank car powered by BS Competition. Such an easy mistake to make, but you go wide through the carousel, you lose several seconds. Fortunately, only one spot lost there.
Yeah, Rainer Talvar taking the starting duties for the number 89 BS Competition machine, the always distinctive flying zebras with the zebra pattern over the flanks of that BMW M4 GT3, which made its NLS debut as a homologated car just a few weeks ago, finishing 5th in the time to the hands of the Schubert team. And for a brand new car on a track as difficult as this, Arjuna, I'd say that's a pretty strong debut, all things considered.
Yes, although correct me if I'm wrong, didn't the first time that it ever actually raced in anger was here at the Nürburgring, and didn't the junior team have a bit of an issue?
The junior team had the we'll come back to that. It's the Team 75 Bernhard Porsche Cup car. Oh dear, the team owned by 5-time Nürburgring 24-hour winner Timo Bernhard. That car is around. I didn't quite catch where on the circuit that was. The rest of the Porsche Cup field already through towards Brünchen, so maybe around Wipperman, somewhere like that. That would check out because it's a very fast part of the circuit. No, it's heading up towards Huacht for Team 75 Bernhard, getting onto the curb and went early and hard into the barrier on the engine side. Oh, Arjuna, that doesn't look good.
Such an easy mistake to make, though. I think we've all done this before. Now, they may have gotten away with it because it's a rear impact rather than a front impact, which maybe doesn't compromise the aerodynamics of the car too much, but not what we expect from the Batman liveried Team 75 Bernhard by Sim RC, as social media put it a couple of weeks ago.
I like that. That's cool. Yeah, it's good. It's the only thing I'd be worried about is the engine. Of course, the Porsche 992 Cup, the engine is, as is the case with 911s, the engine's right at the back, so hopefully not any engine damage for that car. The iRacing simulator is incredibly realistic in simulating the damage to a car in the case of an impact. But back at the front, we're almost at the end of the opening lap here of this 2022 iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour. It's Joshua Rogers who's opening up a bit of a gap now, about 2 seconds as they head into Tiergarten for the first time. Is this a mistake? For a huge one for Talvar in the wall. Oh my goodness me, at Tiergarten, number 89, Rainer Talvar has ploughed into the wall, and that car, he's had to wait for all the GT3 runners to come through, and he's taken a tow there about 200 metres from the pit lane. Arjuna, that is not good news. Now,
that is one of the bigger impacts that you're ever going to see at this track. That's why he's taken the tow. I think Jan Sentikowski and your Team RSO by Team Heusingveld, number 97, got mixed up in that one as well. Now, was there contact? Because he was going too wide with Patrick Holtzman in that BMW Team Redline 71. I speculate that maybe there was some assistance there.
Yes, we see side-by-sides into Tiergarten, and they're good teeth-drying moments. Now, yeah, side-by-side with the red line car, as you mentioned, Arjuna, and yes, pretty heavy side impact there. It's hard to tell. I mean, I'm definitely not getting into the apportioning blame. That's not our job, but there's a huge impact there. And now, who was that, Arjuna, that ran into the back of Talvar there? I didn't quite catch that.
I did not quite catch it either.
Okay.
Let's grab another look. Maybe Sami Matti Trogan has a good perspective here in that Walker North Williams car.
Okay, so Sami Matti Trogan, a very experienced driver in the real world here at the Nürburgring, races for Volkenhorst, and it's hard to say there. Just a little bit of side contact there from Team Redline. It's so fast. Another car off. It's the 97 RSO Porsche Cup car. Yeah, I was wondering why I heard a separate bit of contact, and then it's a mirror incident, isn't it? Same section, same amount of grip difference, I guess, and then off into the grass, and that Porsche snapped around pretty quickly. I'll correct myself. It was the 97 GT3 Porsche, not the Porsche Cup car. My apologies, but Arjuna, I mean, we mentioned how exclusive it is to get one of the 13 tickets to race in this GT3 category, and we've seen a couple of huge incidents in lap 1 of a 24-hour race. It's quite unusual. As Stephen Ledger with a slowdown penalty for Pure Sims. In fact, coming to a complete halt in TCR. This is carnage in the opening 10 minutes of the race.
Now, George Simmons...
He's towed back?
Yeah, what is going on? This is bizarre. I mean, it's a 24-hour race at the Nordschleife. You expect a little bit of, should we call it attrition? Some smarts from the drivers? I wonder if maybe George Simmons has had a hardware failure.
Quite possibly. It looked like he pulled over on his own power and his own will, pulled out of the way and then just hit the button for the toe. So coming down into turn 1, everything looks hunky-dory. Takes the right-hander and then jinks to the left. And then all of a sudden just pulls out the way.
Has he blown the engine somehow? Now these cars do have downshift protection, so he's on the clutch. Yeah, he's blown the engine. You heard it as well.
Oh, well spotted, Arjuna. Oh my goodness.
That is so weird, and that's why I sometimes think this, game of using the clutch to try and save fuel is not the smartest idea, because the downshift protection is there to help you, and not using it has really hurt Simmons there.
Wow, so George Simmons, leader for Pure Sim, or former leader for Pure Sims in the TCR category, coming down into turn 1, has put the clutch in to try and save fuel, and has basically let it go in too low a gear, and it has blown the engine. It has over-revved the engine. We see drivers doing that and locking up the rears and spinning, but ruining the engine, that's it. So he's had to tow back to pit lane. That will cost several minutes, and then, of course, there's the repair, which will cost many more. So that's game over for Pure Sims. And the thing is, Arjuna, we see fightbacks in some forms of endurance racing, but at this level, you need a perfect run. You can't do that to win.
When there are no safety cars to come and save you, the absence of those interventions to try and make the gaps up, you're done. It's day done. And Pure Sims was really thinking that, third crack at this track with the TCR, this would be their year. Unfortunately, it's the friend that's come to join the party. Of course, George Simmons is of the Apex Racing team. He's the one that's unfortunately spoiled the party for them.
Well, a little bit of good news for fans of the Apex Racing outfit. We're riding on board with the fourth-placed driver, number 199 Apex Racing Academy, Matthias Stockbeck Jensen. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that's Apex Racing's shiny new sim racing.
No, it's not. It's more interesting than that. Well, Apex Sim Racing do have a spiffy centre on the works. However, Matthias Jensen is part of Tronsskolen, which is a boarding school in Scandinavia. Now they've got many tracks, horse riding, things of that nature, more regular school time activities. But most recently joining the party is sim racing. That is their sim racing facility in high school. Not too shabby, if you ask me.
Oh, we were born at the wrong time, Arjuna.
Weren't
my
we?
Goodness. Oh, that's the dream. That's the dream. I'm just going to sit on the sim at boarding school. Yeah, I'm sure there's more to it than that. But wow, what an initiative. Well, that's a great little bit of information there. So, VRS, Kwanda Simsport leads Joshua Rogers by 2.5 seconds from Vasilos Beletsiotis for Team BMW Bank, car number 7, as their sister car, number 89, BS Competition. Huge damage and a huge impact at Tiergarten, and that car still in pit lane. So, now, bearing in mind, we've had 17 minutes of this, 14 minutes of this race, and we have the following in pit lane, sitting, getting repair at the moment. Number 89, BMW Team BS Competition. Number 116, George Simmons, Pure Sims Esports TCR. Jansen Kowski for Team RSO GT3. Sim3D Sport Touring Cars, and Sunshine Autos TCR. So 5 cars hitting big problems on the opening lap.
To quote Lewis McLeod, suboptimal. You've started with 55, and we love a bit of traffic, but we'll talk more about traffic in a second. Up the hill into Bravery. Is Core Sim Racing really going to try and sling it down the inside? How hard does Urano want to fight?
And you know that Carl Janssen he is not shy, and he makes it work then. So Carl Janssen, the super sweet, goes to the front in the GT4 category in the BMW M4 for Core Sim Racing, and cleverly, very cleverly, I would suggest, Konstantin chaff for Urano BMW, just let him have it. Just saying, you know what, it's a 24-hour race, I'll tuck in behind you. This is where you've got to change your mentality. We've got a lot of drivers in this field who are sprint racers, and this is where you've got to put that, you've got to take that disc out, put it on the shelf, and put your endurance disc in, because if you're a sprint racer, you've got the pace. It's all about that mindset, though, I always think, Arjuna. You've got to take a different approach, especially here at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. There's the all-out approach, which will work, and you can get away with it in the 4 hours, sprint, quote-unquote, races that the Nürburgring Landstrecken series has. But 24 hours around here, when you can get, damage from a curb that will then slow you down seconds per lap, when if you go side by side, you're in the wall, there's not much margin for error. Yes, I know the walls aren't necessarily on the sides of the tracks like they would be at a street circuit, but it's much the same mentality. Once you're off into the grass, there's very little chance that you save it without getting some sort of bodywork repair needed in the pit stop. So I think slowing it down, taking a mental chill pill, if you will, is important. Look at the train, though. It's also a great opportunity in these early stages to save some fuel and wait for, that GT3 traffic to make its run at you that first time around.
Yeah, very good point indeed. At this stage, it's just about clicking off those laps, and if you can see as long as you can see the leader ahead of you, to be honest, between now and tomorrow morning, you're good. You're in an excellent position if that's the case. So at the front then, well, TCR has flipped on its head. It is neither Pure Sims nor Huizingveld who are on the front row leading the way. It is actually Impulse Racing who lead the way in the TCR category, and their white and kind of spearmint polo coloured Hyundai Veloster. But the Huizingveld team, again, this is where they're so good. They won the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series, again, by being the most consistent runner, not necessarily the fastest runner, but the most consistent. Again, they did so winning this race last year in the TCR category. They've switched from the Audi to the Hyundai Veloster, which, judging by the early stages of this race, Arjuna, the evidence shows that that's the car of choice.
The new shiny toy gets the most entries. Why am I shocked about that one? Our own Tyler Maxon at RaceSpotTV would be pretty delighted. It'll swap around again in GT4, and it's a tow down the Dottinger Hoa. And Konstantin Schaaf, not content to wait too much longer, he gets back in front of Carl Janssen. But here comes the double drop. Once you get past, you can tuck back into line as well. This is why GT4 is so much fun.
Yeah, it's super, isn't it, as well? And the thing I love about GT4 is the cars are so close to the street version of these cars. So if you buy a BMW M4, it's about 80% of the same parts, and 20% race parts go onto the car. With a GT3, it's kind of the other way around. It's 80% bespoke race parts and about 20% from the base road car as well. So we've got two front-engined turbocharged machines, the BMW M4 and the Aston Martin Vantage, which made its debut here at the Nürburgring in the 2019 Nürburgring 24 and won on its debut in class with Alex Brundle, Peter Kate and a certain Jamie Chadwick. As Janssen back to the front. This is a stunning battle in GT4.
Another team that hasn't got the memo that we're still 20 minutes into a 24-hour race, I think. But it's also close at the front of the Cup class, the 992. I'm shocked that Valtteri Alander, someone that I know more as an open-wheel wizard, is keeping Diogo Pinto this honest half a second as they run themselves down through the Hadsenbach in that 992 class.
I really hope they have a race engineer called James. That would be great. Valtteri, this is James. Would be quite cool. But at the front of the Porsche Cup category at the moment is Diego Pinto, who, well, hasn't his 2022 started off well, Arjuna?
Leading the Porsche Esports Super Cup. Not bad, I tell you. Look at that red line car as well. Have you noticed there's a new logo on the side of it?
Now, tell me, because my feed is a little bit fuzzy, but I think... Is that what I think it is?
It is what you think it is, and it's even more interesting than that. It's a Red Bull logo with VerstappenRacing.com below it. Are we looking at the new future for Redline? Of course, a certain Max Verstappen racing in Australia today, so not able to defend his win from 12 months ago, but still here in spirit, I would guess, judging from that car.
Well. Of course, Red Bull Racing do have their own very prominent and successful sim racing outfit. Goodness me, what a collaboration that could be of the two. Oh my word, if Redline and it is a scary thought, certainly for the opposition, that's for sure. But Diego Pinto leading the way in Porsche Cup, but does have Valtteri Alander right behind him for Kova. And unsurprising to see the Finnish drivers do so well here, because, well, it's almost just like a tarmac rally stage. It's just in a circle.
Stole the words out of my mouth. You just need the co-driver to give you the authentic experience. Although, if you need a co-driver around the Nordschleife, you're losing seconds a lap.
Well, it's an interesting one. I mean, it's because you can go around and do lap after lap after lap. Yes, you can kind of put it to memory. But yeah, if you were doing it once, a co-driver would be very handy. Indeed, that's for sure. So many blind corners. Is James Armstrong in the number 9 BMW in GT4 for Sim 3D, sitting 4th place with the number 91 Aston Martin Vantage right ahead. The number 91 running for the Mala Racing team, and oh, tell you what, the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series, Mala and the HRT Mercedes team, what a battle that was. It went right down to the wire. Unfortunately, Mala just coming up short at the last moment, but Mala, a giant in German engineering, particularly in the motor vehicle, and great to see them involved in the sim racing world. Now, back nearer towards the sharper end of the field, we have RAG Esports in 6th position in the GT3 category, the 888 car. That's Florian Lebiger driving that car, and he has Sam Koiter absolutely glued to his rear engine cover.
Yeah, now Sam Koiter, one of those crossover drivers that will be doing that Porsche Esports Super Cup later today, but he's not in a 992, he's in the Mercedes GT3 in that combination effort as part of that Mercedes factory program that, like Peter was talking about with the Halp Racing team, Urano, another one of those beneficiaries, Mercedes really taking 2022 as their year to leap into esports and sim racing just that little bit further. And not just them, did you see the news? We got Lamborghini with their own esports program, albeit not on iRacing.
Interesting, yes, of course, Lamborghini highly involved in the world of GT3 racing, and there's of course a number of platforms that you can be involved with. But yeah, Lamborghini really upping their factory presence in all types of motorsport. Actually, they've got a really good band of factory drivers as well. So the TCR train of Hyundai Velosters continues as they head down towards Metzgesfeld. Now, if this was a tarmac rally stage, you'd have "don't cut" in your pace notes, because you do not want to hit that curb on the inside of Metzgesfeld. It's very fast there going through that left-hander, and Arjuna, all those TCRs giving it a very wide berth.
You say don't cut at that one corner, 170 of them. I'd wager maybe 150 of them would have don't cut, because the curbs here are so high that you can beat your car, and I found that out the hard way. Leading a VLN race, as it was known on iRacing back in the day, span through just after the Sabine Schmidt curb before you get into the meat and bones of the Hadsenbach, and then beached myself on the curb and absolutely wanted to go cry a river.
It hurts. It really hurts. And the thing is, that could easily happen in the outdoor world as well. You could break a suspension arm or puncture. Punctures are very prominent here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So very easy to do that. As Will Chadwick for Team Fordzilla BMW. Don't ask. We haven't got the Mustang, the mighty Mustang yet, but actually Will Chadwick there has set the fastest lap of the race in class. He's sitting in class 8th in class at the moment. How clearly in a hurry to get moving.
Yeah, now he was not driving the Fiesta, the Ford Fiesta rallycross car, but that's about as sideways as you realistically want to be at any point during the Nordschleife. Just, he clips a bit of the grass on the entry to Bravery. You really try and set up the corner as wide as possible, and that is some pretty good reaction times. The interior of that car going to need a deep clean when it comes down pit road.
Well, Will really is the Iron Man in terms of endurance, but he's got the fast reactions as well, quite clearly. Will known for his Ironman stints. In fact, last year, Will ran an incredible amount of time at the wheel of a Porsche Cayman in the top split in GT4, and I can't actually remember if he managed to get a co-driver or if he had to pull over. I can't quite remember, to be honest with you, but he's always good for an Ironman stint. He won I remember commentating on a solo race, 12 Hours of Snetterton, which he won that as well in a battle with Matt Kyle-Henney, a real-world Porsche racer. So he knows how to put in those long stints. But at the front of the Porsche Cup field, nothing to separate Diego Pinto for Team Redline, with Valtteri Alander just setting the fastest lap of the race, 8:14.863, immediately usurped by Andrew Kahl in third with no tow, Logitech Altus Esports. So Alander arguably had quite a tow from Pinto, but the man on the move, Andrew Kahl for the Logitech team.
You say that, but Carl is not too far behind, so he might have been getting a bit of a benefit from the tow. At the front of all of our fields, only GT3 is not close. Rogers has set sail, 4.5 clear of that BMW bank car. Top 3 in the 992 split by just under or just over a second if I do the math quickly. GT4, well, you've got 8 cars in the leading train there, and in TCR, apart from the three that had issues, the 2 that got collected with one another through the Nordschleife, and as well as the Pearson's car that blew its engine. Everyone in that leading group of cars right now, not even half an hour into this race. If it continues like this, well, we're going to have no shortage of things to talk about over the rest of this 23 and a bit hours.
Definitely not. I think you're going to have a lot of fun, Arjuna, with Midnight Hour with Nick Damon. Be prepared for that. Nick's, no matter what time of day, he will release his endless library of opinions at will, but always very entertaining with it, as Urano Esports lead another Talladega S battle into Tiergarten and out to complete another lap. Now, we've completed 3 laps of the race. We're now on to lap 4 for the top runners. Arjuna, fuel. Start with GT3. What do we think for a stint length for GT3?
Oh, I think we'll be just under an hour. I think it's here comes Janssen back fighting with Konstantin Schaff. These GT4s are really at a ding-dong battle right now, and in the popcorn seat is Felix Quirnbach in that Mahler racing car, the 303, the orange and white Corse Sim Racing will get the lead, and here comes that Mahler Racing Aston trying to box out Urano for second.
Oh, well, we've seen that Mahler car just sitting there very patiently for the first few laps, and the patience is now gone. Felix Quirnbach has said, right, time to unleash the Bondmobile, the Aston Martin Vantage. What a wonderful looking race car it is as well. And still Carl Janssen at the front, mind you, for Corse Sim Racing, leading with confidence there as well. But now he's got his mirrors filled with an Aston Martin rather than a fellow BMW. It looks like a really good balance in GT4, Arjuna. If I'm going to be honest, it's kind of been dominated by the Porsche Cayman for the last year or two, but really good balance between these two front-engine turbocharged machines.
Yeah, and I know in a couple of teams that enjoy that 718 were a bit disappointed it's not part of our choices for today, but I think you're right. It's so hard to balance that for whatever reason compared to the other cars. A bit closer with the BMW than at some other tracks, at least traditionally here on iRacing. The Aston has mixed things up. Of course, we don't have the McLaren racing today, but what a beauty, I must say. I love that Aston Martin, and some of the liveries that we've got today, for example, that Mahler with its white, with its green, with its blue, it just looks even better than I thought it was going to be. Although, a Team Fordzilla, is it a BMW? It's on Aston Martin. It still feels weird no matter which way it goes.
I mean, a really tenuous link. They could have gone with an Aston Martin, which was owned by Ford at a time, but that was about 20 years ago now. But that would be very tenuous indeed. Well, there's a call. So the poor Fordzilla boys, they need their Mustang. That's the next one on our endless wish list that we have as iRacing fans as well. Now, coming back to the fuel numbers, Arjuna, if I may, it's going to be tricky because if the drivers in GT3, if they can make 7 laps, which I think should be no problem at all, that will be about 56 minutes or so. But if you can squeeze that 8th lap, of course, that then puts you over the magic hour, and you start to get into the realms of saving a stop by the end of the 24. Is that going to be possible at this stage, or are we stretching too much?
I think maybe in this first stage, where if you're, I don't know, Team Redline Red, who we're taking a look at now in that 71 car, you got a chance, you're in the draft of the Walkenhorst Williams BMW, maybe you can save a bit. You can save basically anywhere here at the Nordschleife. Every corner is a fuel saving opportunity. I think once we get into the night, though, it will be a little bit difficult. The weather is about 24 degrees Celsius track temperature. We'll get down to 18, and once you get to that point, it grips up so much more. You're able to push that much harder and roll the momentum a little bit further as well. So I do think through the night, 7 laps is a little bit more likely. In TCR, we're probably looking at between 80 and 90 minutes. There's been speculation that maybe you'll be able to cut a pit stop there, but questions have been asked by the teams as to whether it's worth pushing to save a pit stop. Are you going to lose more time, you know, slowing down and saving the fuel? We'll see some gambles.
Blowing an engine.
Yeah, don't talk to George Simmons about that. He's pretty frustrated, I can tell.
I bet he is.
Yeah.
What a shame. Sorry, George. Sorry.
No, George is going to now send me an angry PM, not you. GT4 as well, I think, again, between 70 to 80 minutes, somewhere in that realm. Because we've got these big trains, I think we'll see some overcuts made in this first stint, because I don't think that tires are going to be the be-all and end-all, even though we're only expecting single stints throughout a lot of our classes. In TCR, you might see, you know, maybe only front tires in the first stop of the race and then all 4 at the time after that, but I think consistently we are going to be seeing regular tire changes as well, and that always adds time to our pit stop, so it's something to be thinking about.
It certainly does. It adds a heck of a lot of time to the pit stop. It's if you're a fan of say IMSA, for example, and you watch the tyres going on at the same time as the fuel, that is not the case here. It's fuel and then tyres. So if you do fit the new tyres, you're effectively making an investment in time, and you have to gain that back, if you like, over the following stint. So a bit of a breakaway in that the Porsche Cup category, the leading 3, led by Diego Pinto, has been so since the green flag. So Diego Pinto, Valtteri Alander and Andrew Cal, all covered by 0.8 of a second. Then it's about another 1.5 seconds or so back to, in fact, nearly 2 seconds back to Matthias Stockbeck Jensen for Apex Racing Academy, in the coolest boarding school you're ever likely to go to, a boarding school with a simulator department. That's pretty cool. So he's in 4th position at the moment. I thought that was just a British public school thing, Arjuna, going to school on a Saturday.
Well, I guess you'd be incentivized. That's one way to get people to come in, as the Williams Esports Mercedes will dive down the inside of Valkyrie Competitions number 98. Also a pass from Julian Sonnen in the Porsche for R8G to get past Patrick Holtzman. I was definitely not one to want to go to school on a Saturday, but I could be enticed with a simulator day, that's for sure.
Definitely, yeah, definitely. It's a strange concept, but my goodness me, that would be nice to do. Now the battle still rages on. The 88 car, Julian Sonnen, in the other R8G. We've got 2 R8G cars. We've got the 88, we've got the 888. The 88 is the leading one of the 2 at the moment. Julian Sonnen in 4th. We've got Patrick Holzman right behind, and Sami Matti-Trogan right ahead. There they are, 1, 2, 3. And Sami Matti-Trogan, a pretty good marker around this circuit. Of course, races in the Volkenhorst car, but not only the Volkenhorst car, Arjuna, the Volkenhorst Motorsport Alpecin anti-balding shampoo sponsored machine, which, as you can probably tell, is what my favourite car, or favourite livery anyway, for obvious reasons.
I hope Sammy doesn't need that. He's a very, very young man. 2019 iRacing Rallycross World Champion, which is really where I think a lot of sim racers took notice of him. But then signing that, developmental deal with the Walkenhorst Motorsports guys, and it's great to see that blurring of virtual to reality. It's the likes of Moritz Lohner, who got a chance to race in the DTM Trophy in 2021. First race finished on the podium. Lauren Heinrich, a 2-time winner of this race in the past, now driving for the Porsche, what's it called? The factory team, I guess, in the Super Cup.
He is a Porsche. He is this year's Porsche Junior driver, officially contracted junior driver. Yeah. So yeah, that as part of that deal, that places you in the Porsche Super Cup. And I have a theory, Arjuna. Of course, he was up against. I mean, every year the Porsche Junior Shootout is an all-star list of young drivers, but this year was particularly good. And Lauren was selected not only for his on-track results in the outdoor world, but I have a very strong opinion that his adaptability to the simulator and being world-class in the simulator as well was just that little edge that got him over the line, in my view. He'll maybe correct me on that, but I'm sure it didn't go against him.
Yeah, and do remember, right, that there are real world series now, GT3 series, that give out real points for virtual races. So there's very much a benefit to being a crossover. Neil Verhagen showing that, another junior driver this time for BMW at Imola last week. So I think there's definitely a point to be made about that as Mahler are through to the race lead. But it's not just there. I mean, Peter, you and myself, well, hopefully myself, we're showing that commentators can do the same again. Ding-dong battle for GT4 continues.
Yeah, well, 100% agree. Yeah, it's top-class motorsport. It's top-class motorsport. And my goodness me, this GT4 battle is fantastic. It's Carl Jansen's on the flashers, maybe saying, you know, what are we doing here, guys? We could make a breakaway here. But I think they're actually having too much fun, to be honest. As Aston Martin hits the front here in the GT4 category. And that's the number 91 Mahler Racing team of Felix Kornbach with the Urano Esports BMW of Konstantin Scharf in second, and Carl Jansen's dropped back to third now in the Core Sim Racing BMW as well. And but the thing is, they've not made a breakaway, maybe because they've been switching positions back and forth, but they've got Sim 3D Sport Predator, James Armstrong right behind, Inertia Van de Waal, Sim RC, T3 Motorsport by Maniti, and then the sister Maniti car as well. So any mistake at all, and there is a whole cast of vultures there ready to pick up the scraps. I'm
not complaining about this fight, that's for sure.
Great.
I'm also
it's brilliant.
I know, right? We talked about that Team 75 livery on the Porsche 992 entry for this Sim RC team. It is good to see the yellow and black Bumblebee car back in the action. I know David Haynes, we're a little disappointed to be missing out, but he's also delighted that Formula One is back in Australia, so I don't blame him for wanting to be part of the action at Albert Park this year. I haven't seen what happened in qualifying, but I have no doubt it was exciting.
How drunk do you think David Haynes is this weekend?
Oh, he's an Australian. You know, they're the ones that go and bury alcohol in the desert, or, well, in the rolling hills of Bathurst before they even get there, so very.
He's waited a long time for it. We'll let him off. We'll let him off.
He was actually there when the people came to say, sorry, go home, 2020 is being cancelled.
Oh, dark times. But dark times with silver linings, and certainly in terms of the virtual motorsport world, I don't think we'd have the vibrancy that we do. Obviously, we were on a growth period when in virtual motorsport, but the COVID lockdown certainly did give a real boost to virtual motorsport. And you know, now that things are returning to normal, it really has kept up that momentum. And look at this battle at the front. Alex Neller for Major's Garage. Alex, one of the front runners in the World Touring Car Series, which we broadcast on RaceSpotTV. And he's right there in the hunt in this top split, but it's Impulse Racing who lead the way. Impulse are a team that are always thereabouts. Some great drivers on that team. And some good characters as well. Some good personalities in that Impulse car.
Oh, for sure. Multicultural lineup as well. They got Great Britain driver at the wheel right now. I think we'll get a South African entry from them as well later on. German is where a lot of their drivers are based, so that's one of the benefits of sim racing, right? You don't have to have all your drivers at the facility where they're going to be going through various levels of sleep deprivation. Instead, you can build the entry for your team and the schedule around the rotating world, which drivers in their preferred performance zone as well, because some like to be racing at night, some like to drive during the day, so it's all about being adaptable and making sure that you can figure that out. Having a look at what happened to a BMW, it's the 5-Star Motorsports one, and not the first time we're going to see a car in the Armco in a solo car incident, that's for sure.
That's a pity. That car just set its fastest lap of the race in 8:03.608, only 4.6 seconds off Josh Rogers' best, which was also set last time by a 7:59.0. You know, you might think, oh, that sounds low, it's 4.6 seconds. Trust me, 4.6 seconds around this place from somebody like Josh Rogers is no mean feat, believe me.
It's an age.
Now, Impulse Racing here just threatening a little bit to try and pull a tiny gap here from Marcel T, one of the winning drivers in that Team Heusinkveld car last year. But you can never really get too far away in these TCRs. The relentless slipstream does play a factor. However, Alex Neller right on the bumper of the Team Huizenveld car now. Is he going to have a look now down into Arenberg? No, Marcel T makes that signal clear, saying, don't you dare go through there, young Alex.
I think right now, if you're any of these cars in the top 5 breakaway, you save fuel. I mean, it's such a draft-dependent car. I don't see the benefit of fighting beyond once you get into third, to be honest. Third is a good spot to be. You get plenty of fuel saving, but you get the ability to control where you are when the GT3s eventually come and lap you, which they will at some point with almost a full minute delta. And oh, well, that Huizenveld car getting a bit checked up, and that's why you want to be third bumper cars in TCR.
Oh dear, oh dear, they just all got checked up going through Adner first. They sort of right, left, right chicane with one of the very rare bits of runoff on the circuit, and it looked like they just checked up there as well. So now a little bit of a separation. The 4th place car in Class Roby, Ferrari, I think was the car that got hit from the rear. Now there's a bit of a gap back to the 5th place car, which is the Major's Garage machine of Konstantin Stolzenberg. So that's, the pack now separating a little bit as well, and to try and catch back up onto the leading pack, not easy.
Yeah, no, once you lose the toe, it becomes that much harder to really close on in. Now, you're noting a lot of the Hyundais at the front of the field. The best of the Audis is the final TCR on the lead lap, where Marshmallow Racing are somewhat feeling the pain, if you ask me, with this decision, as we got some battles between the 992's Carbon Sim Sport and German Sim Racing alongside with one another into Tiergarten. Already 2 incidents here. And this time around, it's German Sim Racing that's backing out of it. Do want to bring your attention, Peter, to this, which is the front of the Kova car, and you will notice a considerable amount of damage to left front there.
I love the fact that you've got the early 2000s like Monday Night Football
Yellow pen.
Oh yes, that's brilliant. Incredibly useful tool, actually. So yes, for our listeners on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, the audio feed, very heavy front right damage to the Porsche 992 car, the Kova machine, which was fighting for... Now, hold on a minute. Still showing in second position, so has it run into the back of the Team Red Line car, possibly?
I just think it's running a bit low at the front and maybe it's clipped a curb. I think that's what's more likely, because I don't think that Diogo Pinto is let, or maybe Valtteri Alander is hanging back, but I don't think they've gotten close enough to bump, bumpers with one another. I just think it's a curb.
Well, that is painful. That happened to Sami Matti Trogan in one of the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series races. Took damage over a curb, and it really killed the lap time in multiple seconds. Believe it or not, last time by Valtteri Alander did set his fastest lap of the race, 8:14.158.
It's clearly not slowing him down.
Obviously, yeah. I mean, however, he has again been in the draft, but mind you, he's been in the draft the whole race. So interesting stuff here at the front of the field, but that's going to cost time in the pits for the Kova team if they want to try and repair that. As Patrick Holzman heads through Metzgesveld now, down towards Kallenhardt. Really tricky part of the circuit here. Off camber a little bit, double right-hander, and then you go down through the
mess?
triple right-hander. So if we try and dissect from the mess, I think so. The GT4s now dealing with a little bit of traffic, but that's the RSO GT3 car, which did have to pit earlier on, which is a little bit out of position, has come through in the GT4 pack. So as they cross the line, I'll say it quickly before it changes again. Core Sim Racing lead from Urano Esports, from another BMW, from Sim 3D Sport Predator, Mala Aston Martin, former leader. They're back to 4th.
Yeah, bit of a change there. It's now 3 BMWs at the front of your field, but I think they've got the BOP pretty nailed on. We'll have to see which strategy. This GT4 is looking like a tasty fight.
And can we say it? Forgive me, sometimes it can be a bit on the stale side occasionally. Sometimes it can be that, if you're going to keep an eye on a category, GT4 is not always the one on the top. But this is fantastic. The iRacing software engineers have done a super job getting these cars balanced. And I do believe that it is because they're both front engine, they're both turbocharged, which does make life a lot easier. Whereas the Cayman, of course, is mid-engine, naturally aspirated. And the McLaren, of course, mid-engine, albeit turbocharged as well. So, and the McLaren, the thing is that the BMW M4 is a kind of mid-level kind of GT cruiser, whereas a McLaren 570 is a supercar.
I'm still waiting for BMW to give me a custom car. They gave Sadakis one for BMW Sim Live, but they've got their commentators as well. I do, thoughts on the front grille, Peter? I'm trying to be nice here.
Oh, on the M4.
The GT4 looks very nice. What about the GT3?
Well, the thing is, this is the old model of BMW M4. We haven't had the new GT4 version of the new M4 yet. I'm sure it's in the works. Do you know what I would like to see? I would like to see the GT4 version be made out of the M3. Imagine that, a four-door GT4 car. I think that would be kind of cool.
I do like that.
That would be cool. Now, I've seen the M3, the new M3 in the flesh, in green, and it looks absolutely fantastic. And the grille does fit in nicely, actually, I think. On the racing car, well, it just looks angry. It looks like someone's going to bite a chunk out of your rear wing, and it isn't a racing car's meant to look angry.
I agree. I think the race car actually makes the grille work more than it does the road car. The road car, especially when, you get the front plate.
I thought you were hankering for a free car on duty. You need to be nice about it.
If Timo is listening. Timo, I love BMW, but there are better cars in terms of the look. I agree with the M3, and they're doing something with the M3 that I have a longing for, which is a wagon. I don't know if it's coming to the US, but if it is, I will be looking into one.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yeah, an M3 Touring. It's been a long time since we've had any kind of M touring car. Yeah, give me one of those over an SUV any day of the week. But that's a midnight hour one. That one is as well. You should ask Nick Damon Arjun about some of his list of cars. He's had some pretty tasty cars in his time. Lots of fast stuff. But these BMWs, 1, 2, 3 at the moment in the GT4 category, but do not make any mistake, these Astons are right on the pace as well. Mahler Racing Team in there in 4th, and in 5th in class, it's the Inertia Vendaval car. Oh dear. What have we got here, Arjuna?
I don't know. That's a crabbing 992, isn't it? That's not healthy.
Jeremy Lemire for NSX Racing Team in their Porsche Cup, and yes, the rear suspension is very badly damaged. The car going at a very odd angle, and I think having to get it out of the way of the cars coming through, and doesn't appear to have a great deal of control over the car, and can't blame him. Do you know what that reminds me of? I was on the Azores Rally a couple of weeks ago, and poor old Alberto Battistoli rolled his Skoda on the last stage, and it came through the stage at a 45-degree angle, and that's what that reminds me of.
That's what happened.
Same car. Okay.
So it's an odd place. I mean, it's easy to make a mistake out of the carousel, yes, but now where does it go wrong for him? Does he? Oh, it rotates on him. It snaps on him as he tries to get the power down.
That didn't look like a big mistake at all, really. Just going through the Caracciola carousel, and the car just flipped around on him, and that is a perfect example of just how difficult the Nürburgring 24-hour is to finish, let alone win, because you've got to be pushing so hard at this level, and going through a corner like the Caracciola carousel, very heavily banked left-hander. If you get it wrong, the walls are right there waiting for you. So, back at the front, we're now on to lap 6 for the GT3 cars. So we would expect a minimum of 7 laps. 8 is a big stretch. Let's see where that falls, and who's maybe got a strategical play up their sleeve. We've just 50 minutes into this race now, so we are approaching pit stop time. And RHE Esports up into 3rd position. Good start from them, Arjuna.
Yeah, Porsche's looking good, I think a lot of people thought that the BMW would be the car of choice here, but I'm glad to be proven wrong. The Mercedes is running in 6th with Urano Esports and Sam Coitert, but I don't think many expected that to be one of the major players. It was really Porsche versus BMW. With you just look at the entry list, very much favored to the BMW, especially in qualifying. But Rogers running away in his 911. Here comes Julian Sonner now to chase down that BMW bank car. What, about 2.5 seconds in front of him last time around? Lap time's pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, very even indeed. And again, I'm with you, Arjun. I thought the BMWs are going to blow everyone away during the week, but that little bit of a balance of performance adjustment is definitely evened things up as well. Of course, the BMW is getting 15 kilograms additional ballast, which is a lot. That's a big, big difference. And then half a horsepower taken away, half a percent of power. Sorry, I should say, not half a horsepower. 0.5% of power taken away as well. So quite a big adaptation for the BMW, and it appears to have brought the Porsches back into the game. But it's Josh Rogers, 7.7 seconds to the good, and just set the fastest lap of the race again, Arjuna, 7:57.7.
He is flying, I tell you, as we grab a look at that move from the 88, just down the inside at turn 1, nice and simple from Sun, and not fought hard by Sami Matti-Troglin, but Rogers is flying. Now remember, he's racing from the esports racing, the Coanda esports racing hub. It's not a house anymore. They've got a huge facility which supports their efforts as well. I believe Mitchell de Jong will be sharing that car with him. I believe Mitchell is also in the house. I talked earlier about, being able to manage your schedule. You can't really do that when you're, living next to your fellow co-driver. Yeah, that's another thing where, Coanda do, they have, in one way it's an advantage, but in other ways it's a disadvantage. If you've got, as you mentioned, time zones, if you've got all your drivers on one time zone, that makes a 24-hour race a little bit more of a challenge, and that's, well, I was going to say that's what we're doing with you, Arjuna, being over in California, but we're burning you at both ends here. It's early doors at the moment where you are. Yeah, unfortunately no coffee is required, because otherwise I'd be a bit slagging later on. But yeah, 4 o'clock wake-up calls for me. Although, having said that, you're talking about the digital Nürburgring Langstracken series. Phil Denez, who's also Monterey, California, so west coast, best coast of the U.S., 2:15 wake-up calls for that series.
Yeah, and goodness me, Phil Dennis was just alive. Every time he got in the car, it was just fireworks. Drove so well. It was just so unlucky not to win the championship, but put on such a show, fighting like a lion, like he always does. It was Urano back to the front in GT4. This is like watching a Moto3 motorbike race in GT4. Fantastic. Now, to confirm, coming back to Coanda, Josh Rogers, our leader, he will be driving with Mac Backham, Tommy Osgaard and Mitchell de Jong. That's your team for Coanda Simsport at this, according to Josh Rogers' Twitter account. So I'm gonna trust that as a reliable source. Yeah, I think that's probably fair, unless the social media team has made a huge mess up there. I think it's fair to assume. And it's a pretty good driver lineup, although all of them are Europe-based, which means that, through the night, they will get tired. How will they ration it out? How do they plan it out? With single stints, maybe you could keep your drivers fresh and, be swapping every time down pit lane, but, I think at a rhythm track like the Nordschleife, you want a minimum of a double stint for your drivers. Yeah, I think so. I think a double stint is the way forward for that. But they're an experienced team. They've done a lot of these special events before, and they'll make sure that they're prepared and ready to give themselves the best chance to fight for a win. So Urano Esports lead in GT4 with Carl Janssen for Corsim Racing in their BMW in second. Unusual to see that, of course, we would normally see Corsim Racing in their trusty little Porsche, but of course not an option for this race, just the Aston Martin and the BMW in the GT4 category, which is by far the most densely populated group at the front of the field. To update you in Porsche Cup, it's still Diego Pinto leading by pretty slender margin, just 0.7 of a second from Valtteri Alander, with Andrew Kahl in the third position right behind as well. That is your difference. You don't need the timing screen there. And, that's, positive for Kova here, Arjuna, despite that damage, they are holding pace. The question will be, do they get any
penalty in pit lane for having to repair that 707. We'll wait and see. Not due in for about 10 more minutes, I would think, a lap and a half more. But yeah, you see the other two cars are pretty clean. I think maybe there's a bit of crumpling in on the front right of Redline's 992. Altus looks clean. I wonder if they're just running that car up a little bit higher in terms of ride height. Maybe they're being a bit more careful with the curb strikes, although getting a better look at Redline's car, it looks pretty mint as well, as Alander's wide on the run up into the right-hand hairpin before the carousel, but survives there. These three cars, very much the class of your field, in a field that, you know, contains the likes of Pure Sims, Asher Racing, a team that you're very familiar with, I'm sure, Peter. Alander, another mistake.
Oh, no, I think, did Alander just keep it out the wall there? I think I just glanced down at the timing screen. You can't miss a thing here as well. Now, this is a critical point now for Kova, because if they lose the draft of the Logitech Altus Esports car, which is now in second, that could be critical here, and that gives Redline an opportunity to make a breakaway. It's coming up towards the Caracciola carousel. It's caught a couple of drivers out in the Porsche Cup category, interestingly, and
just
looking like, yeah, Valtteri Alander just carried too much speed in there, and the car just wouldn't want to stick.
I do need to be careful, by the way. The BMW overlords are listening in and have already sent me a message, so I'll be careful. Getting word, by the way, from Zach Campbell, who won the DNLS 992 category, that the 992 actually is pretty damage resistant here. So even if we're seeing some damage, it might not actually be affecting Valtteri Alander. So note that. Note pit stops as well in GT3.
Now that's interesting. Okay, so that's our 7 laps complete. There is our answer then. No GT3 is going on to start in an 8th lap then. So we've got a huge pit party going on here in the GT3 category. Everyone in. Coanda, Team BMW Bank, Team Redline Red, R8G, both cars, Vulcan Horse, Mercedes-AMG Urano, Mercedes-AMG Williams, Valkyrie, Pure Sims, and Team Coming Soon as well. They haven't thought of a team name, so they thought coming soon, that'll do. It's Josh Rogers waiting patiently for the fuel to go in. Now, let's wait and see if we see any of these cars pop up on their jacks, which means they are taking a no tyres for Josh Rogers there, Arjuna.
I am fascinated by this from
Okay.
what I've heard. So 60%, that's the magic number. Now maybe the track conditions are just cool enough that it's going to work out. I'm curious who's going to risk it in terms of taking tyres. Looks like Walking Horse Williams is 50 seconds and counting, so at the very least they'll be taking 2. About 70 seconds total pit stop time would be 4 tyres. So that's what we're waiting for from Sami Matti-Trogan. It's gone over 60, 4 tyres going on the number 1 BMW.
Interesting. So a little bit of a split in strategy then with Sami Matti-Trogan taking on those tyres. Now, it will take a lot of fast laps across just 7 laps of the circuit to make up those sort of 30 seconds or so to put on new tyres, but it's certainly a lot less risk. Those cars at the front, they're going into a particularly perilous hour of driving now. They've been in the car for a little while, and they're now on old tyres on this fearsome circuit. Now mistakes will be punished much more.
You know what I've just realized? Patrick Holtzman behind the wheel of that 71 car. Last time he gambled like this, lost the victory on the very last lap of the BMW Sim GT Cup race at Sebring. He held on to his tires somewhat okay, but again, it's gotten a bit worse since then. Be curious to see what he thinks out of that car. Sami Matti-Trogan, by the way, getting word, was not a tyre change. Instead, it was a pit road penalty, so he must have sped at some point on pit lane. So easy to do if you don't activate the limiter like you're meant to.
Oh, Sami Matti. Oh, that's a mistakes that are so severely punished at this level. Yeah, that'll be a 30 or 40 second penalty.
What?
Oh, Carl Jansen's off.
Where has the 303 made a mistake? Because that is huge. That changes the game in your GT4 class.
The 303 Corsim Racing GT4 BMW. Carl Jansen is spun, I think, near Whipperman, I think. No? Oh, it's hard to tell with the camera angle. Yes, it was. It was on the run from Whipperman to Esbach. So, Urano now charge ahead in GT4 and have a little bit of a gap back to the second place car of Sim3D Predator, and
Same mistake we saw from that 992 car, the Team 75 by Bernhard car, where you're pushing, you get off onto the grass on the outside, and from there you just lose all control. And for Carl Janssen, that's probably the race done with 60 minutes off the clock.
Well, unless he gets very lucky with the damage on that car, but it was a pretty hard hit. Whipperman it's a proper roller coaster ride. You're going left, right, left at very fast speed, and Janssen, you could argue, just took some pretty big risk there on the curb, lost the rear and smacked straight into the wall without much time to scrub any speed off. So that changes the complexion of things in that stunning GT4 battle. So now your leader in GT4 is Konstantin Schar for Urano Esports. Then it's James Armstrong for Sim3D Sport Predator. Then it's the first of the Aston Martin's Mahler Racing team, Felix Krumbach. And then sitting patiently watching all of this going on all the while is Mate Kidesoya for Inertia Van de Waal team in their Aston Martin. So all of a sudden, those who've been sitting patiently watching all this going on, Arjuna, they're looking pretty pleased with themselves.
Yeah, they'll be pretty happy right now, although I wonder if there's going to be a break forming. SimRC 1 second back from the Inertia car, so starting to lose touch of them as in towards Tiergarten they come. Going to correct myself, by the way, from something I've been saying with the tires and the possibility of just single stints. Getting word from the teams in pit lane that because the temps are so cool, doubles are going to be guaranteed, they think. Triples might even be a possibility at night, as this is early for the GT4s. They're down on pit lane.
And everyone coming in to pit lane, so that is just coming. That's 7 laps completed for the GT4s. Had in my notes possible 8 laps, but that's possible is not, obviously not impossible, or certainly not at this stage of the race. So all of the GT4 cars taking their tyres as well as fuel. Jamie Chadwick brings the... Sorry, that's Will Chadwick brings the Fordzilla. That's the first time I've done that, actually. Sorry, Will. No relation, actually. Brings the Fordzilla BMW in, and Carl Janssen makes it to pit road. Clutching at some positives for the Core Sim Racing outfit, Arjuna. If you're going to make a mistake, you might as well do it on your in-lap.
You might as well as, do it with 23 hours to recover as well. Yes, they're not going to have the boon of a safety car to bring them back into the fold so quickly. But it's not going to hurt them maybe as much as it would have. It's maybe 20 seconds, 15 seconds time loss net for them. So they're not in a horrible position by any means. But yeah, they'll be somewhat disappointed. They love themselves some of the GT4 TCR action. We'll see how it goes for them from here. But TCR is coming through Stefan Beloff and the S's. I was wrong about the GT4s maybe going a bit longer. I'm pretty confident the TCRs can do more than 7 laps. I think we're looking at 8 or 9.
Yeah, I've got 9, possibly 10 in my notes. Let's see what they can do. It could be that one of the cars deep in the train maybe pulls a joker out of the pack. But back while all the shuffling has been going on in the GT4s, we've got a different leader in TCR. That is the Major's garage car of Konstantin Stolzenberg, with Nathan Ames for Impulse Racing in second, Team Heusingveld in third with Marcel T. Then it's Alex Neller in the other Major's garage car, and then in fifth in the Ambitious Privateer Black, Pro Drive Esport team at Roby Ferrari.
Here comes Team Heusingveld popping out of the draft, and they've got him in front of Impulse and Majors. Whoa, that's a big old slide for them, but they'll wrangle it into submission. New race leader, Heusingveld back to the front.
Oh, and Alex Neller just getting onto the quarter panel of the Heusingveld car and getting a huge wiggle on coming through Antonius Bucher, and very nearly ending in tears there, but Heusingveld car pops out in the lead to take to start a new lap then in this TCR category. Fiercely fought, and despite the argy-bargy, Marcel T sets the fastest lap of the race in the TCR, 8:59.949, the first driver in this category to break the magic 9-minute mark.
Yeah, not a bad lap, I tell you. although assisted by the draft pretty heavily. I think timed it well, to get the move done. Highest I-rating driver is, at least in TCRs to start this race of those still running, is that man Konstantin Stolzenberg, 7,404 I-rating compared to George Simmons with 7,445. That's the margin between them, as I believe Redline, it's RAG in their second Porsche, just gotten past Sam Coiter in the Mercedes, or maybe they're going to battle down into Tiergarten.
Oh yeah, Sam Coiter, he won't give it up in a hurry. Multiple national karting champion in his native Netherlands, and of course these drivers know each other quite well. Florian Lebiger and Sam Coiter raced in the Dallara iRacing World Championship a few months ago, so they know each other well. And there's nothing to separate this Porsche and Mercedes. Two wildly different cars in terms of specification. The GT3 Porsche, 4-litre flat 6, naturally aspirated right in the rear of the car, whereas the AMG, as well, is kind of other way around. It's a 6.2-litre V8 in the front of the car. Still the older version of the car, so it's got the big stonking V8, which you could probably power a small car ferry with.
I was going to save this for my stint with Nick Damon, but I'll mention it to you and I'll mention it to him later as well. But do you know the Mercedes that we have is actually the version that was tested and raced here in the SPX class in the NLS, or VLN series as it was known back there. It wasn't the actual final homologated version. There's a couple of minor details that change, but by the majority, definitely the same car. From what I hear, we've already got, one Evo version of that car that's been released to the customer teams to speed up a little bit. I think there's another Evo version coming as well. So at this point, that Mercedes starting to become your oldest car as the 992s onto pit road this time around.
So the Porsche Cup category then, our leaders in all at the same time. So they have completed 8 laps. That's on schedule. And let's see what the tyre strategy is for these cars as well. Fuel going in. These cars they are wonderful to drive, a real improvement on the previous model. But yeah, they can be quirky when they want to be. So getting on top of the style of driving for them is sometimes a challenge. As all of the leading protagonists go up on the jacks to put on new tyres, but how many are, Gina? That's the question. Will we see any difference here with between 2 or in case 4 tyres? Yeah.
Now again, these cars a little bit less downforce, so they lean on the tyres a little bit more compared to a GT3. But I wouldn't expect a huge difference. Although again, they are going a full almost 7 minutes past the top of the hour, so maybe that's the difference. And looks like a bit of difference in the games being played here, because Redline has dropped behind Kova and Altus when all things are said and done in the pit stop cycle.
Yeah, interesting there. That could just be a matter of fuel consumption, quite possibly. That's the thing is here, with such a long lap, you can not only save fuel to try and save a pit stop at the other end of the race, but also to save time in the lane. If it could be that the Logitech Altus car came into pit lane with a bit more residual fuel, therefore took less time to top up. So we'll see how that one plays out over the course of the race. But of course, now with the Logitech Altus car being the front gunner, Arjuna, now their turn to be the domestique, to use a cycling phrase. Yeah, no, they're the ones punching the horse. That's a good point. Although having said that, the last couple of laps, it did open up between Pinto and those behind. So maybe Carl and Nylander trying to save some fuel to get the move done in the cycle wouldn't be the worst call in the world. We're going to grab a look at something that's happened to a TCR. Believe it's the proto-charged SimSport TCR who's forgotten where the track goes. Now, I wonder if that's a hardware failure, although the way that he snaps back, I'm not 100% sure. Do you know what that could be? It could be a screen stutter or maybe even an internet connection. Let's see what happens to the wheel. That's usually a very good... the wheel locks solid. It's not straight though. It's oh, there we go. Yeah, telltale style of the wheel itself deciding to work again, or maybe it was plugged in, plugged out. But by that time, damage is already done. perfect timing. The 2022 iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour top split. That's when you don't want your hardware to let you down. That is for sure. What a shame. It happens in real world motorsport. We have driver error, of course, and we have mechanical failure, and that's just one of them that can happen in the world of virtual racing.
I'm getting word, sorry, Peter, that it was all USB devices disconnected and then reconnected at the same time. So it wasn't just the steering, but the pedals as well. So he couldn't get on the brakes, on the anchors to slow it down and minimize the contact with the wall and the impact it would have.
Oh, we've all had that horrible noise, haven't we? The bidding, knowing that the when your computer has just decided to disconnect itself at just the perfect moment. Not. Anyway, no such issue for our leaders in the Porsche Cup category, who have been glued to one another throughout this race so far as they head through Schwedenkreuz. A proper big commitment corner, especially in a Porsche Cup car. Speaking of Porsche Cup cars, got one driver having a little bit of an Austin Powers moment coming through Sabine Schmidt's curve. It's the number 5 car.
So it's the Zenith Esports 992. Just look at the amount of opposite lock, and stop. How close can you get without hitting the wall? Sergio Ignacio must be counting his lucky stars right now.
Yeah, it almost looked like he did. Yeah, he fired down the gearbox to try and get it to stop, as well as hitting the brakes. Of course, the one thing about the Porsche Cup cars is they don't have ABS, don't have any kind of assistance system like that. You are on your own, but they are what a beautiful car to drive. Naturally aspirated 4-litre flat 6. It's a big improvement over the previous model. Previous model had about 65% steel construction, 35% aluminium. New one flips that around, 65% aluminium in its construction. More wide body as well, and much improved aerodynamics, more rear downforce as well, and does make the car a little bit of a baby GT3. Don't be surprised if one of these cars sneaks into the top 10, maybe even the overall top 5.
Top 5 is going to require some attrition. I know what you mean.
Yeah,
they're already.
Don't be surprised.
Yeah, but the leader in 992 is what, 3 minutes behind the GT3 leader, so he's about 2.5 back from your top 5 in GT3. The lap time delta is about 14, 15 seconds, which, when you really think about a lap this long, that is not large. That is definitely not a big difference. I remember, though, with this generation Cup car, when it debuted in North America last year, the fastest pro drivers were going quicker than the gentleman drivers in the GT3s. That's how quick this car is.
Oh yeah, and that was straight out the gate with no spare parts to fall back on either in testing. Yeah, the only thing I would say, though, is that the tyre, the Michelin tyre, will be a sprint tyre. Whereas the GT3s will run on an endurance tyre, but nevertheless, you look at the relative cost, they're at least half, if not a third, of the price of the GT3 car before you even get into the running cost. So yeah, amazing job by the Porsche Boffins in Weissach. Meanwhile, talking of Boffins, the Hyundai customer racing department globally, what a job they've done, not only in world of circuit racing but in rallying as well. It's all Hyundai Velocitos at the front at the moment, as R8G and Urano still battling over 5th position, and Lebigre, ever the Iceman, he is just not flinching to this pressure from Coiter.
Yeah, there's so much fighting going on, in fact, right now. You've got those two, R8G and Urano for 5th in GT3. That entire lead pack of 5 TCRs continues to battle. Patrick Holtzman's trying to get close to Julian Sonnen, who we haven't really talked about GT3, but here they come through the lap traffic, and that's why things have closed up. Hoisingveld getting the bumper from the BMW bank car.
Whoa, and this is where it's now getting a bit juicy, where the GT3's finally making their way through some of the traffic, and this is where the winners and losers begin. We've seen the drivers so closely matched in pace, really throughout all the classes. Julian Sonnen trusting that the Impulse Racing TCR had seen him there in full throttle, but this is the shall we say, the adrenaline rush that is driving at the Nordschleife. It's not just the circuit, it's the traffic management as well. And we're still on the GP circuit, don't forget.
he did force Alex Neller wide, and Neller lost 2 positions. I think he's going to be somewhat disappointed about that one. And 158's down to 4th, but that Porsche right on the tail of the BMW as they climb into the chicane. Guess who's lurking? Patrick Holtzman too.
Oh yes, lurking indeed. Well, we're only 75 minutes into this race, and we have uninterrupted coverage for you here on RaceSpotTV of this 2022 iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour powered by VCO. And it's Peter Mackay here alongside Arjuna Kankapati for all the action. Do let us know where you're watching from in the world. Who are you cheering for as well, most importantly? Actually, no, most importantly is, what are your race snacks? Arjuna, what have you got? Now, it's quite early in the morning for you. What have you got powering you through your stint at the moment?
I am controlled dehydration and snacking right now. The snacks will be broken out when I'm watching the middle 6 before I jump back on with Nick Damon. I think I might grab some raspberries. What else am I thinking? Maybe a couple of bag of chips, crisps here and there. But we got time. Switch for the lead in 992. Now, oh my word.
Oh dear. So here comes the Kova car going to the front of the pack there as they come through Tiergarten. That's Valtteri Alander to the front of the pack. Diego Pinto's shuffled up into 2nd position, so Andrew Callis dropped back from 1st to 3rd on this lap, but no such problem. He's right there in that leading group, but this leading 3, they are operating on another level right now, Arjuna. Yeah,
I mean, the lap times for them, fastest laps are only about a second or so quicker, but consistently they've been just edging away, 13 clear of Matthias Jensen in that 199 Apex Academy car, and then the gaps just get further and further back. It has broken up in GT4 as a result of the pit stops, by the way. That's why we're not taking such a close eye on them. Urano leads by about 1.5, with then a further 2.5 back to inertia by Vendeval in GT4. Still battles going on up the hill into Bravery as Mahler concedes to that Sim 3D Sport car. You never know that this is a 24-hour race. You'd think this is a 3-hour DNLS race, given how hard these guys are pushing.
Yeah, this was even in a 3-hour race, this would be seen as pretty hefty at the front of the field. Urano leading the way at the moment in this stunning GT4 battle with Mahler Racing Team right behind them. Interestingly, there in that pit stop cycle, Arjuna, the 3rd place car, Sim 3D Sport Predator, has just dropped back a touch. I think it's happened on this lap actually, because he's showing us ahead of inertia at the moment on the timer screen, but according to our pictures,
no, that's inertia behind.
No, that's correct. No, my apologies. I'll rephrase.
I think I think where the gap has formed is because Sim 3D were a couple of seconds longer in pit lane. I don't think that was the stop itself. I think that was just the entry and the exit. 3 seconds slower than Urano, and you can so easy to make up time in pit lane. It's so easy to lose it as well. And I think just being tentative for James Armstrong there, doesn't want that pit penalty that we saw from the Walkenhorst team, for example. That's cost him a little bit, but it's a long way to go. Not far away from breaking back into drafting range if these guys work together.
I mean, in a battle as tight as this, we've got all the leading bunch of drivers in GT4 have got such good pace. This is a great opportunity for the leading pair, Urano Esports, Konstantin Scharf, and the Mahler Racing Aston Martin of Felix Kernbach. They've got to try and they've got a great opportunity here. If they don't fight too much, if they kind of work together as best they can, they could start to pull a bit of a gap and really, draw the first blood in this 24-hour battle, land that first punch. But if they start kind of tangling about like they did earlier on, well, they'll be back into the pack in no time.
Yeah, no, I agree. You can there's that Mahler car, right? Just for a brief glimpse of a second. Not that close, and Mahler's actually still within drafting range of Urano, so still 2 cars at the front. Now again, these cars going a bit shorter on fuel than I expected, but unlike the other classes, Peter, they do tires and fuel at the same time, so that does help them out very slightly.
Definitely does, yeah. That's a nice luxury of these GT4s, which ironically is they're actually a little bit harder to service than a GT3 car. Because one of the things I love about the majority of GT4 machines is they have lug nuts like the road cars. So you can hear them going in the pit lane, going like the old NASCARs used to be. I think the McLaren has a fancy one center lug nut, but the others have these sort of 5 lug nuts. So it is in the real world, it would take longer to service one of these cars. But flipped around here in the iRacing world is Matti Kadisoya there using the grunt of the Aston Martin, which, whisper it, has a German engine. It's a Mercedes engine. Well, so maybe that's where it gets its entry from. It's a British car with a German engine.
I mean, TF Sport's going to be racing a couple of the full GT3s in the NLS series. Of course, they were meant to race today, but weather has postponed that to November, where I'm sure the weather is going to be just as hospitable as it was going to be today. Here comes a fight back from the BMW. Talking of slow pit stops, though, of course, I think about GT4s, I think about Creventic, and, you know, do you want to call it a fuel station that basically they've got? You don't refuel in the hot pit lane. Instead, you go to a tank like you would do on a drive down the coast, for example. You got to wait in line, and sometimes you'll lose a lot of time that way.
It is truly unique. The Creventic series, I mean, particularly at the Dubai 24 Hours, it does look like the queue at a motorway service station at times. It's very funny, but a great way to save enormous amounts of cost for the teams, and that, you know, allows them to travel all over the world and race at some amazing circuits. A little bit of argy-bargy here between the Team BMW Bank car and the Team Redline BMW. Of course, don't forget, defending champions in this race last year, it was Max Benecke, Max Verstappen and Chris Lullum, and taking the starting duties for this car is Patrick Holzman, and they're battling over 4th position at the moment, with the battling over 3rd place at the moment. It's the R8G Porsche, Julian Sonnen in 2nd, so this is 2nd, 3rd, 4th on your screen at the moment. 14
back from Coanda and Rogers, who has dominated so far, but it's a long race. You've got 3 other drivers. Do those other Coanda guys have the same sort of pace as Rogers? There's only one way to find out. I'm still a little bit intrigued as to those new logos and the new color on the side of that Redline car. Of course, an official BMW powered team. One of 3 BS competition, the other one, and then on other platforms, G2 Sim Racing, esports juggernaut, campaigns the BMW on behalf of the manufacturer. But it's a slight blue tinge to that car now, very similar to the Formula One Oracle Red Bull racing car that it is now. We talked about the possibility of how scary a proposition that would be. Imagine if you had Sebastian Job, Maximilian Benecke, Yuri Kastorp / Graham Carroll, and Gianni Vecchio in a shared BMW entry. That is scaring me, as that R8G car runs a little bit wide, running down this back straightaway on the GP section.
Yeah, that is just all stars up and down the team sheet, isn't it? My goodness. But that's the wonderful thing about the world of virtual motorsport right now, is that they would be not a guaranteed shoe-in for a win by any means. They would be up against the might of, Coanda. For example, the Apex Racing team as well have come from strength to strength in the last, 12 to 24 months, really doing well in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, amongst other events as well. So the standard at the front is just incredible. And when we see, real-world racing drivers come to take part, it does give a pretty stark reminder of just how special these simulator drivers are. Hello to Daniel Lawson, who says he's cheering on Apex Racing Academy, number 199, who are doing pretty well at this stage. Lord Hedge, Adam Hedgecock, is cheering on Alex Neller, a fellow boosted driver who's guesting for Full Send Racing. Now get this, Arjuna, he's snacking on butter popcorn and hot chocolate. So no such... Mr. Fish Tank himself, Adam Hedgecock, he's not worrying about the sugar fall off.
Yeah,
he's going to ride the crest all the way through.
I'm a little jealous. Well, maybe he's setting himself up for a nice night's sleep, and then he'll jump back in the closing stages, have you in his ears again to take him through to the checkered flag as pass for the race lead in the 992, and it's Redline back in control here.
Now, I'm guessing that Matt Madigan is the BMW overlord you were mentioning earlier on.
No, he's not.
Oh,
I got a private message from BMW. Matt Madigan's a teammate of mine who's not happy that I'm claiming that the East Coast is the superior coast, which not the superior coast in the US, which is clearly true, just because West Coast, Best Coast rhyme so nicely.
Yes. They both have their virtues. I'm going to sit right on that fence. Both have their virtues. When you're West Coast, you've got Laguna, Long Beach, really nice weather, canyon roads. East Coast, you've got Road Atlanta, Watkins Glen. Yeah, they both Daytona. Yeah, they both have their benefits. That's for sure.
They do.
I wouldn't want to separate them. That's for sure.
They have their benefits, but I'll argue that just the weather makes this place nicer.
Yeah, I'm very jealous of the weather. Also, now I'm completely impartial, but the Porsche scene, particularly in California, is one I'm very envious of.
It is. There is a pretty big Porsche fan club. Although, having said Porsches, Porsche North America Carrera Cup, they're on the streets of Long Beach, aren't they?
Yes, I bet the parts truck is going to do a good trade this week. That's for sure.
Business is booming for Porsche, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll go there. We'll sell loads of body panels. I'm joking, of course. I'm absolutely joking. As Aston Martin's battling, heading up the Kesselchen in the GT4 category. That's the Team RSO 397 chasing down SRC Mivano course, the Mivano course car driven by Dominic Gademeyer and Niels Carstensen for Team RSO. Now, Niels was super impressive in the last DNLS season here at the Nordschleife in a Porsche, but adapting to this Aston Martin very well. Of course, the car's not been on the service that long at all, Arjuna, maybe, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, something like that. So not much mileage for the teams with this car yet.
Yeah, and a lot of the private leagues, for example, a 24-hour esports series that's been running, because the season's almost done, they don't include it in the championship, so there's not much serious running for the teams, for the drivers, to be able to get their competitive juices flowing and figure out where the baseline is. They'll do their private testing, but that can only get you so far, and I think that's maybe somewhat what we're seeing here. Remember, that's the defending race winner, Team RSO. Yes, they were working with Team Hoisingveld, but Niels Carstensen, Niels Lorenz, Leonard Hartenberg, and Manuel Weibel drove the GT4 to a victory last time by. There's a look at Josh Rogers. We haven't seen him all race so far.
Yeah, that's when you know you're doing your job perfectly, if you're leading the race and you get no camera time. That is for sure. That is well remembered, Arjuna. Of course, Team RSO, the defending GT4 champions. A very good point indeed. So, just coming up for about an hour and a half into the race, Joshua Rogers has opened up an enormous, in the context of this race, an enormous gap. 13.8 seconds by really being the only driver who's able to dip consistently just under the 8-minute barrier, and proving that Porsche 911 GT3R is a fast piece of kit in this race, and driving it beautifully, coming through Stefan Beloff S. Of course, this car, the defending champion of the real-life Nürburgring 24-hour, one of the best race finishes I think I've ever seen, with Kevin Escht, Michael Christensen and Matteo Cairoli winning the race for Manthey, a record 7th victory for Manthey Racing. And the thing is, Arjuna, it's funny, Manthey Racing, the most successful ever team, but poor old Olaf Manthey, despite being the most successful NLS driver in history, 30 overall wins, he never won the 24-hour race as a driver.
It's fickle.
I wonder if that irks him.
Yeah, well, I have no doubt it does. But this is a fickle race, right? It's a fickle race track, and 24 hours here, when you throw, 200 cars basically onto the track, it becomes so difficult. And we have 4 classes here, but in the real world, you have so many more. It's so much more difficult to judge your way through traffic, and I think it's such a different challenge to even, for example, an IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race now, where you've got the LMP2s, you've got the DPIs, the LMP3s, and then your GTDs. You've got 4 classes there, and even though it's so frenetic, and even when you go to some of the tougher racetracks, just this is so different. So many parts of this track are single line. The Hadsenbach, for example, you're not getting past there. Just one of the 170 corners to bring up into your minds. But I'm saving away the pennies. I would love it one day to try, maybe not the 24, but an NLS race here. Sounds like a dream.
Oh, that or the M3 Touring, Arjuna.
Oh, that too. Just both. I don't want to just drive the Nordschleife though. I want to race the Nordschleife because there's two. Like you go for a tourist day, you got to be careful. You still got to be careful when you're racing there, and you got to be mindful that when you crash, you are going to be liable for the Armco repairs. But I want to do it. I want to experience this.
Yeah, maybe we could get a seat in a Dacia Logan. I think that would be the cool car to do it in,
or
the
Opel
Foxtail Manta.
There we go.
There you go, snap. Yeah. Now there's the GP circuit that we're on right now with Joshua Rogers is negotiating at the moment. The GP circuit was opened in the early 80s, and they actually, as part of the opening ceremony, they had rally Opel Mantas doing a drift show to open the GP circuit.
I believe they do some rally here as well, although I think they do it in reverse to at least make it a little bit more difficult for the drivers.
Or like a single venue rally. They were using the car park and the access roads. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, there's just so much that goes on here. Didn't they do rallycross at one point here as well? Now, I'm not, again, not the Nordschleife, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did it quite recently, actually. It was freezing, apparently. I have from Neil Cole, who works on the Rallycross Championship. He said yes, it was rather cold at the Nürburgring Rallycross meeting as well. The Rallycross cars are in the Nordschleife now. That I would pay a ticket to see that as well. So at the front of the field, well, it's got a good start to the race for the Majors Garage team, or run by Full Send Racing in the TCR category, as they come into Nathan Ames brings that car in. Konstantin Stolzenberg brings that car in from the lead of the race, and Nathan Ames for Impulse Racing as well. So the TCR cars just completing 10 laps of the race. So all kind of on. That's about on par with what we would think. Arjuna, do we think?
Yeah, I think 90 minutes. We are seeing some full services, I believe, from many of the teams. So it looks like 4 tires rather than the 2 rears that maybe I thought they might risk. Maybe that will change during the night. It is a long stint if you stay out there. 3 hours, I know a lot of the diehards will say 3 hours in the Nordschleife, it's no problem. But sometimes you just got to balance in a long race like this how fatigued that you want your drivers to end up after they get out of the car. You don't want them, Peter, to really be crying for a break. That's the thing. So 90 minutes might just help the balance and get them through the opening stages a little bit better. But I do think through the night you might see some 3-hour stints as the norm for them.
I completely agree with you. I think if you can get away with, scheduling-wise, get away with just 90-minute runs, you're going to have an advantage, I think, because in that last half an hour of a 3-hour stint, your pace inevitably will drop off, and the thing is, here at Nordschleife, you can make a mistake and you're in the wall, and you don't. It's weird. You've made the mistake. You're in the wall. The car's stopped. You go, what happened? What just happened? Because you're either so tired or so fatigued or whatever, you've just that tiny blip in concentration. You hit a curb and whack, you're in the wall, game over. Those are the sort of mistakes that are just generally more prevalent, could we say, in the last in when you're heading to these kind of 3-hour stints or more. Unless you're William Chadwick, then his 3 hours is just a warm up for him.
Yeah, well, I now, every time I'm talking about monster stints, I refer back to Daytona, where we saw, it's a very different sort of a challenge. I know you can relax a little bit more at Daytona than you can here, but Go Vanchini did a 10-hour stint to start off the race. It was monstrous, and he was not just, there to make the numbers up. He was fighting for the lead of the race, so can see some monster stints. I've done the 4-hour, NLS/VLN style races solo here before. Only issue I've had is here comes Josh Rogers again. Only time we're going to see him today is when he's working his way through traffic. But the only issue I had with that 4-hour race was needing to use the bathroom before that final hour. And fortunately, it was a full-service pit stop, and I can't tell you how quickly I jumped out of my rig, ran to the bathroom, tried to get my hands as dry as possible after washing them before leaping back into the rig just in time to roll off a pit lane. It's stressful.
That's quite impressive, actually, to do that quickly. I can't say I've got that same ability. I do know that a good friend and friend of the show, could we say, from Team Porsche Sport, Ryan Parkins, his Indy 500 trick is male nappies.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't want to get in trouble for what I'm about to say, but Lewis McLeod is going to tell this story later today. I'm going to steal it from him, and I'll give him full credit. It is his story, it's not my story, but I love it. I love this story. So Oscar Hardwick is one of Lewis's good friends, and he does a certain race in France, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And that's, got at least the Mulsanne, right, where it's long straight. So you'd think that, maybe it's an opportunity while you're driving to relieve yourself into a bottle. But unfortunately, as he was working himself down the Mulsanne, he took both hands off the wheel to find the bottle. And in doing so, left control of the car up to the, hands of the gods. And the gods decided you're going to hit a bump, you're going to run yourself into the wall. Race ended just like that. So Oscar Hardwick learned the hard way not to how close you can really push it.
I almost feel like we're slightly guilty. We're having this conversation before dark.
Yes,
this is normally an after dark
exactly.
conversation.
Oh, I agree. We won't go down into the rabbit hole. Last time I brought this story up, where we then started talking about catheters for sim racing.
Oh God. Okay. God. Let's park that one, shall
Take
we?
a sharp left turn away from it.
Yeah, let's take a sharp left into Porsche Cup Avenue, and look at this superb battle and the on track coming through Adner Force now, with Diego Pinto for Team Redline leading the way, with Valtteri Alander right on his engine cover as well, and Andrew Cal right there too. Now, is this a problem for Manatee? Or is it, no, I think it's the SimRC. Aston Martin, does it stay out the wall? No, it doesn't. Oh. Now, did that car get a bit of a help with the RHG Porsche coming through, I wonder?
I think it did, and maybe we'll get a better look on board here. You won't see how close they were, but yeah, you just see the contact, not much you can do, and in towards YouTube corner, as it shall forever forth be known. It's so easy. It's like ice there to lose it by yourself. That was not lost by himself. That was definite contact.
Yeah, also known as Brunchen, and that's where a lot of the partying goes on at the Nürburgring 24. But
look at the steering damage.
Yeah, huge. That's really unlucky, because the SimRC Hayden Burns there gave he was right up over the curb, giving actually almost too much room there. In you could argue, trying to get to his best to allow the RHG Porsche safe passage. And RHG Porsche, I didn't see which one, if it was the 88 or the 888, but Arjun, could you argue that maybe the Porsche there was just being a bit greedy after being given plenty room to make it through safe?
I think they got the assistance of the valuable bit of air as well. Let's not dilly-daddle around. It definitely looked like they had some technical gremlins going on between the two of them.
Digital aero wake, you mean?
Yes, there we go. I love it. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I don't think either car is fully to blame, but I think if you're SimRC, you're definitely feeling a bit unlucky there, especially that RHG had already cleared off, a decent amount to Redline Red, for example. They maybe could have backed out a little bit more and given a bit more space. All it's done is really left them in the clutches of BMW Bank. I think that maybe Hayden Burns will be on the blower saying, you could have been a bit more patient with me.
Yeah, I think I would agree there on that one. Hard to see how, for Hayden Burns, hard to see how he would think it was his fault. That's for sure. But I think that would be one way to sum it up. Now, great knowledge here from Dominic Engel. Hello, Dominic. Nice to hear from you. Rally Coln Arvailer uses the Nordschleife in reverse as one of the stages, like you mentioned, Arjuna. Entry is just after or before Galgenkopf, and the race, that's the corner going on to the Dottinger Hole, goes in the reverse direction, then all the way back round to Bilstein Bridge. So basically, the only part it doesn't use is the Dottinger Hole. But in reverse direction, what a rally state. Imagine that in a Rally 2 car. Oh!
I know you've been enjoying some of the European Rally Championship. I want to see one of those new, what are we calling them, WRC 1?
Rally 1.
Rally 1, yeah. Massive aero, just insane speeds. I've driven a Fiesta, the rallycross car that we've got on the sim here, once or twice before, but I think that's a totally different kettle of fish. That sounds insane.
Yeah, and when that turbo boost, it's out the slow corners when the hybrid boost kicks in. you can actually see it it just catapult the car forward. But yeah, Rally 2 Skoda Fabia for me, that would be, yeah, that's what I tell you what, you do the NLS Arjuna, and then I'll do the Rally R-Failer in a Skoda Fabia.
There we go.
Rally 2. There we go. We've all decided it.
Now
Our Christmas list is now written.
It? Yeah, who's paying for it?
Yes. Good point. Powered by VCO. No.
There we go, Florian. Well, quickly, let's talk about some of the new stuff that VCO has got going on, Peter, because I'm loving it. We got, Esports Racing League, 3 different platforms, challenging drivers to be adaptable. It harkens back to the old age of racing where you'd have someone do some Formula 1, then do some IndyCar, really mix things up, whereas now we're in a hyper-specialized world. Team Redline proving their worth as well. But most recently, got to announce this past Wednesday, VCO Send It, a print magazine for esports racing. Oh, it sounds wonderful, and I'm part of it. I'm just so happy.
Yeah, you've been scribbling away for that magazine. What was the article about, Arjuna?
What is the biggest race in sim racing?
Oh, and did you dare give an opinion on that?
I did. I won't spoil the surprise. I'll say I considered 3 races. I explored what big can mean, because I think big has different connotations depending on how you look at it, right? So I looked at it from a couple different perspectives, talked to those around the community as well. It's on the cover. I'm a bit shocked because it's the first time I've written anything in the 6 years since I graduated college. And yeah, I don't think it's my best writing, but hopefully I get to do some more and I'll get better from here.
I think if they put it on the cover, that's a pretty good sign, I would say. Very good. Well, looking forward to seeing that coming out. I do like a print magazine.
Right.
I've got an app and stuff like that, but there's nothing beats the feeling of a print magazine in your hand.
Agreed.
Likewise, a book over a Kindle.
Oh, I agree too. Very much agree with both of that. Other articles that will be featured in VCO Send It include a feature on Roman Grosjean, as well as the full story of Jimmy the Shed Broadbent, as I think he's now become known. So plenty of interesting features. You can learn more about it on the VCO social media. Something else that they're doing today, if you're watching on our YouTube, head on over to VCO Twitch. If you're watching on RaceSpot YouTube, you're listening on RSL, go to the VCO Twitch. They're giving out, courtesy of iRacing, $50 credits to 5 lucky people who are watching on VCO Twitch. So a good way to maybe buy a bit more context as pass for your TCR lead.
Oh, as we've got a bit of a guddle going on here, forgive me to use a Scottish word there, a bit of a muddle, basically it's muddled but with a G. The Porsche Cup cars trying to make their way through the plethora of TCR machinery, and also throw in a Porsche GT3R for Team RSO in the mix there as well, as it looks like the Full Send Racing Ventures garage car of Naveed Hussain has been able to survive that one the best, that little phase of traffic management. Naveed Hussain leading from Chris Shorter and Alex Neller. So Alex Neller, one of the only leading drivers to go for the double stint here, interestingly. That's
youth, isn't that? Surely that's just the youth.
Youth and exuberance. Yep.
Yeah. No, Chris Short, I talked about Impulse and their international lineup, right? Great Britain driver stepping out, in comes a South African. That's what sim racing is all about, right? People around the globe coming together and being able to work with one another. I say this with the big teams. Yes, they've got so many resources, and maybe Impulse isn't the biggest of them that you'd know, but something else that's so important is finding the right fit, because you spend so much more time. There's exponentially more practice that goes on here in sim racing compared to in the real world, that you really need to find a family, a group that you're comfortable with, and that's why you'll go across the world. You'll see, for example, Team Hoistingfeld, mainly Germans. In fact, I think only German-speaking drivers, but other teams very much branching out and welcoming people in from across the globe.
Now, Luca number 56 reminds you, Arjuna, says, don't forget about VCO Infinity. What is that?
Oh, yes. Oh, I completely too busy talking about the Send It and how excited I am to be a part of that. But VCO Infinity, 24-hour races, Peter, right? When they started, it was initially more about machine versus the clock. Which car was going to survive? Well, even in the real world right now, for the most part, Toyota maybe doesn't want to hear this, but cars are pretty reliable. Almost bulletproof, you'd say. So let's mix it up. It's sprint racing in the real world, 24 one-hour sprints. Why don't we do the same here in sim racing? 24 hours of racing, but 24 individual 45-minute races. 5 cars, 5 tracks. We'll mix them up and we'll throw ourselves across the world, across different disciplines of motorsports as well. And teams are allowed to bring 5 drivers, however they want to divide them up, to challenge themselves. That's a really unique way. 24 race starts, 24 race finishes. It's a good thing that we're going to have a few more commentators on that one, because I think we'd all just, even John Hindorf would lose his voice.
Even our dear John would, yes, and that's saying something. He's a man of iron will and stamina. That is for certain. Well, you're watching the 2022 iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour, powered by VCO, live here on RaceSpotTV, the VCO Twitch channel, and in audio as well on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. So if you need to duck away from the screen, if you've got to go and do the shopping or get out in the car or whatever, take us with you on your mobile device. Go onto the website and open up RS1 Radio Show Limited website. Just pop it into your search engine and it will pop up, and you can listen to myself, Peter Mackay, and Arjuna Kankipati. But the action does not stop. We have it completely uninterrupted. We will be handing over to the RaceSpotTV commentary team in just a couple of hours' time. And Arjuna, who do we have gracing the airwaves following on from us?
We got a smorgasbord of people. Will Vincent, Justin Prince for a couple of hours. Then Stefan Schlacker will take over the reins from Justin. Stay with Will Vincent, Lewis McLeod, Zach Sweeney before RaceSpot hands back over to the Radio Show Limited team. I'll be joined by Nick Damon for a 4-hour block, then Justin Prince, Taylor Burris for a couple of hours, Lewis McLeod, Cam Rogers for a couple more hours after that, and then you and Nick Damon to the end. Sounds like a party.
That is, I'm amazed you remember all the slots as well. Very good. Well, there you go. That's do not miss a moment of this 2022 iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour in both sound and vision, flag to flag. The Porsche Cup cars, well, are they going to be like this, flag to flag? I wouldn't put it past them. Goodness.
I think
Diego Pinto for Team Redline leading the way.
I think the night will break them up a little bit, because I think this is close. But I think once the night drops, even though the lap times likely get a little bit faster, I think it becomes harder to maintain that level of consistency, right? You don't have the campfires on the side of the track that give you a little bit more lighting. You're basically carving a path through the green hell just with your headlights. I do think it will open up.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And I think it's going to be who blinks, who makes the mistake here as well. All these drivers, these 3 drivers here, they're kind of almost sizing each other up like heavyweight boxers, just landing the little jabs here and there. No one is blinking, no one is flinching just yet between Diego Pinto and the number 707 Porsche Cup of Valtteri Landa, Andrew Callan, the Logitech Altus Esports car. So they're they're just approaching the completion of the 2nd hour of their stints. So a little bit longer to go for these drivers. They can go just past the hour. They go about a lap longer than the GT3 cars, and that's where my wild prediction of definitely a top 10 overall, maybe even a top 5 overall, Arjuna, is that's those saved fuel stops. They've got a slightly bigger stint length on these cars.
True. No, they do. I don't know.
Will require attrition. I do agree
yes.
with you there, well, we had 4 cars go in the opening lap.
I would love to agree with you. I don't know if I see that as a realistic possibility. Now, what's happened to that Inertia Vendaval car? It's a GT3. Oh, I don't have a good feeling about this one. And listen to the crunch.
That is a big hit there for the Vendaval Aston Martin, and that will be huge wheel and suspension damage, I would imagine. Now, does he get a help from this GT3 car? Oh, it's inconclusive.
I think
was that another bit of digital aero wake? Perhaps?
Yeah, I think just the littlest smudge of it.
That hurts twice as much.
Yeah, and I think that's probably day done for Matti Kaidasoa, to be completely honest. I don't think that car is going to roll again. I think the damage that they've got and the amount of time it will take to fix it probably drops them out of the race. And they drop one by one. it just makes traffic over the course of the race a little bit easier longer term, right? Because there's less cars now on track. They'll be a little bit more spread out. 25 plus kilometers, you know, less than 50 cars. It does help overall, I think, for the overall traffic picture.
That's a real shame for that machine there. The Aston Martin for the Aston Martin Vantage, and they're already showing out of the session. Matti Kaudisoja in Erse Vendeval, so that's day done for them. That's an incredible pity, which arguably an avoidable incident there as well. Whoa! As the Team RSO GT3 car goes for a spin now.
Hold your brakes!
Oh, good lord!
He did get clipped, didn't he?
I think so. The German sim racing car, even if it didn't clip the German sim racing Porsche Cup car, it did send it for a spin. Let's get another look.
I think it's the Carbon Sim Sport car, actually, as the windshield wipers do go. Yeah, oh my. Oh, and then German sim racing loses it after the fact, so that's what happens there. A bit of a chain reaction.
Now that was the car I was thinking. Yeah, so I think it actually the German sim racing car, which is the leader of the group, does miss the Porsche, but it sends it into a kind of a tank slapper and then whacks against the wall. And that's the thing, is where if the yellow flag comes out, you do have to take it seriously, because it is not there by accident.
I think it was just so quick, though. I don't think he would have got much of a chance to react to it. It's just so unfortunate, right? And that's, again, one of the dangers about having so many cars here. You could have the faster car blow by, you think you're safe, then he makes a mistake, and around it goes. Let's point out that windshield wiper working. That's the future of iRacing. Rain. And at a track like this, imagine localized rain, which does happen. I think we're in for a really fascinating 2023, 24 hours of the Nürburgring, when that gets activated. How do these teams set up their cars? Oh, just so many questions yet to be answered.
I think it's the biggest change in, could we say, the history of iRacing?
Bigger than when day-night became a thing, bigger than when multicast, was added back in 2014, the end of 2014. Multi-team is what I'm trying to say, team racing. I think, by far, the biggest change that iRacing will have ever seen. Yeah,
and it's a huge step and another huge leap towards the blending even closer to the real world, and it will just put a whole new dimension of challenge into these races, particularly something like the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. I think, Arjuna, it will take quite some time for the user base at any level, even at the very top level, to actually change the mentality, because it's a completely new mentality. If you're on, for example, here at the Nürburgring is a perfect example, rain comes down, you're on slicks, you have to change your mentality entirely.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it's damage limitation, right? How can you survive? And that's something I think sim racers struggle with. I'll try not to rant about driving standards, but sim racers might be the most aggressive motorsport, clique that I've ever seen. I mean, a GT3 TCR racing in the real world is very elbows out, but it doesn't compare sometimes to multi-class interactions here. Someone dubbed LMP, prototypes, as "let me pass" classes. That's how bad it sometimes gets. So I knew that would get a chuckle from
genius. You. LMP, how have I never thought of that up today? LMP, let me pass. I'll never unthink that.
But it describes to a T how sometimes I think the GT cars, or even the TCRs, some of the crazier leagues, I guess, that do run that combination, feel when they see a prototype in their rear view mirrors.
I think there's quite a lot of that. I think that happens in the real world as well, to be quite honest, as well. Goodness me. Now we have our GT3 leader into pit lane, having not long set the fastest lap of the race, 7:57.4. Josh Rogers in the pit lane after 2 perfect 7-lap stints.
Now, will he jump out?
Well, he's done about 2 hours in the car, right on cue. And if the car goes quickly blinks, that means he is doing a driver change. Yep. So let's see who is going to back him now, taking on the driving duties.
Hyper Mac, who loves himself a good race. He's got some big shoes to fill, that's for sure.
I thought you were going to stop your sentence there for a second there, Arjuna. I thought that's an interesting. It's like, Matt Backham, he loves himself.
That he does too.
I thought, does he? Okay. I did notice the headlight flashing going on there, so maybe that's Matt giving us a little hello to our viewers here on RaceSpot TV. So, driver change there. I mean, going perfectly for Coanda SimSport. They're used to being the fastest car here. They were the fastest car throughout the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series. However, they were not championship contenders, just race execution not going their way. And yet another incident with the number 8 BMW in the GT3 category. Not going to be popular is Jelle Walters after this first couple of hours.
And that's the Sim3G, third place GT4 car. Now, Maniti is the big loser, the T3 Motorsport by Maniti number 3 car, in terms of having to back up the BMW for James Armstrong. Actually gets away with that one all right. But, yeah, I mean, I was just talking about traffic aggression, proving my point.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Well, we've got a load of GT3 runners into pit lane and some already exiting, so let's run through the driver changes. Pretty much driver changes all the way around the up and down the leaderboard. So Matt Backham is taking on the race-leading VRS Coanda SimSport Porsche. Leads at the moment with Przemysław Lemonek, the Polish driver. Superb driver is Przemysław. The number 88, he's in second. Bruno Spengler, real-world BMW factory driver, in third for the Team BMW Bank car. Luke Bennett has taken on the BMW Team Redline car. Interestingly, Florian Lebigre is going for a treble. Wow, okay. Well, Florian Lebigre, wowee.
He's not going for a triple. He'll go for a quadruple at the very least, because we expect double stints, right, with the tyres in these cars. So that's a VLN-style race length for him. Also, Bruno Spengler must have happy memories when he comes to the Nürburgring, not because of the result last year here in the iRacing race, but because his son was born midway or right before the start of this race. And so the BS competition guys very, nicely asked us, can we give you a new paint midway through the race so we can celebrate with Bruno? And of course, we're not going to say no. BS competition shouting loudly that their man Spengler has another family member joining him on this ride.
I think that's a lovely thing, making Bruno feel at home. And he's done a lot of racing with Team BMW Bank. He's been one of the real top regular full-time real-world drivers who has really committed to the sim on a consistent basis. You see some drivers coming in and out, but Bruno Spengler, arguably along with Max Verstappen, when you think Max Verstappen's schedule, how he fits any sim racing in, I have no idea. But Bruno, yeah, he's definitely one of the most prominent figures from the real world or the outdoor world of motorsport in the virtual sphere. So Florian Lebigre becoming the new William Chadwick, Ironman Lebigre in fifth. Alexei Nezov has taken over the Urano Mercedes from Sam Koiter. Ati Koppanen is on board the Williams Mercedes. That sounds familiar, Williams Mercedes, that's a link that we know. Jonathan Poulet in the Valkyrie competition machine. Lewis Nazar for Walkenhorst has taken over from Sami Mati-Trogan, and Stanley Deslandes for Pure Sims takes over that machine. So driver changes all around in GT3.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good time. Get that opening driver out. They're cycling through traffic in some of these classes, GT4 for example, for the first time. So a good chance for the new driver to get up to speed pretty quickly and figure out what traffic's like, what the track conditions are as we get to just about 2 hours done in this 24-hour race. It's a sunset. You can see it's getting darker, and it's almost 6:15 here in our virtual Nordschleife. Again, because it's somewhat in the summer, we are going to have a lot more sunrise running than nighttime running. Kind of flip-flop to the last 24-hour race in iRacing. Daytona at the start of the year, of course, always has more nighttime conditions than daytime.
Yeah, and tell you what, when it gets dark here at the Nürburgring, oh my word, do you need to know the circuit. You almost, at that point, you're driving the circuit on muscle memory rather than anything else. That's where the practice laps, the endless practice laps, really come in at this circuit. Whereas at Daytona, of course, like you say, it's almost fully lit nowadays. There's between the actual floodlights and the circuit, but also the fairground, etc. There's plenty of illumination. Great to see so many of you watching here on RaceSpotTV and indeed listening on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Hello to Millie Tide Panda, of course, supporting her beloved Manatee Racing, as always. Now, interestingly, Arjuna, Anonymous12 says he's wondering what the lap times are for each class. Would you be able to run us through the fastest lap times in each class where we stand at the moment?
Yeah, and I think Timing 71, racespot.wtf/endurance will help you track lap time per lap time running for these cars. So if you want a bit more of a granular look, head over there. But about 757 in the mid 757s for VRS Coanda, the fastest of your GT3 runners. That was Rogers who did that lap. In your Porsche Cup class, now the fastest recorded lap time is a 8:13.8, so about 15 seconds slower than the GT3s. That was Altus Esports and Andrew Carl behind the wheel there. Then in your GT4s, about a good 20-odd seconds slower than the 992 class, where we currently see the Mahler Racing team with the 8:39.159 being the fastest in class, and TCR only a couple of dips below that magic 9-second barrier, but the quickest of all is Impulse in their 2:33. Chris Shorter has taken over that car, fastest lap in class, so about a minute separation between the GT3s and the TCRs, Peter.
You're watching the 2022 iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour powered by VCO live here on RaceSpotTV and live on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and another racing hour starts right now. So at the top of the field then in GT3, it's Mac Backham for VRS Coanda Simsports. RAG Esports sit in second at the moment with Premislav Lemonek on board. Team BMW Bank are third, with BMW Team Redline Red in fourth. Then it's RAG Esports, Florian Lebiger in what we think is a quadruple stint. He's on his third run at the moment, and with a double stint tyre strategy seeming prominent, looks like we're going to see him go for a quadruple stint at the Nordschleife. What a man. Alexei Nezov sits in sixth position at the moment for Mercedes AMG Team Urano, with right on his tail Aita Koipanen for Williams Mercedes in seventh. Eighth position is Jonathan Poulet for Valkyrie Competition by Pelea, and it's Louis Nazar for Walkenhorst Williams Esports in ninth. And finally, rounding out the top 10 is Stanley Deslandes for Pure Sims Esports. Arjuna, how are we looking in the Porsche Cup category at this moment in time?
I've been looking at a great battle between the three that have run away at the front of the field. Redline have led the majority of this race, but Kova have kept them honest, so have Altus Esports in their orange and blue from the land down under. The Apex Racing Academy 199 car has showed glimpses of place, but is about 23 odd seconds behind this battle for the lead, with 8 seconds margin back to Pure Sims in the 916, where currently Braden Werner, who has won plenty of races at the Nordschleife in a cup car, running in that fifth position. Dennis Aras Fabry is now controlling the 200 Asher Racing machine. They're running in sixth, about 9 seconds behind the 916, while Carbon Simsport might have a bit of damage for Jacob Majewski's number 6, but they're holding on pretty nicely in that fight with the likes of the Impulse 215, where we see Pascal Costa behind the wheel. German Sim Racing have some damage after coming across the Team RSO GT3 car down in towards Wipperman, but Lucas Lippert still putting in some decent lap times and nursing that 11. He rounds through the top 9, and in 10th it is Zenith Esports. Let's have a look, Peter, at the GT4s.
Yeah, in the GT4 category, this has really been the most exciting battle throughout the field, and it's still raging on with Mahler Racing Team. Well, they hold the lead with their Aston Martin by, about the length of an HP pencil from Urano Esports in their BMW M4 as they head into the Tiergarten right now. Absolutely nose to tail. About 13 seconds further back down the order is James Armstrong for Sim 3D Sport Predator. Then it's the pair of T3 Motorsport by Maniti BMWs, Tristan Iglesias and Ronnie Nunez. Then it's the Super Swede Carl Janssen, who at the moment is sitting in 6th place as our GT4 leaders come into pit lane, so I'll need to be quick with this one. William Chadwick's in 7th for Team Fordzilla, Niels Carstensen for Team RSO in 8th, Then it's Christian Kindler for Simsa Esports, and then Delta Sport in 12th position at the moment. And so, Arjuna, what about the TCRs? Very tight there too.
Yeah, it's been some good racing here for sure. Taking a look at your leader, one of the Majors Garage FSR cars, the 185 lead. Now, traffic has very much broken this train up. At one point, it was a 5+ car breakaway for the lead, but through the pit stops, through the traffic, Navita Sane leads his teammate Alex Neller by 3.5 odd seconds. Then only within drafting range, 9/10 back to the Impulse 233 with the fastest car in class, fastest lap time in class, where Chris Shorter is behind the wheel. Team Hoisingfeld run then in 4th position as they look to go back-to-back after winning in 2021. Still plenty of time to go in this race, of course. Pro Drive, Simona Medica sits in 5th with the Wizards team. Looking for a bit more magic in that 17 and 6. T3 Motorsports is 19. Is in 7th with the Marshmallow Racing, the best of the non-Hyundais. In fact, might also be the only Audi running in our class here today. Protocharge SimSport and Sim3D in the 21 through the top 10 in TCRs.
Thank you, Arjuna. So that's your rundown then, your hourly update here. We're just gone 2 hours into this race. 21 hours and 54 minutes to go here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And, well, Porsche Cup category 1, 2 and 3, as quick as you can say it. Diego Pinto from the 707 Kova car of Valtteri Alander. And then it's Andrew Carl right there in 3rd position in the Logitech Altus Esports Porsche Cup category. Absolutely nothing to separate these top 3 cars in Porsche Cup at the moment. We've had a lot of driver changes in that sequence of pit stops there for the GT4. Just their 2nd pit stop just after the close of the 2nd hour. Niels Koch is now driving the Mala Racing Aston Martin, with Sebastian Schmalenbach driving the Orano BMW, Dorian Tabachnik for Sim3D Sport Predator, then it's Tim Matske for Manatee, and then Maxime Marriott for Manatee Red. He punted me off in practice earlier this week. Sorry, I thought I would just get... I thought...
Someone's
I'm pretty
still
sure
better.
I recognised that name, and I thought he's pretty good, and yeah, I was probably holding him up. Anyway, Maxim Ramstein for Corsim Racing. He's in 6th. Pablo Lopez has taken over the Team Fordzilla BMW from William Chadwick. Manuel Wabel for Team RSO, and then Fraser Williamson has got on board the SRC Mivano course GT4. So lots of driver changes in GT4. So a double stint strategy for most there.
007 on the side of Aston Martin does feel right. Couple of things to point out with Mala and Urano. Urano, Schmalenbach, team manager for that BMW and the entire entry, so he's not just, organizing things behind the scenes, but a fairly decent driver as well. Niels Koch, someone that we're a bit more familiar, seeing in a BMW with the BS competition team. Did you know he works for Mercedes? So represents Aston in today's race, usually seen in a BMW, but then his day job sees him work with Mercedes.
He's keeping his eye in every camp. That's very important. Very important to have a good intelligence network. That's apparently how Enzo Ferrari ran his business. He had sources in almost every car company, certainly in Italy and probably beyond that as well.
I'm not shocked. We'll put it that way.
Have you read the book?
No, I have not yet, but I do want to.
I shall post you the copy, Arjuna. It's Brock Yates' book on Enzo Ferrari. You'll both love and hate him by the end of it. Put it that way.
I've watched the 100% accurate retelling of the story, Ford versus Ferrari, though I know everything there is to know about Enzo Ferrari and his interaction with the Ford Motor Company. Oh. That's Galgenkopf, isn't it? I think it is.
Yes, good spot. Yeah, Galgenkopf, one of the most important corners on the circuit to get that run out onto the Dottinger hole. Now, which car is that? I didn't pick the car number off it, and just understeers straight off, tried to carry too much speed, and bang, straight into the barrier.
It's the 4.
Oh dear.
So John Derrick, I guess, was behind the wheel of the Reich Energy Grid and Go edition. So maybe just not much practice from the team name.
Maybe. Needing some more Reich energy there, possibly. That's a pity. That is a pity. But back at the front in this stunning GT4 battle, it's closed up again. So Niels Koch for Mala Racing Team, with Sebastian Schmallenbach right on his case in the the Urano Esports BMW. These two cars have been in the front pack all the way through. Corson Racing have dropped back a bit, but they're not out of it. They're still well on the lead lap. They're still within touching distance. They're about at the moment, maybe about half a minute away at the moment from this leading pair. So still in the hunt, but no mistakes at the front here at all from Niels Koch in this Aston Martin, thundering its way down through the Niki Lauda links and then through one of the most important corners on the circuit, Bergwerk, because you need to get it just right to get this run up the Kesselchen, that endless power-sapping drag all the way up towards Moot Curve.
If you're in the draft here, you just feel like you're going faster. You look at the delta, how you're going, it's just like, where is all the speed coming? It's because you've got the hole in the air punched in front of you. It's so uphill that in some cars you'll stay in fifth rather than going up to sixth, just because even though it's so long, you don't have the rev range if you go up a gear and you grab that top gear. You could see Schmallenbach on the brakes. He doesn't want to pass. He's clearly thinking about a fuel game at this point, and I don't entirely blame him. These two cars have managed to clear themselves now 12 seconds away from that Sim3D Sport Predator machine. So I think it's smart if they don't waste time, they don't fight too hard, and they just look forward to try and run away.
Yeah, they're pretending to work together, but actually they're wishing nothing but misfortune to their opponents. But yes, at this stage, in a bizarre kind of paradox, they are actually working together, although they're trying to win the same motor race. One of these strange things of endurance motor racing. But yes, this is, if you're the Urano BMW in second position, right on the tailpipe of the 91 Mala Aston Martin, you're in the prime position, because you can let your rival do all of the hard work. And you know, the only thing is though, is that what do you do on the Dottinger hole, because they're so close to Arjuna, and you've got 3 kilometers of pure straight roads. Do you just soft throttle, or do you go by? That's the tricky one, because you being so close as they are, the Urano car has got to soft throttle a lot to not pass the Mala Aston.
I think that you save fuel at this point, as long as you're still pulling away. If necessary, you do an Indianapolis-style swap draft and you let the other car lead, because clearly they've both got plenty of speed. It's like, by no means is Schmallenbach being dropped through some of the twistier sections where maybe that Aston Martin does look a little bit more planted. So maybe it does, you give and go. You keep swapping back and forth. Might not be the worst thing in the world. Oh, love that shot. Over the jump at Flansgarden 1, all 4 tires off the ground. Got to make sure you're landing in a straight line, otherwise you are straight off into the kitty litter, you're straight off into trouble. And then in these GT4s, where the downforce is so limited compared to their big brothers, the GT3s, through the Stefan Belloff S's, you really are just sliding all over the shop.
Yeah, they are difficult cars to drive, the GT4, because they are actually not an enormous amount lighter than their road-going counterparts. I mean, the Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 is only about 100 kilos lighter than the road car that it's based on. And it's because there's only really just a little bit of stripping out, and that's about it. So yes, that weight is relative to the power is quite a lot to kind of hustle around. And yeah, somewhere like the Stefan Belloff S's, left, right, left, it's with no downforce, you really are asking a lot of the tyres through there as well. I tell you what though, if I was going to pick any of these cars for a couple of laps, I'd go the Porsche Cup car though, Arjuna. It's just got such a lovely feel to it. The iRacing software engineers have really nailed it with this new model.
I was not a fan of the... Well, okay, I'll correct myself. Wasn't a fan of the old Cup car at this track. I think at some other tracks it was really fun to drive. But this one is just... It's so hooked up, and it's such a visceral experience compared to a GT3 car. I've done many races in GT3 cars here, but it just doesn't compare. These cars are magnificent beasts, I tell you. And, you know, they have endurance racing capabilities where you can add ABS and some traction control, but stripped of them, it's so much fun. And I think that traffic's going to box out Redline, who will have to concede. Valtteri Alander takes the lead away from the 72 car in that 992 class.
Yeah, Valtteri and Alander to the front then in the Porsche Cup category as they go through a little bit of traffic there. That is Maxime Ramstein, the Dutchman in the Corsim Racing GT4 BMW, as just as they make that pass, the leading Porsche Cup cars come into pit lane. Now, is this when we're going to see the first driver changes in Porsche Cup, Arjuna? Certainly with our leaders, 2 hours and 15 minutes in the race, it would be a big ask to ask more.
Yeah, I think at this point you're probably looking at the driver change. Do remember Kova have a couple of drivers racing in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, so might have a bit of rotation. Alander wasn't going to be driving, of course. It will be Lasse Urainen taking over, who's a new recruit, by the way, to the team, and we'll talk more about him later. In your Redline Cup car, Gianni Vecchio is going to take over there. He's going to cut it close with his Super Cup responsibilities, and the man with the most fabulous name in all of sim racing, Simone Maria Marciano, behind the wheel of the Altus Esports number 12 now.
Yeah, he certainly sounds fast anyway, doesn't he? Simone Maria Marciano and Ty Simons for the Apex Racing Academy. They're having a really strong run in that 199 Porsche in the Cup category. So, and Gianni Vecchio, I mean, I bet he has nightmares about last year's 24-hour iRacing Nürburgring event.
We don't talk about that one. They don't talk about it.
Okay. Well, we can. And it was involved in an incident at turn 1. Car was damaged, and that was it. Game over from pole. It was tough to watch.
I tell you, this track is fickle. It will pick a winner at times. It's just as simple as that. And yeah, he'll be hoping for a better run today. I know that that Redline team, I think, is feeling invigorated given how the last couple of weeks have been going. We mentioned their success in the VCO Esports Racing League. Consistently on top in these 2021 special events as well. Last year in some of the IMSA sanctioned ones, the likes of Watkins Glen, they won all 3 of the classes that we had. So they're just going from strength to strength right now, and I have no doubt that leading in one class, they're in the fight in GT3s, even though Coanda seems to be by far the strongest in class. I think overall they'll be pretty happy with how this race has started.
Yeah, it's definitely on schedule, I would say, for Team Redline. I mean, a team with such pedigree, you know, one of the longest standing sim racing teams in the world. Over 20 years they've been going in one way or another. Originally drove titles like Grand Prix Legends, of course, and Toka 2. I had Toka 2 on my PlayStation. I enjoyed that. Winners of the first iRacing World Championship and winners of the first online F1 Championship as well. So they really have been here since the beginning.
And they're working on a facility in the Netherlands to try and bring the drivers closer together. It came in handy during the virtual Le Mans where Rudy Van Buren was racing from home. His wheel then failed, and so for the remaining hours that he had to do, he drove to the Netherlands, got acclimatized to the rig that Kevin Siggy had been using, and completed his drive time without too much more drama. I'll just share the names in that 992 Redline car, by the way. You've got Gianni Vecchio, Diogo Pinto, Christopher Dambeat, Alexander Thiebert, and Jeff Giassi. 5 drivers with World Championship experience. That is a strong lineup. Yeah,
Jeff Giassi. I mean, I saw someone in chat asking if we had any Brazilian drivers. Jeff is, of course, one of the Brazilian drivers, and a super driver indeed. In fact, has again a bit of real world experience in Porsche Cup cars as well in his native Brazil. And Jeff always he has a really how would I put this? His race shorts are very loud. They're like beach shorts. They're like bright yellow sort of colour. So he has his lucky race shorts for his racing.
Bringing the party to the race.
Oh yeah.
That real world experience that you speak of came through, you know, the virtual scene and his strength there. Porsche Brazil, after winning some of the national Porsche series in virtual racing, Porsche Brazil gave him a test session. From there, things then went to partnering up with one of the endurance races in the Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil with another driver. His practice before that was always on worn tires. He didn't understand what fresh rubber was really meant to feel like. So the first test session, he didn't feel like he was giving his all, giving the performance that he thought he merited with his pace. But from there, has just gone from strength to strength. And now is one more of those trailblazing on how sim racing can get you started in the real world. And also seems like a super nice guy. He used to race with the Apex Racing team, now with Team Redline. Plenty of experience. But you'll notice Gianni Vecchio has slipped again to the tail end of this field. Punching the hole in the air means they're doing some slightly longer pit stops, not long enough to lose the draft though.
Yeah, I think Gianni Vecchio will just be quite happy to sit there, and as long as you keep these, stay in the draft of the two leading cars, Logitech Altis and Kova, he can sit there quite comfortably and just pace himself through this stint or two. Would imagine we'll see him do a double stint, as has been the form. And such a good driver as Gianni Vecchio. I remember the Sebring 12-hour, the iRacing Sebring 12-hour last year, and Gianni Vecchio, the Porsche GT3 car really wasn't, sorry, GTLM car was just not really in the window performance-wise, and Gianni just dragged performance that no other driver could drag out of it in that race.
I think that described Gianni's frustration with Porsche in totality last year, where with their partnership with Porsche 24, they entered a bunch of Porsches for the special events and always seemed like they were on the back foot, except at Petit Le Mans, if I remember correctly. Watkins as well, of course, did go well for them. Here's a look at a replay at a pass for, I guess, third, and it looks like Luke Bennett getting down the inside of Bruno Spengler.
Yeah, nice move there from Luke Bennett in the Team Redline BMW. Bruno Spengler just gives them the room there and tucks in behind as the Porsche Cup train continues. I mean, 2 hours and 20 minutes into this race, and they have not left each other's bumper all the way through into Klostertal, hard on the brakes, down the gearbox, tucking it in nicely, and then up the hill towards the Caracciolo Carousel, named after Rudolf Caracciola, who won the first car race here at the Nürburgring in the 19th of June 1927. Can you imagine that? In a compressor Mercedes, and did so with only having to change his Continental tyres once.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Tyre bill a lot cheaper than what some of these teams are paying.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Although it wasn't cars that was the first race here, it was actually motorcycles. Yeah. 18th of June, they did that. Do you know that Klaus Abelin, who owns the Fricadelli racing team, who incidentally are running, they've actually switched to the Porsche Cup car this year from the full GT3 machine. They've sold that, but he actually started off racing the Nordschleife on motorbikes.
That sounds like a scary proposition.
It's a pretty sobering thought, isn't it?
Yeah, no, like the beauty of the sim is you can throw whatever you want at this track, right? It looks like down the Dottinger, Schmallenbach will take the lead from Niels Koch in the Mala Aston, so you'd expect that maybe they'll swap back and forth on these straights, but you can throw whatever car that you want here and see what it's like to experience. You can, courtesy of the Mercedes AMG Petronas Formula One team, you can experience the sheer terror that is a Formula One car around here, although the hybrid boost that it gives you not really mapped for a full lap here, so it does seem a little bit awkward. You can try an IndyCar, an LMP1, you can try and match that, 919 Evo, or whatever they call it, the Unleashed Beast that ran here and set a lap time record, although you're not going to get close to it, given that it had so much more battery capability and the ability to push the power through all four of its wheels. But
do you know, actually, I actually think with someone like a Josh Rogers or a Sebastian, yeah, because I love doing that. I mean, I've had the great privilege of interviewing Timo Barnhart, who set the lap, and we had it was a proper goosebump conversation, him describing what it was like to drive that car and what went into it. And, he didn't use the carousel. You couldn't use the carousel.
Right.
You had to go around, but he said, we did it as it was a great... we didn't do it to beat Stefan's record. We just did it to show what was possible. And I thought it gives a great modern interpretation to people of what Stefan did that day in 1983. But Timo was, when I was speaking to him about that, that's one of my favourite things to do, is to try and trying to run that record in the 919 on this track, on the Nordschleife, and I can get within about 15 seconds of it. So I think that, I think there's 15 seconds in my pace to somebody like a Rogers or a Job, probably even more than that, actually.
Josh needs something to do during the day, so we'll throw the gauntlet down.
There you go. There's the gauntlet. We've said it first. Let's see a 919 Nordschleife hybrid lap, and let's see how close we can get. Sorry, Timo, if it gets beaten.
Yeah, new race leader, by the way. Vecchio in the 992s took 2 for 1 down the Dottinger, rolls himself back to the front where he'll control the race from here, which is a good spot to be, even if he's going to get bumpered through turn 1 slightly by the Altus car, just because if anyone in front of you makes a mistake, you're on a one-way ticket to the pit lane, unfortunately. So I think it's a good call from Vecchio to try and at least be in control of his own fate. If there's a mistake, it will be his that will really cause a bit of a stack up there. 15 seconds. Yeah, I think Josh Rogers has the gauntlet. IndyCar, if you want to race an IndyCar around here, the official iRacing IndyCar Open Setup Series will be coming here in a couple of weeks' time. So if you haven't had enough of the Nordschleife, come and do a little bit more.
I'm going to have a go at that. That sounds fun. That sounds a lot of fun. I'll be there with my Dario Franchitti Cool Racing livery and Scottish helmet as well. I'll be the one at the back. So that's interesting there. You make that point. Gianni Vecchio thought he maybe would sit there in 3rd place and just sort of cruise and coast behind the Logitech Altus car and the Kova car. Doesn't look that way. Is Gianni Vecchio now going to try and land the punch here? Is he going to try and stretch the field? It's very difficult to do at this level, but if anybody can, Gianni can, and Simone Maria Marciano for Logitech Altus Esports trying to stay on the case, and they've very quickly dropped Lasse Jurinen for Kova, very quickly indeed. I don't think he's got a problem.
Traffic.
Pretty steady traffic, of course, yes.
Yeah, there was that little bit of TCR GT4 traffic that I think Urine, just careful, which I'm not complaining about, don't get us wrong, careful is good. I think that explains it now. Again, remember that it's an ex-Impulse driver that's joined, Lasse Urine, former Impulse racer. That Impulse 992 car sits in 7th, so a bit of a step forward up in the grid. He's lost the draft. He's got some work to do to try and close back to those front 2, but I think with traffic he'll get back up into line. So his first time driving the car as well. What a pressure-filled situation for him. First drive with a new team, first drive of a new car, and he's against someone like Gianni Vecchio as well.
Yeah, that's certainly thrown into the deep end as well, but that's where you really, you kind of sink or swim, don't you? But Simone Maria Marciano, hasn't let Vecchio get away, but that little piece of traffic there has definitely not played in the favour of Lasse Jurinen, and now that Jurinen doesn't have the draft, then this is where it's really potentially a problem. The gap already between them, 1.4 seconds. That's pretty much the draft broken now. Maybe get just a slither on the Dottinger hole, but nothing much really. You need to be kind of under a second to get anything really meaningful. So there's an opportunity here, and I would think that this could be a very quick lap here from Vecchio.
Look at that camera focusing on the iRacing logo in the ground. It's not there in the real world, but the graffiti is all stickered around the place. If we're going to get a new version of the Nürburgring and the Nordschleife, maybe we need some updated graffiti as well. He's dropped about almost 0.8 of a second since that bit of traffic. It's still fluctuating back and forth, but I think now the top 2 will wave goodbye to Jurinen, and for Valtteri Alander and the rest of the Kova team, they're in for an uphill battle to try and regain that group out front. I think now, if Gianni Vecchio sees an opportunity to drop Simone Maria Marciano, I think he'll do the same, and I think we might see him pull away. I'm not sure if Marciano has that same level of pace as Redline, given the level of comfort that Redline clearly have developed with the car.
Yeah, it's been such a top outfit, but this is opportunity. These iRacing special events, this is where new stars are born, and this is an opportunity here. If Simone Maria Marciano in 2nd place, in this Porsche Cup category can keep in touch with Gianni Vecchio, then that will certainly raise his stock value. What just made Arjuna and I simultaneously jump out of our seats was coming out of the uphill right-hander of ex-Muller. Marciano gets right up on the curb, massive big oversteer moment there, and could that be pivotal, Arjuna? That's given a couple of tenths of grace to Vecchio. This is his opportunity now.
Not enough yet, though, and I think, crucially, they're climbing up the hill in towards bravery now, I guess. I think it just helps out Marciano to close it up, back now down to 3 odd tenths of a second. I think the mistake saved a little bit there. It was close. You can run wide. It does camber off very slightly, so you're being pushed off into that grass and onto the curb, but that was good car control. It might have been an opportunity for Urainen if Vecchio had been able to gap Marciano a little bit to be brought at least into the draft of one car. I don't think he's going to get that opportunity. I'm going to segue over very randomly, by the way, because I've just seen the news on social media. Going back to IndyCar, of course, busy weekend at Long Beach. You've got IMSA, which is racing today, qualifying for tomorrow's Long Beach Grand Prix for the IndyCars. Jimmy Johnson, I think it's fair to say, last time in IndyCar, really his best performance by a country mile on the oval at the Texas Motor Speedway. Crashed in practice yesterday. He has broken his hand, and in a car without power steering on a very bumpy street circuit, he's going to be going out and driving. Full credit to Jimmy Johnson.
I thought he's meant to be retired. That's some guy. That shows you how much of a racer he is.
You win 7 championships, you want to go off and do a new challenge. It doesn't get more challenging than IndyCar, I'll tell you that. Yeah,
no argument there, that is for certain. He doesn't give up though, that's for sure. Well, you can get all the coverage for of the IMSA race on it. If you're in the UK, it's I think 10 o'clock at night in the UK. That'll be, 5 p.m. Eastern? There's a spin for one of our Porsche Cup cars there.
I think it's something like that.
Yeah, and it will be available on RS2, IMSA Radio, or go on to imsaradio.com. You can get both the audio and video feed for that, as that was the Porsche Cup car that spun there. It's a 746.
The NSH Racing Team, Max Humbert.
Yes. They've had a couple of problems so far. But the leaders in the Porsche Cup category heading up towards Schwalbenschwanz, as the Manatee Racing Team continue to march forward in the GT4 battle. They're now up into the podium positions. Tim Matska, this has been a super stint from the number 3, Tim Matska, for T3 Motorsport by Manatee, with Dorian Tabachnik having to just drop back into position, into 4th. But he's got a good run here coming down into turn 1 as well. Can Matska keep him at bay? Looks like he can. Very late on the brakes is Matska. I tell you what, Matska, as of a lot of the Manatee team, have got a lot of experience with these front-engine BMWs. Maybe not necessarily in these GT4 form, but Matska's driving beautifully so far.
Yeah, we came to know them, love them with the M8 GTE, the now retired M8 GTE, at least here on iRacing. Don't really see that in action anymore, but very different sort of a challenge. They've raced Lamborghinis, Audis, and GT3 as of late. Also done a couple of M4 entries, of course, as well. But you can see they're already out of the Dunlop hairpin were your race leaders. These two drivers about 11 odd seconds back as they try and close the gap. Last time around, they lost just over a second, 1.2, 1.3, somewhere in that kind of a range. So Big Tim's got a bit of a job on his hands now to try and close up. We're going to grab a look at something that happened to your Valkyrie GT3 car on the run down into Adnoff Forest. Just plenty of speed, and he gets on the curb, and that pushes him wide, and at least he doesn't run into the wall there.
Yeah, he kept it out of the wall well there. And I tell you what, don't be too disheartened, because Kevin Escht spun and hit the wall there in qualifying for the 2021 Nürburgring 24 hours, and if Kevin Escht can do it, anybody can.
Yeah, and talking of the real race, we haven't mentioned this, but of course this is much earlier compared to that race than it would usually be, right? Usually these races, these iRacing special events, 1 week before the real race, but because of just the crazy amount of events that iRacing runs nowadays, it's several weeks prior to the real race, but we're racing with the similar in-sim date, so it's very similar conditions to what it will be like in the real world.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic, that level of kind of simulation, and the track temperature really makes a difference. You know, the track temperature's been relatively under control today, kind of low 20s, At the moment, the moment 20.6, so it's dropped a little over the course of the race. Started off about 24 degrees Celsius. What difference does that make? Well, a nice cool track temperature really helps the tyres to grip, helps them be a little bit more durable. If it gets overly hot, it can be pretty greasy and pretty uncomfortable, and that's not what you want here at the Nordschleife. So it's a pretty overcast day in sim. You might think, well, it's virtual, how does that make a difference? Well, it's all simulated just like the real world would be, and those real world conditions, they behave in the same way on the sim as well. So nice bit of immersion there as well that the iRacing simulator puts in. It's currently 6:45 p.m. in sim time, so it won't be all that long, Arjuna, before the cover of darkness starts to descend.
Now,
a couple more hours yet?
Yeah, you'll jump off and you won't have to see any of the nighttime hours, where it becomes infinitesimally more difficult to try and pick apart which car is which. I'll go back to what I said earlier, right? In the community around this race in the real world is just something I want to experience. The campfires around the site, the singing. I've heard stories of drivers, Peter, where, you know, they hear the singing, they smell the sausages as well being cooked on the barbecues.
Yeah, there's something naughty about driving at night on the Nordschleife, racing at night, but all the better for it. Well, we've got one of our key protagonists in the GT4 battle, Carl Janssen, coming to join us in the commentary box. So, Arjuna, over to you with the Super Swede.
It is Carl Janssen, a multi-time Swedish sim racing champion. Carl, you got a copy with us?
Yep, hello.
So, I mean, let's start with the difficult part, which was the mistake that you made at the highest point of the track, just off into the grass and around it went. Is there any damage on the car?
Yeah, we have some damage, but it looks like we're fixing a lot of it during the pit stops. A lot of it is going away after we change the tires, so we don't actually have to take any extra damage repairs in the pits, I would say. So we're just letting it fix itself while we go.
You say that, but Maxime got onto the grass and had a bit of a twiggle there down the hill into Nordschleife, one of the slowest portions of the Nordschleife. Those opening 15, 20, 30 minutes, Carl, looked insane. The amount of draft that you guys had, and it was a long old train. How chaotic was it from your perspective?
It was a lot of fun, actually. I think the racing itself was very good from everyone. Everyone left space and went, and I don't think there was any contact anywhere either between cars. So it was quite hectic, the battling, but I mean it was very enjoyable battling because there was no stupid moves being pulled or anything like that. So the racing itself was really good there for the beginning, and yeah, it was just super enjoyable.
Let's talk about the car choices. No Porsche this year. Instead, it's the BMW and the Aston Martin. Why did you guys land on this BMW M4?
For us, it was just faster. I don't think there's a lot of difference between the two cars, to be honest. I think they have different parts of the track where it's faster and slower. So the gearing on the Aston is definitely worse up between Bergwerk and Muttkurve. So up there, the Aston struggles a lot to catch up, while the BMW keeps going. But then down the Döttinger, the Aston seems faster in a straight line. So yeah, it's a few different parts of the track where it's definitely better. I'd say the BMW is very quick in the Brinchen area and over Höacht. And the Aston has big advantage in the beginning of the lap. So it's a bit where it's faster and so on, but for us it was just faster, and the BMW felt a bit nicer as well.
Well, best of luck for the rest of the race, Carl. At the very least, your incident has not left a lasting impact on the rest of the race. Still looking to fight, and it's a long way to go. Best of luck.
Thanks.
That was good chat with Carl Janssen, and always good, Peter, to hear how they think the BOP is going, and to not hear too much moaning.
Always refreshing, yes. I think that was as usual with Carl, very eloquent explanation of where each car is superior. That's fantastic insight there, so thank you to Carl Janssen for coming to join us. And yeah, interestingly, the gearing of the cars, and of course with the GT4 car, again, usually using the road gearbox. You know, it's usually just the, you know, I know with the Porsche it's the PDK, with the BMW's DCT. So it's the same gearbox you get in the road car, and you therefore can't get in and play about with the ratios or anything like that. So it's interesting that even just the gearing makes a difference on that run up Kesselchen, that steep climb.
Yeah, and I'm now going to be watching out for some of the things that he said through the rest of this race and how it plays itself out with the slight temperature change as well. We're not talking about a big swing. It started, 24 degrees Celsius on the track. The coolest we're really realistically looking at getting is down to 18, but it might mean that the advantage gets exacerbated. The grip out of Bergwerk, the grip out of Galgenkopf, where Maxime Ramstein is rounding himself up to right now. It's going to help you get off the power and get off the corner a little bit nicer. And, well, Ramstein's right on the tail of Maxime Marriott in the second of that T3 Motorsport by Miniti BMWs.
Yeah, just on the recovery drive after what was just a tiny mistake from Carl Janssen, but they're fighting back well, are the Corsim Racing crew. But as the GT4 runners come down the Dottinger hole, absolutely glued together. I mean, at the front of the field, the gap continues to increase. Mac Backham taking over from Josh Rogers in the VRS Juan de Simsport Porsche. That gap now 25 seconds back to RHG Esports Porsche of Przemysław Lemonek.
And talking of gaps, Kova... Oh, in fact, all of the 992s have been held up with traffic, I think, because there's a almost 4-second difference between Vecchio and Marceno in the red line and Altus 992s, and now Urainen in the Kova 707 is a further 3 back, so that, wonderful 3-way fight for the lead in 992, well, it's fallen away, and now it's about pushing in the true endurance spirits, just running to a rhythm, running to a lap time, and seeing where it ends up after the next 21 odd hours.
Well, that is a huge development, isn't it? Because this trio have been glued together from pretty much from flag to now, from the green flag to now. So this is a big opportunity for Gianni Vecchio. These lap times now will be very important. They've just gone over the start-finish line. The gap is about 4.1 seconds. So let's see what it is when they come back around next time. This is a chance for Gianni Vecchio to lay down the first killer punch in this race, because there really you couldn't put a paper in between them throughout the whole race so far. So let's see how that one plays out.
And the difference in lap time was about 4 odd seconds between those two. I think just Vecchio was able to work through the traffic a little bit easier than Marceno or Urainen, and that's why it's really just blown up. They're starting to get into the TCRs, the GT4s a little bit more regularly now. They've got Fordzilla and Pablo Lopez up next. It's that traffic efficiency, and they did catch, I think, some of them at the tail end of the Nordschleife. It's a bit easier to deal with them here on the GP section, where track's a bit wider, a bit more flowing in terms of those opportunities to pass. Once you get to the Hadsenbach, for example, you can't really pass until you get yourself on the run down into Quiddelbacher Hoa and Flugplatz.
Yeah, that's the true Flugplatz as well. It's just, what an experience putting the car through there. And again, each car and each class of car is different the way it behaves through there. The Porsche Cup car, you're really on the edge of grip there. Let's see what Gianni Vecchio can do now. He's dispatched with Pablo Lopez there in the Fordzilla BMW, the Galician driver. I wonder if he's had his Galician pulpo for lunch today. One of my favourite dishes. Pulpo a gallega. So tasty. So tasty. It's octopus, if you didn't know them.
Do you remember? I haven't eaten yet, Peter. You're making me jealous.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. My apologies. So, it's very... Yeah, no. It's, no point describing it then, because it's good. Through Quiddelbacher Hoa now. Very narrow between the two walls there.
So I do have a question for you, Peter. Have you ever come to this 24 hours of the Nürburgring?
I've commentated on it before, but only from a remote studio. I'm hoping maybe it might get there this year, if not one of the NLS races later in the year. But I'm ashamed to say, not physically in person yet, but I've called a couple of Nürburgring races before.
Yeah, no, I want to come and see what the race, like I said, the atmosphere is about. I want to understand what the local delicacy is as well. What's the best spot to go and eat some food? Because I've heard some stories of, for example, Petit Le Mans, there are certain spots that you go and grab some food. I wonder what it's like around here, because I get the feeling it's just one long party on the sidelines. Here for Adna Forest, for example, I have no doubt that there's someone watching. You see those huts, what do you call them? Zamboni? No, it's not Zamboni. Zamboni's the ice rink cleaning thing. Gazebos. There we go. That's what the word I'm looking for. Nice little place to set up shop and watch a race.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it's and the good thing is with it being such a long circuit, you've got lots of different kind of viewing opportunities as well, and it's I've heard that the atmosphere is pretty legendary here, and of course it's been kind of curtailed a little bit over the last couple of years, but kind of back to normal now as one of the BMWs in Louis Nazar in the number 1 BMW
Now,
comes
is this
down
early?
Yes, it's very early. Yes, this is. I think this is 6 laps rather than 7, so very early. No, that's not quite correct, but yes, definitely a lap early, and there's quite a bit of damage on the front of that car.
Yeah. Now, what has happened?
Well, it's let's see how long this pit stop goes on for, but it's definitely a lap early, and at this level you can't really afford to give away any little edge, and that could come back to bite later on, but it looked like there's a bit more to the story than that, because that wasn't just curb damage, I don't think, on that car, unless it was historical damage that's happened at some other point in the race. Nevertheless, you can see there actually visibly coming up the Kesselchen, the Urano BMW pulling away from the Aston. That matches up exactly with what Carl Janssen told us. So just the gearing coming up the Kesselchen, long drag up the hill into that fast left-hander Moot curve, and just not able to stick with the muscle from Munich there.
Now, and that Walking Horse Williams car has rolled, so I think the fuel only stopped just maybe conceding already that it can't make it to the end without the splash and dash, and maybe trying to do something different on the strategy, maybe get an undercut. Not sure what the thinking is there, because surely that car is going to be quicker on a low fuel tank than on a full fuel tank. As traffic splits up Urano and Mala, I think Mala might just have lost the very edges of the draft. They're going to need a little bit of a good sector here as they sweep their way through the lefts and rights to close up, coming down onto the Dottinger Hoa.
Yeah, the Urano Esports BMW here making a bit of a breakaway almost. The gap is actually up to a second now, which is huge in the context of this GT4 battle. Niels Koch struggling just to hang on to Sebastian Schmalenbach. So if Sebastian can put together a kind of ace sector here, heading up through Bergwerk and then towards Ice Corner, Flanschgarten, etc., if he can put together a really good sequence of corners here, he could potentially start to break Niels Koch, and then we're looking at a different battle altogether.
Yeah, sun continues to set, temperature continues to drop. The grip goes higher though, the lap times do start to pick themselves up. The nighttime here, you will see some blistering lap times. It's just about how much have you learnt the track? How much have you committed to your memory? How much have your instincts been honed? How much are you willing to push it? If you're Josh Rogers, Mac Backham, Tommy Osgaard and Mitchell de Jong, you don't have to push again. They're 27-something seconds clear. That is just such a huge margin with not even 3 hours done in this race.
And one we're not used to seeing really at this level, but Coanda really are in the groove today. They've obviously got a good setup on that Porsche. Again, they've carried over that kind of pace from the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series. Now we're starting to see a little bit of the kind of games going on here with the GT4 leader Sebastian Schmalenbach just wiggling around a little bit on the Dottinger Hoe, trying to break the draft from Niels Koch, and the gap still hovering around a second. So this is Niels Koch's really got to push here to try and keep the draft, try and keep in touch with this Urano BMW.
And if that BMW is good through the twisty stuff at the end of the Nordschleife loop, it will be somewhat decent through the GP section as well, I would think. So into Tiergarten, it is good for that Mahler Racing Aston Martin that it's closed that gap very slightly now. Where is it across the line? About 7-8 tenths of a second. I think that's a good recovery from the 91 car to pull itself back in after the traffic split it up.
Yeah, very, very good eyes up driving there from Niels Koch as they head down into turn 1, heading just approaching the 3-hour mark here in this race. Nothing to separate these two GT4 machines. At the moment, they've got a gap of about 10 seconds back to Tim Matske, but Tim Matske lapping every bit as quick, in fact slightly quicker than these two leaders last time by, and it's been I think my stint of the day so far for Matske. He's really brought that car up the order.
Yeah, no, he really has. +4 from their qualifying spot. Hasn't been able to close the gap to these cars. Last time we mentioned that gap was about 11 seconds. Still is 11 seconds at this point in time. The lap times have equalized a bit more, though. It was a 2-second delta or something like that before Matske was able to get past the Sim 3D Sport number 9. And they're all in the 841s, low 841s right now, including that 9. So it's going to take a bit more, but you chip away at it. With this long in the race to go, you can't think that the race is done, and that's where, if you're new to endurance racing, it becomes difficult. That's what iRacing's so good at, right? The beauty of iRacing is its accessibility. You have people that maybe come from a stock car background who get fascinated by endurance racing. They may start with Daytona, they may dabble in endurance there. Then they see the special events. They'll go to Sebring. They'll go to Bathurst. Maybe they'll then try their hand at the Green Hell. I'm going to have to talk with Nick Damon. Is Nick actually racing today? Not sure if you know, Peter.
A good question. I don't know. Normally he does, but I think he's maybe been once bitten, twice shy with the Nürburgring. I think what was it when I watched back last year's broadcast, soul building, I think he referred to it as. So I'm not sure. Normally he has our RSL colleague Joe Bradley in the team, who's certainly good for keeping morale up as well.
But Joe is double booked with a Certain IMSA weekend, isn't he?
Is he in pit lane in Long Beach, is he?
I would hope so. I would assume so.
The man from, I don't know actually. I'm not sure. It's a long haul one. I really don't know actually.
At the very least, we get Shea Adam in pit lane. That's for sure.
Exactly. It's when you see it, they do make quite a pair. Shea and Joe. That's for sure. Joe's like the man from Del Monte. He's all over the place.
Onto pit road comes the VRS Coanda car again. So should be tires, no tires, excuse me, just fuel for that number 80, Mac Backham behind the wheel. We are seeing double stints so far. Will we see triples through the nights? That's really the thing that we're wondering right now. Not up on the jacks until the very end of the pit stop anyway. You can hear the pit alarm going off as Przemysław Lemonek leads in the 88 RAG and the BMW Team Redline cars as well. Busy time on pit lane for GT3.
The one thing we can be very, very glad of, Arjuna, is that we don't have to worry about Nürburgring minimum pit stop times and then maximum pit stop times, or the mandatory pit stop times when coming into the race. It's like a sliding scale. It's like trying to read a periodic table sometimes. It's luckily we don't have to worry about that in this race, as Matt Backham leaves pit lane in a cloud of flat 6 scream, and down into turn 1, all going very nice and smoothly for VRS Coanda Sim Sport at the moment. But who's going to win the race out of pit lane? There's a long gap back to the rest of the pack. Is there going to be any who the R8G team keep going as well? Przemysław Lemonek, no tyres. Likewise, Team BMW Redline Red. So the leading 3 cars not taking new tyres. They're going for a second stint on their tyres. I think that's what we should see pretty much all race long. I would be amazed if a team could make 3 work, Arjuna, but we've been surprised many times in the past.
Yeah, I do tend to agree. I think it's a big maybe. I think it's how much do you want to gamble. If you're Coanda, it's not worth the gamble, that's for sure. If you're Redline looking to go back-to-back, maybe it's worth one stint gambling and seeing how it goes. Once Night's dropped, I think that's the crucial thing. Night has to have dropped. The temperatures must be at their minimum. before you even think about that. And maybe you start going into full fuel conservation mode at the same time, right? You save fuel, you save the tires, you roll the car through the corner maybe a little bit more, and maybe not push the limit of grip too much. I think that's the algorithm that they very much will have to play in their minds.
Yeah, totally agree. I think you've got to commit to it. And the thing is, you've got to commit to it at the start of the triple stint. You've got to be doing it almost every corner. A little bit of fuel save here, a little bit of tyre save there. Every single corner of those whole 3 hours or so. As we listen to the rumble of the V8 Aston Martin Vantage going through Brideside and up towards Exmoula. It's the battle for 8th position, Team RSO and SRC Mivano course. Now the Mivano course machine has Fraser Williamson on board that
Fellow
car.
Scotsman.
A fellow Scotsman, yes. Fellow competitor in the SMRC Esports Championship.
Ah, okay. So you get
different ends of the grid, albeit. Yes.
Interesting to note as well, TCR, a bit of a change in strategy. Majors in the 185, pitting again. Konstantin Stolzenberg jumps back behind the wheel. But the 158 stays out. Chris Shorter in the Impulse 233 stays out, as well as Team Hoisingveld. Is the 185 on the back foot now when it comes to the fuel?
Yes, that's short of the kind of hour-and-a-half mark that you really, I think, need to be hitting if you want to compete for the TCR. If you need to take an extra pit stop, really that's just going to be too painful, I think, in a category as close as that. But Fraser Williamson still can't, back in the GT4s, can't seem to find a way past just yet from Manuel Webel for Team RSO as they float through the carousel. And I do remember, fine, going back to the SMRC Esports, Fraser Williamson, Gordy Much and Michael Weddle having the most incredible Skip Barber race in the Knockhill Scottish Motor Racing Club Esports Championship. In fact, Scottish Motor Racing Club back in the outdoor world tomorrow. Tomorrow for the first meeting of the year. Always can't wait to get back to the track at Knockhill. Cannot wait.
Bit of a mistake there from the 397 up through Hoacht, where it got a little bit compromised on the initial chicane before you reach the highest point of the Nordschleife. Remember that Weibel won this race 12 months ago. How things change over the course of an entire calendar year. They're now, running 7th and a good almost 45, 50 seconds off your race leader. Not where they'd want to be by any stretch of the imagination.
No, definitely not. I mean, it could be the switch of machinery, possibly. I mean, RSO were so experienced in the Porsche Cayman and maybe just not quite adapted to this Aston Martin just yet. I mean, it's a completely different car. Front-engined, turbocharged V8, whereas the Porsche, mid-engine, flat six. Completely different kettle of fish altogether in terms of setup, driving style, etc. So yeah, maybe just taking a little bit of time to adjust. As another spin for one of the BMWs. I think it might be coming to take a toll. Is it end up going the wrong way?
Oh, it's Adnar Forest. I was wondering. Yeah, you're just trying.
I was thinking you're going the wrong way.
Yeah.
Yes. He's wanting to do that rally stage we were talking about. That's the number 98 in 9th position, Jonathan Poulet for Valkyrie Competition. It's throwing me off because that's not their usual colour scheme. They're usually in a lovely blue colour. They're in a should we say factory or out of the factory colour scheme there.
Yeah, it's the iRacing default is what that one is. Let's grab a look at what happened to him. So it is down into the compression. Now up the hill, we've already seen, I think, this car go deep once. This time it's too fast in, and he's lucky not to beach it. He is lucky not to beach it on that curb right there, and then has to do the infinite point turn, forgets that he can turn the traction control off to spin it around a little bit quicker.
Yeah, it does well to keep it out the wall. You don't have many spins in 5th gear, or maybe 4th gear by that point. You don't have many spins at 4th, 5th gear and not hit the wall at the Nordschleife. So that, in a small way, is a win, having a spin at that speed and then keeping it out the wall. Just the run up towards adding our force from the foxhole. I mean, when you come through the proper compression at the foxhole, you're going as fast as you are at the end of the Dottinger hole. So you really are kicking on in 6th gear, and then you've got to try and get the car slowed down. I wonder, do you think maybe Arjuna there, he maybe came down the gearbox too quickly and locked the rear, possibly?
Possibly, but I don't think we saw something similar with George Simmons, right? But he was on the clutch. Downshift protection does exist. I think just maybe a little bit too hard. As, by the way, I think Team Fordzilla maybe are done for the day. Pablo Lopez has been in pit lane for a while. Fraser Williamson has come in somewhat early compared to the rest of the GT4s as well. So we talked about this with that 185 TCR car. We're talking about it now in GT4. Cars coming in a bit earlier than you'd expect.
Yeah, there's now just little bits of attrition starting to show now as the battle for 3rd place in GT4 continues rumbling on. Tim Matska still holding off Dorian Tabachnik for Sim 3D Sport Predator, both running the BMW M4 GT4 with the BMW M4 of Sebastian Schmalenbach leading Niels Koch's Aston Martin to the lead. There's still just 0.7 of a second between them at the moment. Still so tight at the front of GT4.
Yeah, no, it really is. Even though you got that separation between 2nd and 3rd, it does look as though all cars fairly equally matched. It was once that toe got broke that really the top two were able to get away. Getting word from Fordzilla, by the way, it was a technical issue for Pablo Lopez that dropped him out of the race. That car then had to take a tow back to pit lane, which is a lengthy tow. No matter where you are on the track, it does take a while for iRacing to get you back onto pit lane, and that's why Fordzilla are down and basically out for the count.
Yeah, that is a real pity. Like you say, when you take that tow, well, it just takes forever really on this track. It kind of thwarts any chance of victory at that point. But Matt Backham continues to hold, even after those round of pit stops, still holds a good advantage now, just up to 26.2 seconds from Przemysław Lemonek for RAG Esports. Here he is in 2nd position in the Porsche. So it's Porsche 1-2 at the moment. I have to say I wouldn't have predicted that midweek, but the balance of performance adjustment to the BMW, 15 kilograms added, which is an enormous amount actually, and 0.5% power reduction to that BMW. So that's definitely changed the order of things, that's for sure. Luke Bennett is only about 2 seconds back from Przemysław Lemonek's RAG Porsche in the first of the BMWs. Then it's another Porsche RAG of Florian Lebiger, and then Team BMW Bank, Bruno Spengler is 1.4 seconds behind Lebiger in 4th. So very tight up at the front, with the exception of our race leader, Matt Backham. Yeah,
absolutely. There's a look at the GT3 gaps. 2 retirements, Rainer Talvar in the BS competition car. It was an early issue for them through Tiergarten, where a little bit of contact, a little bit of shuffling, and then hard into the wall. Then we saw Team RSO, the 97, have an issue down through miss, and then got tagged by a 992 car. That sent it into the bin as well.
So running through then, Matt Backham, your leader then, from Lemonek, Bennett, Lebiger and Spengler, your top 5 at the moment in this race. Top 5, well, covered by 40 seconds, but top the second back to 5th, just 12 seconds. So it's pretty tight from when you look back from our leader, Matt Backham. Ati Koipunen from Mercedes-AMG Team Williams, he's in 6th, with Alexei Nezov in 7th for Urano Mercedes. Then it's Falkenhorst Esports in 8th, Louis Nazar, Jonathan Poulet in 9th for Valkyrie Competition, and Stanley Deslandes for Pure Sims Esports in GT3. Porsche Cup, Arjuna, still roaring on at the front there.
It's very much opened up though since the last hourly update, where Team Redline find Gianni Vecchio still in the lead, but now 4.5, almost 5 clear of Simona Maria Marcheno. The Altus car has got similar pace, but it's tense here, it's tense there. It runs through traffic that have allowed Vecchio to build up the buffer. On his debut in the car, on his debut for his new team, Lasse Urainen sits in 3rd for Kova in the 707, 10 full seconds, almost 11 full seconds back from Marcheno in second, so somewhat difficult, and being brought into the fight potentially for fourth, where Fils Simon in the 199 Apex Racing Academy car is showing the future in the 199 car, a program that has seen world champions arise from it as they work through some of the GT4 traffic. Pure Sims and Blair Mann sit in fifth with the 916, while Asher Racing and Dennis Aris Fabry are behind them in sixth. Impulse and Pascal Costa run their 215 in seventh, while Carbon Simsport through the carousel in their sixth. Have a bit of damage to that car through some of the incidents, but doesn't seem to be hampering them too much. Very much on the pace when it comes to the lap times. German Sim Racing had a big hit with the Team RSO GT3 car. They managed to get it knocked back into shape, at least for the time being. They're running ninth, while the final car inside the top 10 is the Zenith Esports number 5 machine. Just two cars other than that still out there and circulating. NSH in the 746 and the RSR by Butt Kicker car. The one retirement, the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC, that had an issue at Hoa Act in the opening stages of the race.
Yeah, such a pity for that Team 75 Bernard car to go out so early. Of course, team owner Timo Bernard, joint most successful driver ever at the 24 Hours of Nürburgring. 5 overall wins at this this great race, and of course the unofficial lap record holder, as we mentioned earlier, in the 919 Porsche Evo. In GT4, well, it's been an absolute corker. The leader at the moment is Sebastian Schmallenbach for Urano BMW, but just 1.1 seconds behind is Niels Koch for Mala Aston Martin. Then it's Tim Matska for T3 Motorsport by Manetti. They're about 11 seconds back from the leaders, but right behind Matska is Dorian Tabachnik from Sim 3D Sport Predator. Maxim Ramstein is 5th for Corsim Racing, with Maxime Marriott in 6th for T3 Motorsport by Manetti. Manuel Webel is 7th for Team RSO in their Aston Martin, followed by Tony Renown and Florian Kruger rounding out the top 10. Fraser Williamson sitting in 11th, but it's just taken a pit stop. And Pablo Lopez at the moment, is Pablo back on track? Yes, he is. So the Fordzilla BMW is back running again. Unfortunately, we have lost a few in GT4. John Derrick for Reich Energy out the race, as is Inertia Vanderbilt Aston Martin, and the Sim RC car as well of Hayden Burns, as our GT4 leaders very neatly come into pit lane. They waited for us to do our early update, which is very generous of them. Arjuna, TCRs before they do the same.
Yeah, well, I actually think they've just full finished their cycle, so it's a good time for us to talk about how things are playing themselves out. Konstantin Stolzenberg in the 185 leads for Full Send Racing, but they are now slightly off kilter with everyone else in comparison to when they came down pit lane, coming in earlier. Now, how will that work out when 24 hours are done? Well, you have to stay tuned here on Radio Show Limited and watching on VCO Esports and RaceSpotTV to find out. Impulse are up into second in the 233, while Team Hoisingfeld find themselves in third, with Patrick Kubinji behind the wheel as he looks to go back-to-back in the TCR class, moving from the Audi to the Hyundai Veloster. In fourth, a bit of magic has indeed played out for the Wizards team. They're up now into a hunt to fight for the podium, but they're in a battle with the Majors Garage Machine that had a long pit stop compared to everyone else. I think they may have got dinged for speeding on pit lane potentially, or there was some damage that we may have missed with Mikel Garcia behind the wheel of that 158 that was up in second position. ProDrive in sixth with their number 20, Mauro de Molnar, behind the wheel there. And then T3 by Manetti, the number 19, is 7th. Marshmallow Racing, the only Audi, down in 8th. Protocharge Simsport 9th. Then through the top 10, you have the Sim 3 Ghostbusters machine. One more running down in 11th, but 2 retirements, and the big one was the 116 Pure Sims. George Simmons blowing the engine down through turn 1, clutching in, trying to save some fuel, not realizing that he was going to override the downshift protection. As soon as he got off the clutch, the engine said no mass and exploded into a bunch of parts and puffs of smoke, and unfortunately that was a race-winning entry that fell by the wayside right there.
Yeah, and a big shock there for Pure Simmons to go out so early in the day. I'm sure George Simmons will be absolutely kicking himself. Well, you're watching the 2022 iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour powered by VCO live on RaceSpotTV and live on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And another racing hour starts right now. So, 20 hours and 51 minutes to go in this race. Arjuna, a summary of your thoughts of the race so far.
Coanda dominance, chaos in the other classes. I think that's as short as I can get it, but I think illustrates what we've seen so far, right? I mean, TCR, GT4, and even the 992 have all had 3 or more cars fighting for the lead in a big old pack. It's split up now, yes, but it took a couple of hours to get there, didn't it? I mean, what a start to the race it's really been. It's been so much fun.
It has. It's been a real pleasure. That is for sure. Now we must make this clear. Now we're on RS1. Arjuna, your debut with us here on RS1. Your voice has graced the airways before, but as part of the team.
It's fun. I'm enjoying this. Looking forward to Nick Damon as well. To be honest, Peter, I think you and I have worked together before, right? It feels like it's just a RaceSpot broadcast right now, so it doesn't feel too weird.
Absolutely, as familiar as it goes. This is about it. So yeah, this is as familiar as it's going to get. That's for sure. It's wonderful. Niels Koch has taken the lead again of GT4. Arjuna again. They're swapping back and forth. So
pit stops.
Schmallenbach is just. He had a lead of about a second, but Niels Koch has closed it down and passed again as they head up towards Schwedenkreuz, which is a really tricky corner in GT4 car. You can see them dabbing the brakes there. You would need to do that in a GT3. Depending on the downforce trim you're running, you can almost go flat through there in a GT3.
Now it was about 2 seconds quicker for Mahler in pit lane. Not 100% sure on the time in the box itself. I think this is where it's come around, and I wonder if the Aston Martin has slightly short-filled to try and close back. Remember, he was jumping out of that draft bubble. It is important to stay there, though, and maybe a slight compromise, a bit more fuel saving in the stint has kept him in the draft and in this front pack.
Yeah, quite possibly there. Niels Koch going on to his second stint, as is Sebastian Schmallenbach. So perhaps we'll see some driver changes at the end of this stint, but a little bit more time to go. We're now into, we're about just over 3 hours into this race, and at the front of the field it's Mac Backham who leads the way. That gap at the moment is just sort of hovering around 25 seconds now. Everyone kind of getting into their rhythm, and Primoslav Lemonek is not letting Backham add any more to that tally, but as top splits, top level competition goes, this is a pretty commanding lead at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, Roman Grosjean, when he first came into sim racing, partnered up with AAA to form this AAA. There we go. AAA's the supercar team, isn't it? AAA Esports to form this. Now, AAA has kind of disappeared, and I think very much absorbed by this R8G effort. They compete across other platforms. They've had some great races in the VCO Esports Racing League, for an example. So they've got a pretty talented driver lineup, including the Porsche Juniors, or the R8G Juniors, the likes of Quintin Violante, who qualified for your Porsche World Championship this year, and has shown some good pace as well. So looking to try and bring the fastest French drivers to the forefront of sim racing. And I must say, Romain seems like a wonderful guy. He seems so involved with everything that goes on behind the scenes. I'm looking forward to seeing what's left in the future for R8G, because they clearly have got the speed. Redline and Coanda are by far the biggest sim racing teams, no matter which platform that you're looking at. R8G might want to insert themselves into an equation that also includes maybe the likes of the Apex Racing team, maybe the Unicorns of Love. There's some pretty significant, strong teams that are now trying to challenge the might of Coanda and Redline.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see these how tough the competition is at the top, and the level of commitment required to succeed at that top level as well. I mean, later on, you've got the Porsche Mobile One. Sorry, that's a habit. Porsche Jaguar Esports Super Cup taking part. Oh dear! Now this is one of our front-running cars, the Full Send Racing. Now this car has had problems before. Mikel Garcia was going slow a few laps ago, and something is very bad has happened to Mikel Garcia and the 158 Majors Garage Hyundai. So, did he fall? Was he pushed?
That was Galgenkopf,
What is the issue
guess,
there?
right?
Yeah, which Galgenkopf front-wheel drive understeer equals wall.
Yeah,
is one potential equation.
It was the inside wall though, which is somewhat confusing to me. Now I don't know if he was mixed up with these cars battling. I'll grab a look here. So, he's gonna. Yeah, I think the left rear. Yeah, left rear. I think gets onto the. Oh, and that's a huge hit. That is a huge hit. And my word.
Oh. The number 17 Wizards team, well, having to use a little bit of magic to try and avoid, but not quite. Anton Shalov having to, go for a gap that, had no other choice and clipped off the barrier. May get away with just light damage, but no such thing for Mikel Garcia. That's a massive hit. Front on. Oh, dear. And front engine car, that could be a really, really long repair for Majors Garage FSR 158. But I say that, they've not gone into pit lane, bizarrely.
So the thing to remember is as well, these TCRs, they support the newer damage model on iRacing. So it's a little bit more... I love seeing it. It's beautiful. It looks great. The car deforms, body parts fall off, even the wheels fall off in a much more realistic way. However, because other cars do not have that newer damage model in this race, the TCRs revert back to the older damage model, which does, unfortunately, I'm trying to put this nicely, make them tanks. They can get away with a lot.
I mean, it's, the road-going versions of these cars must be pretty tank-like, I would think. A good trusty Hyundai. I mean, that was a fourth gear head-on into the wall. So yes, let's see how the lap time drops away, because even so, that's bound to reduce the performance of the car, surely.
Even if it's just an aerodynamic impact, right? These TCRs, you might not think that they're going to have big aero, but they'll have aero, especially when it comes to the straight lines, right? Where they really, so much straight here that a small knock in the wall might have a big, longer lasting impact. I will grab a look at another replay, by the way. I'm getting word of something that's happened with the Apex Academy car. Now, is that the Wizards? I think that's the Wizards.
Yes.
So that car gets pushed wide, and then, onto the grass for Thies Simon, and, how does he not hit the wall?
Oh, does a super job to keep it out the wall. Let's get a look then for the Apex Racing Academy car. Just has to get by it just at that last moment, and then I think it maybe just distracts a little bit. Yeah, coming up towards Vipperman, and that is just put off the Apex Racing Academy machine. I'm just going to see who's driving that car at the moment. It's Ty Simons. Just caught him out.
Yeah, you see the damage to the front right of that car now. We talked about maybe there being visual glitches in the damage that was being taken. There's no glitch there.
No, not in that case, no. Well, let's hope it doesn't halt their progress too much, because this 199 Apex Racing Academy car, they've really put on an impressive run so far.
Yeah, no, they have. And again, this is a program that we've seen develop world champions. It's as simple as that. You've had the likes of Sebastian Job come through this. More recently as well, the likes of Zach Campbell, now a feature race winner in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. That next generation's coming through. They relaunched that program earlier this year. I can't wait to see where it goes. It's not just them that's got a junior program, if you will. I mentioned R8G, but Coanda Junior as well. Oscar Bixford, now a full Coanda member, part of the World Championship as well. It's It's what you need, isn't it? It's fundamentally helping to bring forward that next generation, because you can get started quite young at top level competition, Peter, but often when you're young you need mental coaching, and I think that's more significant than going fast here in sim racing, is that mental development that comes with having more experienced heads to guide you through.
Yeah, I think in any form of competition in sport, if you've got that, if you've got that experience and that mentorship to draw upon, it's definitely worth it. That's for sure. I mean, you look at the Porsche Junior program. They are relying on either the senior Porsche factory drivers for advice, or indeed former senior Porsche factory drivers who have recently retired and are then put into kind of mentorship roles. I mean, Timo Bernhard, Sasha Masson particularly, you speak to a lot of the Porsche young drivers, they all mention the kind of mentorship they get from somebody like Sasha Masson, who of course had a lot of experience at the top level, and there's no reason why that wouldn't transfer over to the virtual world.
20 hours, 40 minutes to go. Now this is a battle where iRacing is going to try and get past that car. They think it's going to limp to the pit stop. I think that Apex Academy car will get some damage repairs in their next cycle through, but they've got to survive until then as the lighting changed pretty drastically. That's your sign that the track itself is getting closer and closer to sunset.
Yeah, we're just getting a little glimmer now as, side by side through Moot Curve there. Wow, well, they call it Bravery Corner for a reason, and that was brave from this pair, and this is getting brave to the point of overly risky, and that's the 199 Apex Racing Academy car trying to see off the number. Now, is that car a lap down? No, it's not. No, is that the 200 for iRacing right on the case of the 199 for Tice Simons, and not often you see two cars go side by side through Moot Curve, Arjuna, and make it out the other side.
Yeah, it's a risky place. I think these guys do have to be a bit smart, though. I know Asher wants to get it done, but now you have to wait until you get to the start of the Dottinger. Get the run out of Galgenkopf. That's your best place to make a pass happen here. Just make sure you don't fall too far behind.
Yeah, that is true. Otherwise, you really are taking a big risk. And Dennis Aras Fabry is just going to have to just wait the turn here a little bit as they head through into Brunchen, and then up through towards Ice Curve and the Stefan Beloff S's and Flansgarten. So yeah, this is where Dennis Aras Fabry, if he wants to make by, like you say, Arjuna, set it up out of Galgenkopf. It is the most important corner on the circuit, I believe. And it's interesting, I was speaking to Kevin Estra last year, and he said, it's not just as easy as just sitting in the toe and passing somebody on the Dosinger hole, because coming through Galgenkopf, especially in a GT3 car, it's probably not quite as bad with the Porsche Cup car, but in a GT3 car, if you're following somebody, is Fabry going to try and pass Schwalbenschwanz? That's not easy. But yeah, if you're following somebody, the dirty air makes it very difficult to get a good run out of Galgenkopf. So you really have to take quite a lot of risk to carry the speed to be able to get that proper toe.
I think berg work as well is important, because you climb uphill as rather than somewhat flat and then uphill at the end of the straight. But here you go. Here's that opportunity. A bit too far behind, about 4 car lengths, I'd say, is Fabry. As Redline cups onto pit road, I think Altus is following them in. So these cars are due for a stop this time by anyway. So it'll be interesting if Asher and that 200 wants to push to get in front to at least have the ability to slam on the brakes a little bit later. They're trying to go down low. They'll swap back up high.
Oh yeah, this is real tactical stuff here, going down the Dottinger hole and then towards Antonius Bucher, but you have to get it done in time. They're absolutely side by side. Who's going to blink first going into Tiergarten? And Dennis Fabry just gets the better of it there as they go into Tiergarten. So Vecchio in pit lane, the leader in Porsche Cup, along with Lassi Urinen, Rakova and Simone Maria Marceno. Now this is their 3rd pit stop, so we should see these drivers staying on board for one more stint, I would imagine, Arjuna?
Gianni Vecchio's certainly staying behind the wheel, so he's going to be jumping off straight to then the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports World Championship. Going to be a busy day for him, but indeed for that entire team. Yeah, looks like across the board, just tires, full service, and all the drivers will stay in that car to the end. Oh, well, for another hour.
Oh. No, but we've got a strategical play here. Simone Maria Marcheno looks to have taken either just 2 tires or no tires at all, and has come out in the lead, well ahead of Gianni Vecchio. Oh, Arano off.
Yeah, I saw my timing screen, and that's through the Stefan Beloff S's. That's a high-speed section to be stopped.
So that is the Arano, the leader in former leader in GT4, Urano BMW. Sebastian Schmalenbach has had an incident at the Stefan Beloff S. He was behind Niels Koch at the time, and there's an R8G Porsche trying to make its way through, gets up over the crest, going through Flansgarten. Actually, it's after Flansgarten. It is at the... So they're going through Flansgarten on towards the Beloff S. Niels Koch is just a couple of car lengths ahead. Now, is there contact? I think there might well be.
Yeah, there is, and the way that
was there?
No, there is, and then it forces the 88 onto the curb, because that is the R8G car that was running second in GT3. It forces it onto the curb, and from there it goes airborne. Just watch here, you'll get a good sense of the initial patience and then the look down low when he's trying to force the issue. See, squeezed onto the curb, front end is in the air, and from there, I think both cars will have taken a big hit.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And that is the double 8 of Przemysław Lemonek. So that was the second place car in GT3. So it's big news in 2 different categories there. So that allows Luke Bennett for BMW Team Redline Red to take over second place. And now the gap to the leader, to Matt Backham, is half a minute after that. Well, well, well. And what that means as well in GT4 is that Niels Koch now has a 12-second advantage over Tim Matska for T3 Motorsport by Miniti. Huge change.
So there was a bit of assistance there from the, what are we calling it? Fake aero wash? Digital aero wash?
Digital aero wake.
The thing that I always say, though, is that digital aero wake, it is prediction, right? It's trying to predict where the cars are going. A lot of the time, there are incidents that people will quite rightly say, you know, it wasn't going to happen. I think that was one that was happening regardless. I think the trajectory of that R8G car was always pushing up into the Urano car. May just have made it worse because, of course, R8G got squeezed onto the curb, and that's when the front 2 tires lost connection to the track itself. However, again, I'll go back to it. I think that incident was always bound to happen. I think the Beloff S's is such a difficult place, and the run down into the Beloff S's as well, such a difficult place to make the pass happen. And Mahler Racing Team, gifted a nice healthy advantage at the front.
Well, well, well. It's a tough one. I mean, in any circumstance, to try and make a pass through on the run to Stefan Beloff S is really, really tight in itself. I mean, but that's racing on the Nordschleife. It's thread the eye of the needle stuff, and there's got to be such trust and cooperation between the drivers, and it's got to come from both sides. But there's a little puff of smoke as they come down the Hatzenbag. What was that all about?
Not
interesting.
Sure, to be completely
maybe
honest.
just a little bit of compression there, but yeah, as you say, it does give you quite it does give Niels Koch and the Mallet Aston Martin impulse off on the Porsche Cup category.
And where is this? Hatzenbach, exit of the Hatzenbach, maybe?
Yeah, I need to see a front on. Yes, yeah, well, good guess. Yeah, yeah, that's it. From certain angles, you really are taking an educated guess.
Yes.
But yes, just at the bottom of Hatzenbach at Hocheichen, a little spin there for the Impulse Racing Porsche. But the battle, Przemysław Lemonek is quickly recouped and quickly regrouped after that incident with the Urano BMW in GT4, and is now right back on the case of Luke Bennett for Team Redline BMW. Now, this is a huge potential benefit again to VRS Quanta SimSport, because if Lemonek and Bennett start to get into a bit of ding-dong here, that will slow the pace down even more and allow Matt Backham to pull away even more. At the moment, this gap that Coanda Synsport are building, this is so important for when we hit the daylight hours tomorrow morning. I think we'll look back on this opening phase of the race as particularly crucial.
Yeah, I agree, and I think for Lemonec now, regardless of the incident, you got to put it away in your mind, right? You got to compartmentalize. That's what the best will do. Yes, you got involved, might not have been your fault, might have been your fault at the end of the day. I'm not going to try and actually put any blame, even after the analysis that we presented earlier, but car looks okay, right? I mean, he's off into the grass just before Wersiphon, but car does look as though it's still in fighting shape.
Ooh, yeah, it does. He's certainly pushing anyway, going into Wersiphon. Big wiggle at the front there for Przemysław Lemonec. Oh, but he's just he's interesting. Aha. Przemysław Lemonec looked like he just kind of dropped off a little bit there and had almost pulled out to serve a slowdown penalty, but actually he's let his teammate through, Florian Lebiga, in the AAA RHG car. He's just let him go and decided to tuck in the draft. Now, can he stay in the draft, though? That's the question. That's quite interesting tactics there, Arjuna.
Yeah, no, and I think it's probably a smart idea. Maybe his tyres also, you know, when you have an issue like that, they really just get heated up internally, and it's not so much wear that's an issue on iRacing, it's that thermodynamic state of the tire that becomes the big issue. So I think a wise move as the 215, just on the curb, upsets the balance of the car. And that, in fact, was in front of Redline, who had a great view of the action. And now you have to make sure you watch the rejoin. So he's waiting for that opportunity to reverse. He's waiting, and it's an age, it feels so painful, but at least he did it in a clean way.
Absolutely, yeah. Full marks there. I mean, we see this an awful lot, unfortunately, where people in their eagerness to get back going again reverse straight back out onto the circuit and take out an innocent driver coming through. Very much the pet peeve of our colleague Connery Matic here at RaceSpotTV. It's his. If he's ever producing, you can hear him groaning in the background if it happens on a broadcast. It's unfortunately something that for whatever reason, we're struggling to stamp out in the virtual racing world. Sadly, Arjuna.
I think it's not like it's not an issue in the real world either. Let's just be completely frank there.
Well, you certainly see it a lot less.
You do. Oh, no, that's for sure. You definitely do see it a lot less. But yeah, okay, so 30 minutes ago until you and I get to step away. Where do you think we'll end up? We'll have the GT3s, of course, having already cycled through pit lane, so we'll get a look at who's their next drivers. Cup cars won't have pitted just yet. GT4s won't have pitted. TCR's right on that bubble. So we'll get a good picture in a couple of our classes, but not really in the others. I'm really curious about how this play for Marceno to take just two tires is going to work out. There's Redline. They're 7 seconds back. The difference in the pit lane was about, 15-something seconds? Now, when you think about Redline having a 5-second advantage coming into this one, gap is already closed by about 2 seconds on this opening lap of the stint.
Yeah, I think they've given new tires to Gianni Vecchio, saying you got one more stint to go for it. And yeah, this is the thing, if you've got drivers of this caliber in your roster, it's just such a powerful tool. You, to be honest, you can't blame Logitech Aldis Esports for giving this strategy call a try. Simone Maria Marceno feels like the tires, maybe he just thought the tires are fine, don't need 4, 2 will do. Who knows? We'll see how it plays out. Lap times last time by 9. They're a little bit out of sequence because of the pit stops. This lap is where I think we'll get a good impression. Yeah, this is the lap. We've got to wait. This is the thing with Nordschleife. You've got to wait another 8 minutes to see what the lap times are, to see who's going quick. But the good thing is it will at least give us a definitive answer.
Yeah, but it's a good thing we talk about that very quickly, as here's Apex getting back in front of the Asher team. Michael Yanni taking over. Martin Asher of Asher Racing himself taking over. The holding station for now. If you want to learn more about Martin, by the way, had a good chat with him on the RaceSpotTV Talking Tents podcast in 2020. It's available on the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel. Fascinating character who's been quite influential in sim racing hardware, so good to have a chat with him. But going back to what I was trying to say, the point I really wanted to make was because the Nordschleife is so long, it's broken up into sections, right? But on iRacing, it's broken up into sections in a way that if you're just practicing and you have a crash, you don't reset back to the pit lane, you reset back to the start of a sector, which is very helpful for trying to learn the track.
Yes, there's one game that has a rewind. I think it's the MotoGP game. It has a rewind function where you just pull one of the triggers and it just sort of rewinds. So you can every time you make a mistake, you can sort of bring it back. But of course, that is not what we would call a simulator, to say the very least. Simulator is that if you make a mistake, there are consequences. But I do take your point on learning the track. There's nothing more frustrating trying to do fuel numbers for Nürburgring, because you've got to go all the way around and then all the way around again to get the data. But such is the beauty of the place as well. The gap is opening ever so slightly, even more at the front of the field. Gaps just are hovering 31, 32 seconds at the front between Matt Backham and Luke Bennett, and Bennett now has a bit of comfort, 3.5 seconds back to Florian Lebigre in third, and Przemysław Lemonek, the recovering Przemysław Lemonek, is only 4 tenths behind his teammate. So clearly R8G going to plan B here, Arjuna, using their two cars together to try and get to the solace of the next pit stop.
Yeah, and we're, well, a lap and a half away for them, because they're working lap 6, so it's not too far away, but it is clear that Lemonek does have damage. 8:07.9 for him compared to 8:01 flat, basically, for Mac Back, and that's a big old fall-off, given that was the car that's really been pushing. Shout out to Ade Kalpinen in the Williams Esports car. He was the fastest of all your GT3s in that Mercedes last time around. He is 40 seconds off the leader.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Przemysław Lemonek actually physically lift off in that lap, but he's already dropping now just as quick as that. 1 point. Yeah, he's over. I think he's actually. I think Lemonek may actually have a problem, because he's dropping away quite dramatically in time from Florian Lebigre. Already he's sort of 3.6 seconds back from Lebigre, having been, just a matter of tenths just a couple of minutes ago. So there's definitely something afoot with Florian Lebigre's car. With Przemysław Lemonek's car dropping huge amount of time from his teammate. There's something not right whatsoever.
He did hit the wall hard, and he did hit the wall at a high-speed portion of the track, right? And now he's going to get passed by Ate Kalpinen as well. Won't be long, I think, before Bruno Spengler comes in and blows past him too. Getting a look at the car, maybe we need a look on board. Watch the steering here. Steering doesn't seem totally straight. Seems like there's a bit more play in it than you'd want.
I think it's a little bit right-hand down from what I can gather there. Yeah, oh dear. And that's, well, they'll be seeing that. It'll feel strange going, oh yeah, the car looks really quite nasty there for Przemysław Lemonek. This is going to be a long lap, but again, it's a long lap. It's not a complete disaster. The car is moving. There is opportunity to get repaired. Yes, might drop some time, but 20 hours and 24 minutes to go. That's a heck of a long time. And it just got to try and suffer this lap, get to the pit stop, take the repair, and go for it from there. This car's got a lot of pace. They weren't up in a podium position by accident.
Oh no.
A bit of rear wing damage there too, on the left-hand side.
I'm getting word that it might actually be suspension damage, which it was not.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's the bigger issue. Now you'll be able to get a lot of that repaired. The question will be, how long does it take? If Coanda runs perfectly, which is by no means guaranteed, and I'll knock on the wood that I've not just put a commentator's curse down on them. But if they run perfect, R8G is not going to be in any sort of consideration. I think now we're looking at Redline and the 888 R8G car to try and force their way into the race winning mix here.
Yeah, I think it's going to, fans of the R8G outfit are going to be hoping that that's a fast repair, but I hate to say it, I'm not convinced. That could be multiple minutes at least. For that crew.
That's the 888 that's gone off.
No, the sister car. So if it doesn't rain, it pours for R8G. The 888 car. Now, this is bizarre. It surely, it looks like it's gone off there, but it's almost like it's dropping back for his teammate to say, "Oh, I'll give you a hand," to throw the tow rope out the back of the car. It's not. I'm jesting, of course. As they come down towards Bergfurt, there's a bit of TCR traffic for Florian Lebiger, and just gets a little bit unsighted. And
that's on him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, totally agree. Tries to go around the TCR, which is just following its line, and there was plenty of room on the inside actually. And yeah, Florian Lebiger.
TCR is always going to want to push out. It's front-wheel drive. It's the nature of the car. It will understeer on corner exit. Do not put yourself on the outside of a TCR through a crucial traction zone like that. Unfortunately, it sounds simple, but when you're in the heat of the moment, it's not always the easiest thing to judge. And I think Lebiger might now have a bit of damage as well. He's already about 2.5 back from Ate Kaupinen, but you know, he would have lost a lot of momentum through Bergwerk. We'll have to wait and see if it really is a big delta.
Well, so it's on the same lap then. Whoa, is a spin. Is that the Mercedes? Yes, it is. It's the Williams Mercedes. It's spun. Ate Kaupinen is now spun. It's carnage here on this lap, this 27th lap of the race. Ate Kaupinen spins coming through Wippermann. Now, is this in traffic again? No, sorry, it's a Poet Act. Up towards Wippermann, and
again
just gets into the back of a Porsche Cup car, which again is running its line, and it's frustrating. It's so frustrating, but you have to be patient in these situations. Or at least make sure that the car's seen you in front, and that definitely wasn't the case there. And yeah, just ran straight into the back of him there, did Ate Kaupinen, and smashed the wall.
Yeah, I don't know where Ate expected the Asher Racing car to go. I mean, it's a single lane track at this point. There's only one groove that's fast, and unfortunately, two cars can't occupy it. It's as simple as that. And let's give a big shout out to Williams, who were really wrestling a good performance out of that big boat. I mean, they had pulled about 15 seconds clear of Urano in the other Mercedes, and that was the car that we had actually been watching earlier on today, Peter. So, I mean, sometimes you just got to give up a bit of time to not lose a whole bunch of time.
Yeah, especially when you're in a GT3 car and it's a Porsche Cup car in front of you, because the performance isn't miles different, especially in certain parts of the circuit. So a hugely eventful lap there. Mark lap 27 down on your calendar, because or down in your notes, because wow, that has been both R8G cars hitting big problems, both Porsches and the Williams Mercedes, which is now duking it around with Bruno Spengler for Team BMW Bank. And despite the front end, slam into the wall, he's still actually holding reasonable pace going down the Dottinger hole. So that's encouraging for the Williams Mercedes team. Not so encouraging for the 88 R8G of Przemysław Lemonek. He has got absolutely no pace going down the straight there. So huge damage on that R8G Porsche. What that means then is that Matt Backham leads the race by 29 seconds from Luke Bennett, who has just set 2 laps ago his fastest lap of the race. Then another 12 seconds back to Florian Lebiger, who's heading the pit lane. So big drama here as we approach the end of the 4th hour of racing.
Yeah, it all just seems to pick up, doesn't it? It looks like it's calm, and then one incident spinballs into a couple others. I'm curious now as to the pace of the Williams eSports car. You see the front end is crinkled up. You say that straight line's okay, but he wasn't really closing enough to pull alongside. He was closing to stay in the draft, and then I think once he popped out, he might have stalled. So we'll figure this one out.
Oh dear. Well, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. Traffic also caused monumental problems in this race, and yeah, a couple of drivers really paying the price for arguably a little bit of impatience in the traffic. Now let's see how long both of these R8G Porsches are in pit lane for. Will it be enough of a delay that can be fought back, or will it be so much that it's good night Vienna? We shall see. What it does mean though is that the Porsche stronghold at the front is completely ripped apart and is now held by just the VRS Granda Simsport car. Now it's all of the BMWs sort of lining up ominously behind, waiting to pounce.
Now, has something happened to Mikel Garcia? Because I've seen that he has worked his way back to pit lane. Now that car again was running up in second, And it's still on the GP section here. He just pulled to the side, and I think... Is there a technical failure? Let's ride on board and listen. Is he maybe... He can't be out of fuel. Surely he's not out of fuel. Engine's okay. Fuel sounds good too. I'm not sure what went on in that car, but I think that's day done for them too.
It didn't sound like fuel. Do you think?
I don't think it was fuel for sure.
No. Interesting. Was it the only little wiggle on the wheel? Was it a hardware failure? Bizarre, very bizarre. Being told to come for tea. That used to be a problem. I remember on when I was a kid. Come for your tea? No, I'm in the middle of a race. It'll get cold. Okay. This was before the days of online, though, where you could just hit pause, which was quite nice.
Yali Walters speculating maybe not enough fuel to make it to around the entire lap. But, I mean, worst case scenario, rather than take the tow, just take the shortcut. You'll get a penalty from iRacing, but you won't. The tow, I think, is longer than the penalty that you get. It's not like in the real world, Peter, where if you come out of the chicane and you need to box, you can just pull a right and work your way into pit lane, and the lap just won't count. It's a little bit simpler there, right? Here in iRacing, it doesn't work that way. But I think I'm wondering. I've sent a message to Mikel already. I know him, great guy. I'm just wondering what's happened in that camp.
Well, it's such a shame. I mean, Mikel is just. The race started off so well for them, and it's now just starting to unravel, really. And this is what this race does more than any other. It just tests your mental resolve. It tests the team spirit. It tests driving ability. It really does ask a lot of questions of you as a team, as drivers, as an overall unit. And it's just stuff like that you really you try to prepare as much as you can, but. Oh, it's such a shame when you see a strong run kind of falling apart. But isn't that why people get so excited when they win this race? Well, one team that are very unlikely to win this race now is RHG. Both their cars in for over 4 minutes now. What a disaster! Yeah,
I think that's a struggle for them. The word from Full Send is retired due to engine radiator damage. So clearly that engine was on the highway to the danger zone, and unfortunately for them, that's race done. I don't know how much damage these cars will be able to repair. At least one of them I do think is going to be retired. The question is which one. But RHG very much on the back foot now. You look forward at the battles between Williams, BMW, Bank, and its GT3 cost is getting small. We'll put it that way.
Maybe my Porsche Cup prediction's not so crazy now, Arjuna, maybe?
To be honest, yeah. No, you're not wrong.
I'm only kidding. But, we still... the Nürburgring continues to bite, but not so much for VRS Quanda Simsport. They are in the groove right now. Matt Backham, 29.9 seconds to the good, and he will be handing over, I would imagine pretty soon, maybe another 10 to 15 minutes, and then he'll be coming into pit lane and handing over to either Tommy Osgard or Mitchell de Jong. Not a bad choice to have, Arjuna.
No, really not. Of course, their schedule's very light this year, having withdrawn from the World Championship fold. But I think there's still plenty for them to do. Just got a message from George Simmons, by the way, said that he might just pop out back onto track. They might still get a podium. People are dropping like flies. He's not wrong at this point in time. We started with, what was it, 55 cars? I think we're down to maybe just 42 out there. German Sim Racing's Porsche 992 car also seems to be on pit lane and has been there for a while.
Well, let's see. It would be the comeback of all comebacks, that's for sure. I hope they put a new gearbox in it for George, and a new engine. Oh dear, I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it there as well. And the thing is, we joke, but Arjuna, George has got to be one of the most experienced drivers in TCRs in iRacing.
Yeah, no, for sure. And the fact that the TCRs were left with just one car for a while did mean that the intrigue in the class kind of dropped out, but it is now back alive. You've been calling and commentating the World Touring Car Championship, Peter. Been fun to watch. Been great.
Oh, it has been full on, yeah, that's for sure. The World Touring Car Series on RaceSpotTV broadcast on Thursdays. In fact, the 3 rounds to go starting on Thursday. It's going to be it's going to be a cracker, I think, as well. It's been an interesting battle between Corentin Guinez and Ross McFarlane. Again, 2 teams that are taking part in this race, or were, Core Sim Racing and Pure Sims. And 2 very different drivers. Corentin's certainly got the 1-lap pace, but Ross McFarlane, he's got the street smarts.
And it's something we're seeing as well with the TCRs in the Hyundai NE Festival Global League. I hope I got that one right. Where, thanks to the support of Hyundai Korea, we're doing a worldwide competition where Core Sim Racing have very much been dominant. The first 2 race weekends, the 4 races swept on the podium by those Core Sim Racing entries. They're somewhat fighting against each other. Oh, but we got a pit stop right on cue. Here comes Mac Backham. Let's see who's going to take over in that car.
Yeah, our leader, Kwanda Simsport, in for service and a change of driver, and it is going to be Tommy Oscar taking that car back out onto the circuit. Well, you're watching the 2022 iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour powered by VCO live here on RaceSpotTV and on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Arjuna, it's time for me to bid you adieu. Good luck later on in the rest of the race. I should be keeping a very close eye.
Enjoy your time with Paul Smith, and I'm sure it'll be a very punny time.
As always. See you soon.
Enjoy. So we'll be joined by Justin Prince, Will Vincent in a couple of moments' time to walk you through until the top of the hour, and we'll hand over to the RaceSpotTV team. But Tommy Oscar taking over that car, Bellis Titiosis back in the BMW Bank machine, Enzo Benito, Luke Crane's favorite redline driver, will take over in the 71, with Dylan Shrivens and David Bosca into the 2 Mercedes, Urano and Williams cars respectively. Oscar will roll after 90 seconds in the lane, still in the lead and still in control of the race. We'll give you a bit of a rundown as well, why don't we, while we get to the top of the hour. A bit early for your hourly update, but at the very least, we'll figure out where things have played themselves out. Let's not start with the GT3s instead. Let's start with the TCRs. Let's go bottom to top this time around. And Konstantin Stolzenberg in the Majors Garage 185 leads the way here. He is 19 seconds clear of race winners 12 months ago, Patrick Kubinji in the Team Hoisingfeld number 16 machine. Then Jan Boll has your Impulse car in third, the 233 running 10.5 seconds back from Team Hoisingfeld there. And then 24 seconds back is the T3 Motorsport by Maniti car. In the top 4. Wizards team able to survive that bit of chaos that we saw with the incident down in the Nordschleife, where they were just about able to squeak through. But TCR really starting to get decimated. 7th is ProDrive, 8th is Protocharge, 9th is Sim3D Sport, and then many retirees. Most recently, the Majors Garage 158 with terminal damage. The 00 Sunshine Autos, cross Bogged Racing Industries, cross APZ Racing. They retired as well with Last Minute and Pure Sims, the earlier retirees. Just 2 Audis in today's race, only one still standing. The Hyundai's very much the favored car here today. Let's go ahead and take a look then at your GT4, and it was a slobber knocker of a fight in the early hours of the race, but it settled down very slightly since then, and Niels Kroc in the Mahler Racing Team Aston Martin, number 91, leads the way, while Tim Matska now sits in 9th after Sebastian Schmallenbach's mistake, and, well, not mistake, issue with lap traffic down into the Stefan Belloff S's. That's dropped Urano onto 3rd on the road. He is about 1.2 seconds clear of the Sim3D Sport Predator number 9 BMW. Decent mix of Aston Martins and BMWs. Carl Janssen gave us great insight as to where each of them is a little bit stronger through the course of the lap, but at least now it is Aston Martin that leads the way with 3 BMW's directly behind him. Course Sim Racing, Carl Janten made a mistake at the top of Hoacht in the first hour that dropped him back after running in the lead for Porsches. Maxime Ramstein behind the wheel of the 303s recovered up to 5th, with T3 Motorsport's second entry in 6th position. The 007, oh, it's good to see an Aston Martin with those famed numbers alongside it. And Fraser Williamson finds himself in 7th, having just gotten past Niels Carstensen, your defending race winners in the GT4. Team RSO struggling a bit to get to grips with that Aston Martin. Toni Ruunanen, the Finnish driver in the 347 for Simsa Esports' BMW. Delta Sport, the first time I've seen them in a GT car, to be honest, but good to see them in top split. The 27 runs in 10th with the Apex Tech Racing 15, and the 67 Pablo Lopez Team Ford Zilla car. After technical issue, they lost about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. They find themselves running last in this GT4. Retirements include the Reich Energy Grid and Go edition. John Derrick hopefully did a bit more practice than just gridding and going. They had a big issue. So did Inertia, Cross Vendaval plus Cendre, while the Sim RC 76 in its Bumblebee colors unfortunately retired from the race. Then in our brand new 992 Cup class, of course, we saw the 991 generation Porsche Cup cars last time around. Bit of strategy going on here, where Simone Maria Marceno took only what we believe was 2 tires last time in the box. He was then about 12, maybe 10 seconds in front of Gianni Vecchio for the Team Redline number 72. That's got some new colors, Red Bull sponsorship as well, but that gap's come down to about 5 seconds, with Lassi Urainen then in 3rd on his debut for Impulse, and also his debut in this 992 car. Not been easy for him by any stretch of the imagination, but Valtteri Alander in that car showed plenty of pace, so clearly the raw potential is there. Pure Sims and Blair Mann in the 916 sit in 4th, with the Apex Racing Academy car dealing with some front right damage down in 5th. Asher Racing and the man himself, Martin Asher, chasing them down. They've had a good fight the last 15 or so minutes. Carbon Sim Sport and the number 6, Matthias Luchak, behind the wheel of this car that ran into the Team RSO GT3 car that was stricken down at Wersheifen. They didn't take the majority of the damage. That instead was the German sim racing car, which as a result has retired. But behind Carbon is Impulse's 215, as well as Zenith Esports' number 5. 2 more running. It's Oscar Koper in the 55 RSR by Butt Kicker car, as well as the 746 NSH Racing Team machine. Then in your GT3s, with the pit stop cycle having worked itself through, you can see the spread of cars that's worked itself in these opening 4 odd hours of the race. Tommy Osgaard has taken over that VRS Coanda SimSport car and continues to blaze a trail at the front of the field. He is 34 seconds in front of Enzo Benito in that BMW Team Redline number 71, the defending race winners. Team BMW Bank, the only of your BS competition powered GT3 cars still in the field. They're running in the final of the podium positions, only about 5 seconds in front of the Williams Esports Mercedes AMG team number 2. David Bosga has a little bit of damage caused by Ate Kauppinen. It seems as though the pace not completely dropped off the machine. They're still in front of Dylan Becky Shrivens in the Mercedes AMG Urano number 90. After a pit road penalty in the first cycle, Sami Matti Trogan has fallen back to 6th, but that BMW crumpled up at the front has plenty of speed, and Sami Matti has experience at this track as well to fall back on in the real world. They're in front of Pure Sims' 14 BMW M3, and the wonderfully named Coming Soon number 13. Well, they're still struggling to get up to pace, I think, and they are almost 5 minutes back from your leaders. Valentin Mandenok in the 88 RAG car that was running up in 2nd has cycled back out onto track after a 8-odd minute stint down on pit lane. They're running 9th. Final car in the top 10 is Valkyrie's BMW. That's had a couple of issues, and they're 1 lap down. Florian Lebigra in the 888 has also returned to the track, but retirements include 5-Star Motorsports, Team RSO, as well as the BMW BS competition that did retire in the opening stages of the race. Well, that's an hourly update here. And now, with Peter Mackay gone, I'll welcome in Our RaceSpotTV commentators that will take you through the next couple of hours. Will Vincent, Justin Prince on hand, and I'll start with you, Justin. The Nürburgring, the Nordschleife is such a big challenge, but with 55 cars, there's not as much traffic as you might see here in the real world. And the fact that we've seen so much attrition at the start of this race is going to make life a little bit easier for our competitors.
Yeah, there's a lot of openings around the racetrack in particular when it comes to drivers and having some space to try and get themselves to a rhythm, get themselves a bit of a pocket. But the main thing I've noticed too is when drivers in the past hour or so especially have gotten themselves into the mix of some of the traffic, it's been difficult to make your way around. It's a very tight track in the first place. It's led to the potential bumping and baiting. Even I've noticed a couple times drivers like Tommy Oscar's VRS Coenda SimSport machine. He almost hit a lap car at least twice trying to lap them in interclass traffic. So these clean pockets that these drivers have in reverse positions in particular, I think are a sign and a feeling of fresh air for some of these competitors to be able to breathe and get themselves focused.
Will Vincent's seen everything when it comes to special events here in iRacing. Will, what are you expecting as we get into the nighttime hours? Sun's continuing to drop, cars getting a little bit more gripped up as well. This is when you can go fast even though your visual benchmarks aren't really there.
I think we're entering happy hour. I love happy hour at any racetrack, and ironically, this is actually the very first Nürburgring 24 I have commentated in almost 11 years worth of commentary. This is going to be fun. I have learned the track as much as I possibly can. I'm going to be thrown in at the deep end. However, it is worth noting that we've got lap times in the Nürburgring 20 touring category that are now below the 9-minute mark. So we talk about happy hour. We talk about the track getting cooler. This being the best time for drivers before they start settling into the night. If you want to make a run for victory, this is the time to do so. And of course, with happy hour, we also enter silly hour. So with all the drivers that so far have managed to survive this track, we can expect to see one or more maybe have a couple of issues in the next hour or so.
If you're watching on YouTube, part 1 will become part 2. So make sure you click the link, which is about to be in the chat, to follow the next couple of hours of this race. Remember, plenty of things going on in the VCO esports world. VCO Esports Racing League, every couple of Wednesdays, drivers challenge across multiple platforms, but the best across of all of sim racing come to take part. VCO Send It, a print magazine for a digital esport. Plenty of exciting stories to be checking out. Make sure you order your copy by heading to the VCO social media and finding the link. But of course, VCO Infinity, 24 individual 45-minute races collating to a 24-hour showcase. You're watching the first of the Grand Slams, though, here in the 2022 24 hours of the Nürburgring, powered by VCO. Prize money is not on the line, bragging rights is, and physical hardware. RaceSpotTV will take over from here. Radio Show Limited back with hours 10 on the race. Over then to Will Vincent and Justin Prince.
Thank you very much to our journalist